Good morning. I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. At this time for invocation, we just have a moment of silence. We would please stand for a moment of silence and then keep standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you can take a roll call.
Carlson. Here. Hurtak. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Here. Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Shelby, would you like to read the rules and procedures of public comment?
I would be happy to, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of council, members of the public, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. I'd like to go over briefly the rules of decorum for the conduct of today's meeting. As you saw outside, there are general public comment speaker cards. If you wish to speak to anything on the agenda or otherwise during general public comment, please fill out a speaker card and place it in the box, one card per speaker. Cards will be accepted until the start of general public comment. Each person submitting a card will be recognized by name by the chair to approach and speak. A 3-minute time limit applies. Please print legibly. Names that cannot be read will not be called. Now, if you are here on an item that is set on the agenda for a public hearing, you will have that opportunity to speak when the public hearing is called. And if you wish to speak at that public hearing, please use the sign-up sheet that is on the podium outside the chambers. If you need assistance, please see city staff. Now, members of the public are allowed a reasonable opportunity at the beginning of today's meeting to address any item on the agenda before City Council takes official action on the item. Speakers and members of the public are kindly reminded to refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks or making or causing disruptive noises or sounds or displaying signs or graphics. Speakers are also reminded from making personal attacks against any city official, staff member, or any other member of the public. The chair will rule out of order any person who speaks without being recognized or attempts to address the council from outside the speaker area at the podium. Persons failing to comply with the rules may be ruled out of order by the chair, and at the discretion of the chair may be removed from the chambers for the remainder of today's meeting. And finally, city council members should refrain from engaging the speaker during public comment. And the public should be aware that the City Council does not take questions or have a dialogue during general public comment. This is your opportunity to express your position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to adopt the minutes from March 6, 2025 and the evening session of March 13, 2025? Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, I'm going to go through the agenda, a couple of housekeeping items. A memo was received from Councilmember Vieira requesting that item number 97 be heard first after lunch, and further requesting that the Boone-Stoppel family have a chance to speak after staff's presentation. All right. Is there a motion for that?
Second.
Motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
We're going to have to wait until 1:30 to reschedule item number 90 due to a misnotice. Just want to let you know that we'll do that at 1:30. For the administrative update, Whit Remmer is going to say goodbye and introduce us to Kayla Caselli as the interim. I'm glad that Whit is coming because there were some questions about a solar program on the city's website. So I'm glad he's coming. That's just my own thing. I have a memo received from Councilmember Vieira requesting to inquire of the administration any potential logistical challenges preventing distribution of the bunker gear in a timeline. Councilmember Vieira would like this to be heard under the administrative update. Are you aware of that, Chief Bennett? I am. All right, so we have that.
Thank you.
Item number 96, Councilman Vieira is just going to receive and file. Let's do that after public comment. So item number 96, we'll do that after public comment. Item number 98, we have a memo received from Councilmember Vieira continuing this item to a future date. We'll do that after public comment. A memo received for item number 102 from Chief Burkhall to continue this item May 15th with the FY25 mid-year report. We'll do that after public comment. We have item 103 and 104. Councilmember Hurtak, did you want to speak on item 103?
Yes. So these
I actually had moved to, I requested to have moved to April 3rd. So this is very confusing. What has happened is that there's 4 issues all put together. So one of the first things I want to do is to kill an old motion, E 2016-8, Chapter 21, which requested an in-person quarterly stormwater report, because now we're doing them monthly. So
And-
I would like to rescind that quarterly.
Is that the Cohen motion?
Yes,
Okay, I heard
from
2016.
literally 2016.
Those were the days. We have a
Yeah.
motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor?
Aye. Then, so this was a administration to provide an in-person quarterly report providing an update. So that's gone. 103 is now gone because we aren't doing that anymore.
So you're going to make a motion to remove 103.
Correct.
Is that, that's permanent removal?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendenin. Chief Bennett, did you want to, I saw you move there.
I still have more to go, so.
Yeah, no, but I saw him a moment. Go ahead, sir, anything?
No, good morning, Council. John Bennett, Chief of Staff, and good morning to the public. I was informed by Ms. Duncan's office that they wanted to discuss the reporting sequence for these. So I've just asked if council could work with her office. They may have already, I'm just not aware.
I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's
We have
why
a
I'm here.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
And then you're.
Okay, and then looking at 104, so this was the monthly in-person report, and I had said that we could move this to April 3rd. I did this at the last meeting in the evening.
Yeah.
This was after all that stuff, and so not sure it's why it's on this agenda, because I asked for it to be moved to April 3rd. So this needs to move to April 3rd. Now, their request is to continue this item to May 22nd to a workshop.
Okay.
The big problem with that is that right now, we have a rule that says you can only have 5 items in a workshop, and right now we have 6. So we can't move it to May. And then the next available date is August,
How
which
about-
is far into the hurricane season.
Yeah.
So actually what my goal is this is not really a workshop issue. I'm just asking for the monthly in-person report to continue to April 3rd, which is, we've already had one, and we need to have the monthly because the citizens are very concerned about stormwater right now. May is too late, August is too late. We asked for this to be monthly. It should be monthly.
Did you check with the department about?
Yes, and they want to move this to May 22nd. They have,
No, what about May 1st? There's a regular meeting.
again, this is a monthly report,
Yeah.
so it should be monthly. So the next one should be April 3rd.
Can we
monthly.
wait until we speak with them? I mean, like, 'cause it's probably gonna come after lunch.
Sure.
Yeah,
Now,
we'll hold 104 for now until we speak to the department.
however, all I. Oh, okay. So this, I apologize. This is actually, 104 is being, see, this is why this is confusing. 104 is actually a one-time, and that's the, yeah, let's wait till,
Yeah.
you want to wait till afternoon when they come up?
That's the one-time stormwater service.
Oh, okay, I apologize. This is the one-time stormwater service assessment. This is not the in-person monthly report.
Okay.
This is, we asked for it once, and I'm willing to have it moved to May 1st.
Okay, so.
So this one-time report be moved to May 1st.
So we're gonna continue item 104 to May 1st?
Yes.
And you've checked with the department and they'll work with you? Okay.
They just said May 22nd. They were very insistent. So if they want to change that, they can come to me, but I think May 1st is very close to May 22nd, so
Yeah.
that's enough time.
Can we wait until we just get confirmation from them?
Okay.
Let's just hold this until after lunch, just to be safe.
Okay,
So
but
104
I
we're
just
gonna hold.
request that we talk about it right after lunch.
Yeah, that's fine.
After
After
the Boonstable.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair, that's fair. It gives us enough time. All right, so we're gonna hold, all right, so item 104 stands until we get further clarification. Items 105 and 106 are written staff reports to receive and file. Can we, we have a
Second.
motion to receive and file by Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, and all right, and then I have 93, 94, 95. We'll take that under, or after consent agenda. All right. Yeah?
Could you inquire for those if they need, if council members need staff present for those?
All right. All right, administration update, we'll have 93, 4, and 5. Do you need staff present for those? If not, we'll take them after the consent agenda.
Otherwise, it would be the afternoon.
Yeah. Anybody?
No?
All right, so we'll take that after the consent agenda. And let me just go through these staff reports real quick.
You don't want,
Yeah?
Councilman Vieira, you don't want 95?
Do you want them here in person for 95, sir? Yeah, we're going to talk about the administration update.
Yeah, I didn't just because we're dealing with an administration update. I anticipate that after that, we'll make additional motions based on that, but for the, just to not be redundant, unless if council thinks otherwise, I
All right.
Are you gonna hold that then?
Huh?
Are you gonna hold 95 for the till after the administration update?
Do you want to?
Yeah, you know what, that'd be smart.
That's fine.
Good
All
idea.
right, we'll take that up after the consent agenda. Those other items, then 95 will hold. 96 is going to be a receive and file. Number 97, there is a PowerPoint presentation. We already discussed that. Item number 98. We have Councilmember Vieira going to continue to a future date. We'll talk about that at that time. Number 99, that's a yes. We've gotten a lot of emails on those, on the 99. We have an in-person report on 100. 101 is a yes. I'll be taking up that discussion. Item number 102 is, we already talked about a continuance. Item 103, we already discussed, and 104. So if there's nothing else, can I get a motion to receive, I'm sorry, to approve the agenda and the addendum? We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. All right. Ceremonial activities, we have Councilmember Miranda presenting to Mr. Ron Rotella, and I'd also like to acknowledge former City Council Member Rudy Fernandez is here, served in the 90s, and just wanted to acknowledge your presence, sir. All right, Councilman Miranda.
Honorable member of Tampa City Council, all of you, starting with Chairman Guido and the other 6 that serve with us, the other 5 that serve with us anyway. You know, there are times in history when you say, well, what am I going to say? And in this time, you don't have to say that, because here's an individual who worked for how many mayors? 7. I've never heard of anyone working for 7 different mayors. And it started back when? 1965.
Started with Nick Nunzio.
And you look like you're 50 years old. So from 1965 to now, that's 70 years when you count 25 and 35. Unbelievable. And when he worked for the city, when he started, let me just give you a little example of what it was like 70 years ago. There was 606 people living in downtown Tampa. You remember that? 600 were in jail, and the other 6 were looking to get in when the first 6 were dismissed. There was nothing in downtown Tampa to speak of, and I'm not trying to downplay our city. You could leave any parking garage, not even look right or left, make a left turn or right-hand turn, there was no cars coming. With Ron Rotella's help and the mayors that he worked with, all 7, these things started to change. And doing that, it's very difficult to do what you have to do, maintain what you have, and then work on the change all at the same time. Rotella and those individuals, those 7 mayors that he worked with, along with, I think it was at that time when I came in anyway, Jimmy Palermo and Fernando Noriega. Fernando Noriega was development, Jimmy Palermo was the attorney for the city of Tampa. And if it wasn't for individuals like Ron Rotella, who had a vision, and the mayors that he worked with, the last one was Mayor Greco, I believe, these things wouldn't happen. The streetcar is one of them. And the expansion of different things in the city, the changing of the operation of we can't do it to I can do it, and we will do it. And those are the things that make the city of Tampa today what it is. So going back in history, sometimes we don't remember everything that happened because it happened so quickly. 70 years is a long time in a calendar, but when you're turning a city around, and they did it in a long, long time ago, when it was very difficult, there was no money to speak of. We had to get grants to hire police officers. We hired 103 police officers sometime in the mid-90s with no money. The federal grants gave us money for those officers, as you well remember, to hire them for 3 years, and then we had to pick up the salaries under the Greco administration. In fact, Mayor Greco called me late last night, sometime after 11, to tell me he couldn't be here because one of his little puppy's dogs he had to take to the vet, and he thought he was not going to make it. So, but he told me to express my apologies to Rotella and his family. So, Ron, if I may read this, and I appreciate everything you've done and everything you continue to do. It is Tampa City Council's profound pleasure to recognize the accomplishment of Ron Rotella, who is known as the go-to guy in the city of Tampa for nearly 20 years. He began his service under Mayor Dick Greco in 1966 and ended in 1983 while serving for Mayor Bob Martinez. Ron honed his skills on the most difficult financial times in the city. In other words, there was no money. These are the things that make what we are today, people who sacrifice a lot when they didn't have anything so that the city could continue to march forward. Despite the challenges, Ron assisted in directing the city towards a new goal of building infrastructure and smart growth in the city when the city was in decline. In the 70s and 80s, Tampa experienced the largest decline in population and ad valorem taxes. Tampa experienced challenging urban flights, which only began to be reversed in the mid-80s. Ron was an integral part of the rebirth of Tampa and played critical roles in each phase of the new Tampa. There was new Tampa with just vacant land then. And through Ron and Greco and the rest, they formed a new city in the city called New Tampa. I'm not saying we're all old, just that's newer than we are, that's all. And in doing all those things, he also worked on bringing in industries that relocated to the city of Tampa that were clean. He was an individual that never said no. He says, let's go do it. Tampa was on the move and was named one of 5 mega trend cities in the United States in that period of time that he was here. Ron and his leadership were an important part of it all. It's grateful and appreciation to Ron Rotella's dedication and commitment to the city and City Council's pleasure to present this commendation on the 27th day of March of 2025.
Whoops, my pants falling down. Family, friends, thank you for being here. Council members, thank you. I appreciate the distinction this morning. When I started with the city of Tampa, it was a different city. I started with Mayor Nick Nusio. Downtown on the channel, you had wooden docks, and you had homeless people living under the wooden docks. We put in a concrete seawall and did away with that. Mirabella's fishing fleet was downtown on the river. And we relocated the fishing fleet out to the 22nd Street Causeway. And then on the east side of the river in downtown, you had huge grain silos. I mean, they took up the whole side of downtown Tampa. Well, we relocated the grain factories to east of Tampa, and I'll never forget that the rats that vacated those silos, they were as large as alley cats. They were huge because they fed on the grain 24 hours a day. And probably, I won't go into a lot of projects. We were very, very successful, but I will talk about one that changed the history of Tampa. A gentleman by the name of Jim Apthorpe, who worked for U.S. Homes, bought several hundred acres of property just outside the city limits. His intention was to build a number of subdivisions. Well, little did he find out that Hillsborough County could not provide the water and sewer service. They didn't have the capacity. So he met with Bob Martinez and I, and he said, listen, I'd like you guys to extend the water and sewer from the city to my development. So Bob was about to respond, and I nudged him and I said, listen, we're assuming that our water and sewer departments can meet your demand, but let us verify that, let's meet next week. So we met the following week, and Jim Apthorpe was there, and his boss, and the general counsel for U.S. Homes. So Jim says, well, have you guys made a decision? He says, yes, we have. We'll go ahead and we'll extend the water and sewer to your development. Well, he didn't step out of his chair. He leaped out of his chair and he started yelling, this is nothing but blackmail. This is dirty blackmail. And the general counsel finally says, Jim, be quiet for a minute, please. Just sit down. So he sat down and he said, so let me ask the question straightforward. If we annex our land into the city of Tampa, there'll be no strings attached. And Bob Martinez says, no strings attached. We'll expedite the annexation into the city. And we did. And then what happened was all the developers and the property owners north of that and east and west said, well, wait a minute. Let's not wait until we have to do an annexation. Let's annex our property into the city now. So when we're ready to develop, the annexation process will be behind us, i.e. New Tampa. We were north of U.S. Homes project, and then east and west, all the ways up to the Pasco County line. So that's how it happened, and it changed Tampa. So I want to thank you very much for your accommodation this morning. Thank you.
Ron, and I'm sorry to say that Representative Kathy Castor cannot be here, but she did send a thing from the Congress of the United States of America. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation for you for the decades of dedicated service to the city of Tampa and the West Shore community. Your visionary leadership, tireless advocacy, and unwavering commitment has been instrumental in shaping the growth and prosperity of our region. I congratulate you, the city of Tampa, for this commendation presented to you today. And also the driving force behind the West Shore Alliance when they were trying to create something and you were the leader of that creation. Look what happened. It became the mega #1, more likely at that time, in the United States of America. So all these things on behalf of the constituents of the 14th Congressional District, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for many contributions, your legacy, and your felt of generosity, of genuine aspect for the city, and it's a better place because of you and your dedication and your service. Kathy Castor.
Thank you very much. And Kathy's mother was Senator Castor. Just a quick story. When we were going to do the area-wide DRI, it had to be approved by the state, and it had to be approved by the Community Affairs Committee. Well, there was a guy from Jacksonville that chaired the committee, and he was going to bottle the bill up and not let it out. So I was going to get up and say something, and Kathy says, so I stayed in my seat, and she called for recess, stepped outside for 15 minutes with the chairman. She came back in, sat down, and the chairman went ahead and made the motion to create the legislation for the area-wide DRI. I said to Kathy, Kathy, what did you do? I mean, Betty, so what did you do? She says, Ron, you don't want to know. So that's how that happened.
Well, this is also that everyone wants to know. The next one is that he also worked very diligently with the West Shore Alliance, and to echo what he's done and work with, the West Shore Alliance is an area in the Tampa area, the north and the west part of the city, that has more than 12 million square feet of office space and 100,000 workers work in that area. So Ron was instrumental in working with the first individual that was hired by the area of the West Shore Alliance, and he did a fantastic job. And now he's doing a fantastic job of being with his wife and family. You're very lucky to be a man that you are. Lovely wife and your son, and we appreciate everything you've done for the city, and most of all, what you've done to make yourself known without trying to be known, because your hard work and labor has really, really done well for all of us. So we want to thank each and every one of you for being here, the city council, and it was 400,000 people, over 400,000 people living in the city of Tampa. However, we served water for over 700,000 people because of the annexation and the areas around the county. So all that, it happened because of yourself and the 7 mayors that you work with, and we want to congratulate you for who you've been and who you continue to be. Thank you very much for everything you've done.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you so much, Charlie.
Councilmember Vieira Henderson.
Thank you very much.
Council
Mr.
members,
Chairman.
thank you.
Oh, and if I may, Mr. Rotella, I wanted to thank you, the work that you've done. I'm glad you mentioned Betty Castor. You worked in times with just amazing names here in the Hillsborough County, Tampa area. People like Betty Castor, people like Phyllis Basansky, mentioned Bob Martinez, council member Rudy Fernandez, so many others during that time who helped build our area. Obviously, I'm glad you mentioned New Tampa. I have the pleasure of representing there. I live in Hunters Green. I used to live in Tampa Palms. And, when y'all went out there and sent Lewis and Clark out there to build the Alaska of Tampa, we're certainly better for it. So, we're just glad that we can honor you for everything that you've done for our city. So thank you, sir.
New Tampa was an exciting annexation to the city. I'll tell you a quick story. Home Depot had a contract on a piece of property. We met with them, and one of the things they said, well, okay, but here's our sign. I said, well, that's not going to work. He said, what do you mean? He said, well, we have a very stringent sign ordinance out here in the New Tampa area, and you're going to have to amend your signs. Said, we're not amending our sign. This is our standard sign. We do it all over the country. I said, okay. So one of the people said, well, I guess the meeting's over. So I got up and I left. And their general counsel came and said, where are you going? I said, well, the meeting's over. He says, no, it's not over. They're bluffing. They're going to go with the project. They'll amend their sign. Don't worry about it. So I went back in, and of course they went ahead and did it. But the only comment I want to make is we treated Bruce B. Downs differently than the city treated Dale Mabry. Not every developer had a curb cut in and out of their property. We had key intersections where property owners and developers had to extend their roads alongside Bruce B. Downs to these intersections to get in and out. So we didn't have the traffic snarl, we didn't have the congestion, we didn't have the ugly signage with all those billboards. I think we did a good job in New Tampa.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Rotella, good morning. Mr. Rotella, hi. I want to say something to you. Good morning. I just really want to say thank you for the history lesson. I really appreciate that. As one of the newest council members, knowing history allows you to make good decisions even going forward. Darlene, if possible, I would love to have lunch with you and you tell a few more stories to me personally. That would be wonderful if you have the time. But I really do appreciate all the work that you've done and your contributions to the city of Tampa, and thank you for sharing it with us this morning.
Thank you very much. It was a distinct pleasure for me.
I just wanted to say thank you for all your years of service. Technically, we're not supposed to talk during these things, and so since a couple of people broke the rules, I break the rule too. But I just appreciate all the things you've done over the years, and hopefully you're writing a book or recording some of this down, because we've lost too many of your former colleagues. But I remember many things over the years that you helped do. But when Greco was mayor, you and another name we haven't mentioned is Fernando Noriega, the three of you guys were getting everything done in the city, and it was remarkable looking at the change and the pace. And we look at the economy in Tampa in just the last few years and all the changes that have happened. But as you briefly described, most of the building blocks of what's happened in the last 10 or 20 years happened because of what you all did in the 90s. So thank you, and also thank you for what you did at the West Shore Alliance. West Shore is going to continue to grow, and it's going to be another outstanding area because of the vision you set in place 20, 30 years ago.
You'll be happy to know that those rats you saved, their great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren are now dog-sized. They've morphed, and they're all living along Bayshore Boulevard in Hyde Park. So,
Thank you very much.
if you could have gone back, we'd have appreciated not saving those
Thank you very
rats.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Congratulations. We appreciate you very much. Thank you. All right. In just a moment, we'll have Councilmember Vieira presenting to Captain Kurt. Not Kirk, not Kirk. Yeah, he...
sir. How are you? No, my pleasure, yeah. Whenever is. Need a haircut. Damn it.
I know a barber.
I'll stay away. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's my great pleasure here today, sir, to honor for his 30 years of service to our city of Tampa through Tampa Police Department, Captain Kurt Royka, who is here. He's also here with his wife, Michelle, who's here. And of course, Chief Burkaw is here to pay honor to this very good man. Like I said, Captain Royka has served our city for 30 years in uniform through Tampa Police Department. He is known as a man of integrity, as a man of faith, as a man of community, as a man of family, and his dedication to a key number of programs here throughout his 3 decades here in the city of Tampa. First is the issue of prevention of crime and delinquency with our youth, something that's very, very close to this man's heart. Second is homeless services, something that then Chief Bennett championed almost 15 years ago in 2012, has been very, very close to Captain Royka's heart. And last, something that we've dealt with him on, that I know is very close to City Council's heart and to the community's heart, is our mental health unit here in the city of Tampa, something that he championed, that Captain Royka championed in the implementation of that. He's briefed us a few times here in Tampa City Council on it and is very, very passionate about that. What unites all these 3 areas that he has championed with Tampa Police Department is a real commitment to people, to human services, knowing that the fight against crime isn't just a fight against violent crime, it's also a fight on the causes of violent crime. When I was doing research on you, I found a potentially tragic incident that happened in one of our schools in North Tampa where you almost had a Columbine situation out there. And you highlighted, sir, in 2012, the mental health component of that. So again, time and time again with Tampa Police Department, Captain Royka would see how the human element would intertwine with crime. In terms of his background, he is a Tampa native, and like many of our Tampa police officers and Tampa firefighters, he is a veteran, having served the United States Army for 4 years, and 4 years also in the National Guard. He is very, very active in our community as a churchgoer, as a good Southern Baptist. And also does wonderful work with an organization that I've seen him in through the Children's Network of Hillsborough County, something that's very close to his heart. Again, dealing with human welfare, an organization that promotes adoption and foster parenting. And again, the things that unite all of these things is Captain Royka's dedication to human welfare. So, sir, for your many years of service, both in the military as well as 30 years here for the city of Tampa, we just wanted to honor you, sir, because we appreciate you. We appreciate your character, your integrity. So for that and so much more, sir, we are here to honor you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. And before, I know Chief Burkaw would like to say words about this good man. Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Councilman Vieira. Yeah, I mean, you highlighted so many things, but our wellness program, taking care of our officers, would not be what it is today if it wasn't for Captain Royka. Our officers are better equipped to take care of their mental health needs, their physical needs, their financial needs, because of his initiative in starting that program. And that's laying the foundation for generations to come. And you hit so many other highlights. There was one thing I wanted to add. You talk about ending your career on a highlight. So we had 2 hurricanes back to back, as you're aware of, and we had to call in resources from other agencies across the state to help. Hundreds of officers. And we were, what captain can help us with this logistical nightmare? Not only did he volunteer for it, he made it so impressive that all these other agencies were like, wow, Tampa's got their act together, they're so organized, and that's all because of this captain here. So you've done so much for this organization that we're just so indebted to you, and the impact that you leave will be for legacies to come. So congratulations.
Thank you, Chief. And sir, on behalf of grateful Tampa City Council and obviously grateful Tampa Police Department, because a lot of your colleagues are here, sir, we would like to honor you. Here you go, sir. And if you'd like to speak, you may. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Vieira, City Council, thank you. Chief Burkaw, you and I have been friends, colleagues, and you've been my boss for many years. It's always been a pleasure, sir, to work with you. And to all of our staff here, I appreciate all your support over the years and your friendship. Thank you so much. And I will tell you, when I started in policing in 1995, I hear Mr. Rotella speak of New Tampa. Home Depot was not there. And it was just, I think it was Hunter's Green, Pebble Creek, and Tampa Palms. That was it. There was no businesses to speak of up there, and there were 2 officers that patrol regularly, and that was it. So we've seen it develop quite a bit up there, but I am so grateful for the opportunity that I've had at the Tampa Police Department. You highlighted the behavioral health unit. I would like to say that's one of the things that I'm very proud of that we were able to accomplish, not just because of what I did with it, because that's really the small piece of it. It was the fact that the city was willing to take on that project and house it with the police department. And then for it to carry on through the legacy of others who will come behind and make that grow, that is just, it's really a special project that I got to be a part of early on. So I'm eternally grateful to the city to have been a police officer here. If I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't change a thing. It was probably the best career I could ever ask for. And so thank you for the opportunity. Sir, thank you for the commendation today. It means the world to me. And Chief, thank you for everything you've done for me and all the support over the years. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Our last ceremonial item will be to honor the purchasing department. Councilman Miranda, go ahead.
Honorable Chair, Tampa City Council, honorable members of Tampa City Council, again, it's my pleasure to be before this honorable group. Today is a day that we call Purchasing Department Staff Designating Purchasing Month throughout the country. And we're so proud of what we've done in the Purchasing Department. Deanne Forgart just took over this about a year ago or so, and time does fly because it seemed like it was yesterday. But she took over another individual who had done an outstanding job, and herself is doing that same outstanding job for the people of the city of Tampa and all around the other communities. And it's my pleasure today to present this commendation to behalf of all the citizens of the city of Tampa, which you all continue to do on a daily basis that are you not recognized for, and this is your month getting recognized for what you've done, not only for the city, but for anybody who's understanding what purchasing is and the stress that you're under, and the commodity, and the changing of prices, and the changing of the venue, and the product changes, and what do you do then? And don't go buy eggs out of real high. But the city of Tampa City Council presents this commendation on behalf of all of the 7 council members and all over 400,000 people. In the City Purchase Department, I received an Annual Achievement of Excellence Procurement Award from the National Purchasing Institute for 18 consecutive years. That's not somebody we hire, that's somebody who comes and check on what we've done. We, meaning your department and under your leadership. And we're so proud of you, and what you've done here is create an ambience, a future ambience for anyone who's going to follow you, that those shoes may not be the right size, but you got to step forward and do what? The job that all of you do for the city of Tampa. Because you don't make noise, but you do a lot of purchasing and save a lot of money for the city of Tampa. We're very proud of that. So we, the City Council of Tampa, has previously issued this commendation to the Purchasing Department yearly for the outstanding service to the city and all departments. You work with every department in the city, whatever they need, you're the go-to person, they're the staff that does the work, and make sure that it's done, and it's not easy. One day I wish I could show everybody in the city of Tampa what you have to go through on a daily basis to get things that you really need in an economy that's thriving, and sometimes now the tariff is going to go up maybe 25%, but not in Tampa. So I wanted to make this commendation presented to the leader, the administrator, Deanne Forgart, for the outstanding staff and the work that you've done throughout this year that we've had you in charge and all the members of your staff. And I'm sure you'll go a little bit more elaborate on what you do and how you do it and how much the costs have gone up. Thank you so much for being who you are, all of you here in this staff and this committee.
Thank you. Deanna Fagart, Director of Purchasing. I'm accepting this commendation, excuse me, on behalf of the staff who do an amazing job. With us here, we've got Cheryl Aldridge in the back, who is our procurement systems manager. We've got David, who is our interim procurement manager, and we have the staff that support you all every day here with us. This team puts out about 200 solicitations a year. We come before council, I think about 180 times a year or something. So we're busy every day. This agenda alone, we have 28 items. So, you know, they're a hardworking staff. You know, everything that we do is in the sunshine, is transparent. And, you know, we're accountable for all of that. And, you know, we're working hard to make sure that you all have that faith in us. As Charlie mentioned, as Councilman Miranda mentioned, we've achieved the Excellence in Procurement Award from NIG, or from the, I'm sorry, it's from the National Institute of Procurement. 18 years in a row, and every year they change the criteria for that. It's not, you know, a one and done, like you don't just keep submitting the same application. Every single year they change the criteria, and the purpose of that is to maintain those best practices, to make sure that we're following the best procedures and all of that. So we just appreciate the commendation. We appreciate the acknowledgement of Purchasing Month, which, you know, falls in March every year. And we appreciate that everything that you all do every day to support us as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, congratulations to you and your department, everybody here, everybody with you, besides you, behind you. Thank you for all your hard work. Because it's not easy. It's not easy, and we appreciate you very, very much. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll just take a few moments here as folks step out. We're going to go into public comment. I'm going to take the 3 registered speakers first, the on-agenda item speakers, and the off-agenda item speakers. Our first speaker online is Mr. Michael Randolph, followed by Carol Ann Bennett and Miss Adrian Rodriguez. And are they all?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Randolph. Please state your name.
Yes, for sure. My name is Michael Randolph. I'm with the West Tampa CDC. I want to start off by sharing with you that I'm honored to be selected as the newest member of the Board of Supervisors with the Encore Community Development District. Thank you, Leroy Moore, for recommending me. Then I want to talk about the CRA in Athens. During Sunday's community update, Representative Hart shared her effort to extend the timeline for projects for the CRA. Unfortunately, it failed. We must prepare for the possibility of losing the CRA. In that event, we must embrace the out-of-the-box thinking and turn to alternative initiatives to drive growth. Our most powerful local tool is the Community Benefit Agreement known as the CBA. By utilizing the CBA, we can develop affordable housing, expanded economic opportunity, and implement innovative solutions that address our needs. A great example of this innovation is the West Tampa CDC model. Through the CBA, the West Tampa CDC will establish a West Tampa Technology and Wealth Building and Job Creation Center, which is expected to create over 30 resident-owned businesses and 15 to 20 new jobs over the next 5 years to increase economic opportunity. By incorporating this initiative, we ensure that we provide assistance to anyone from the dropout to the college graduate. West Tampa CDC update. The West Tampa CDC is also pioneering the integration of artificial intelligence to maximize its impact. This transformative approach will allow a lean staff of 3 to handle the workload typically by 10 employees. By leveraging artificial intelligence, we can achieve exceptional performance, cost efficiency, and operational improvement. This innovative model streamlines the process, boosts productivity, and empowers community. And finally, I want to give a shout out to Ron and his services to the city of Tampa. I met Ron about 20 years ago when we both served on the University of Florida certification program in real estate development. I learned a lot from him in terms of negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Randolph. Carol Ann Bennett, Adrienne Rodriguez. Carol Ann, if you're on, please state your name. Go ahead. If you would unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I'm a lifelong resident of Tampa. For the last 7 years, almost every community gathering that I've attended, whether it was around a kitchen table or coffee with Castor or neighborhood association meeting, eventually someone ends up saying, we don't have sidewalks in our neighborhood, so we have to walk in the street. The code requires that the city charges their average cost of installing a sidewalk for the in lieu of fee. That should be automatic, period. We haven't raised the in lieu of fee for 15 years because for some reason, city council needs to vote on it. And that ends up getting politicized. It ends up going back and forth. There's hemming and hawing. City resources are wasted. People's time is wasted. The code is clear on the intent. It should just be automatic. When builders say that increasing the fee to the city's cost is going to increase housing, that's ridiculous. Builders charge market rate, period. They don't, if they say $500 on the fee, they don't charge $500 less for the house. If they can reduce the cost of building a house, it increases their profit, period. It's all market driven. Who do they think pays if they don't? It's not Santa Claus. The city has to pay. And where does their money come from? One way or another, it's the residents who have to pay. And it's more expensive for the city to install sidewalks, so residents end up paying the highest possible price when builders don't install sidewalks. Builders just have to ask themselves one question. Is it more than $220 a foot to install a sidewalk or less? If it's less, then they build the sidewalk and they save money. If it's more than $220, they pay the $220 and they save money. They never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, pay higher than what their cost is to install a sidewalk. Tampa excels at killing our pedestrians and cyclists. We're the best at it. If killing people is our goal, then we're doing everything right. If saving lives is our goal, we must change everything we're doing. Cars aren't mowing people down on sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adrienne Rodriguez is our last online speaker, then we'll go to the in-person on-agenda items. Adrienne Rodriguez, if you're on, please state your name.
Good morning, council.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'd like to speak this morning on cemeteries. What is a cemetery? Cemetery serves as a final resting place for the deceased, providing a space for burial and remembrance. Over time, cemeteries in Hillsborough County have evolved into privately owned businesses, schools, shopping centers, and yes, new cemeteries. Woodlawn Cemetery is under threat of development once more, as you are likely aware. The owner of Showman's Rest has put the same parcel that was saved in 2022. It's been put up for sale. Now, council, it's a cemetery. It's a 40-acre cemetery. It's been a cemetery since 1988. We Tampeños have always considered all 40 acres to be a cemetery, whether it's Beth Israel, Centro Asturiano, Showman's Rest. It is all a cemetery. According to available documentation, in 1900, the northwest section of the property was reserved for black burials. In 1951, 63 years after Woodlawn opened, the northwest section of the property was purchased, hence Showman's Rest. If this parcel for sale is zoned residential, then why has Showman's Rest not paid taxes in 5.5 decades? Well, because it's a cemetery, and they're exempt from paying taxes if it's a cemetery. So when it's convenient for the owner, it's a cemetery, and when she wants to sell it, it's not a cemetery. On February 24th, 2022, Tampa City Council voted unanimously in opposition to the rezoning of the parcel. Woodlawn was saved, and we were so grateful. In 2023, the Green Team had grandeur illusions of turning the parcel into a memorial park with benches, winding sidewalks, newly planted trees. But at the urging of the community, that project halted several days later. So here we go again, 2025. Several months ago, Councilman Carlson had a fantastic idea for the city to allocate funds to pay for ground penetrating radar scans, and if bodies, so that we will all have access to the results, and if bodies are confirmed, the city would purchase the property or land. Please consider purchasing the parcel at Showman's Rest. The city has the money. We had the money for Hannah Avenue, Riverwalk, Franklin Street. The city does have the money, and our past should be as important as our future because history matters. So in all fairness to the owner who has every right to sell her land, we're not against the sale of it, but we are against any type of development on sacred ground. Let's show respect to clarify Henry Ruiz, AKA Ted Webb, and all buried in the 40 acres
Thank you
we
very
call
much,
Woodlawn
ma'am.
Cemetery.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, the in-person speakers are going to be Beth Alden, Humara Afzal, Stephen Michelini for on-agenda items. Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning, Beth Alden, a volunteer with Walk Bike Tampa. And I have a letter from the Walk Bike Tampa board, which I'll provide to the clerk. Walk Bike Tampa is a nonprofit, all-volunteer organization focused on promoting safe, connected routes for people walking or riding a bike throughout the city. The Walk Bike Tampa board urges you to pass the resolution, it's number 99 on your agenda, establishing the updated fee for payment to the Sidewalk Trust Fund when installation of a sidewalk is not practical for new development. Updates to sections 22103 and 22104 of City Code made in 2021 significantly strengthen builder requirements for installation of sidewalks, which make our communities safer and more welcoming to all members of the community and increase property values and help local businesses. But the in lieu fee, designed to provide exceptions to sidewalk installation for challenging locations, has not been updated since 2010. At $29 per linear foot, the fee does not reflect the actual cost of installation of a sidewalk. Instead, increasing the proposed in lieu of fee to $220 per linear foot covers the city's actual costs for sidewalk construction and will expedite reducing the many miles of gaps in Tampa's sidewalk network. And if I may, I'd like to add that I personally installed a sidewalk when I built an accessory dwelling unit on my property. It was part of the last gap on my block. And afterwards, my neighbor who uses a rollator used that sidewalk to get down the block to her brother's house back and forth. And I didn't even realize that she was going out into the road to get around my property before I installed that sidewalk. And it was a very minor cost as part of my overall project. And I'm so glad to be part of completing that sidewalk gap. We ask Tampa City Council to approve this fee increase to provide the city with the resources necessary to improve the safety of our neighborhoods. Thank you for your attention and support of this critical financial need.
Thank you very much. Humara Afzal, Steve Michelini, Stephanie Pointer. Thank you very much, ma'am. If you provide it to the attorney, the letter, we'll give it to the clerk and distribute it to council members. Yes, ma'am.
Hi,
Good
Amira
morning.
Afzal. I love the story that she just told. I guarantee you there are thousands of stories all over the city about how things like adding a sidewalk will literally change somebody's life. First, I want to talk about item 91, the parking ordinance. When I first saw that, I was hopeful that might be a way to include some elements to keep drivers from parking in the bike lanes. I sent an email. I did get some prompt responses, and unfortunately can't do some of the things due to Florida statute. I will say that I am frustrated that the focus of the new parking ordinance is on capturing more revenue and that there really does not seem that there was a conscious effort to try to also see if there are ways to make Tampa safer for pedestrians and bicyclists in updating that ordinance. But I am encouraged that some of the city staff said that they're working on some other ideas to achieve that, and I look forward to hearing more about it. Meanwhile, I encourage you to take some of the new revenue that you will get from the use of new technology in that ordinance, such as camera enforced parking, and use it for things like adding more signage, don't park in the bike lane, and also replace bollards to keep cars out of the protected bike lanes. I emphasize the protected bike lanes because they're an important entry point for bicyclists and families. People feel safe biking in them, and it's an important entry point. I bike on neighborhood streets all the time, but I've been biking for more than 50 years and I feel comfortable doing that. But it's just really crazy that we have these amazing protected bike lanes that are not actually protected. Bikes, why are bikes important? They get cars off of the road, number one. There is no way that you will reduce congestion without getting cars off the road. So for every time a person can take a trip by a bus, by a bike, by walking, that is a car off the road. They're better for the environment. They're a lot cheaper than a car. Maintaining bike infrastructure is also a lot cheaper than building and maintaining roads. With my bike fully loaded with groceries, it's about 150 pounds, including me. The average midsize SUV is about 5,000 pounds. So which one do you think puts more wear and tear on the road? There's also health benefits, builds community, all kinds of things like that. Item 99, please vote yes. Tampa desperately needs more sidewalks. But again, the city needs to get more creative in finding ways to keep people from parking on the sidewalks. No point in building all those wonderful new sidewalks if they're just going to be covered with cars, boats, trailers, porta potties, all of these other things. Expecting people to call in every violation. I call parking all the time, they're very responsive. But expecting people to call in every violation is simply not going to work. I encourage city staff. I'm sure city staff can come up with lots of creative ways. Things like signage. So keep
much,
stuff
ma'am.
off the sidewalks. Vote yes, though.
Thank you. Stephen Michelini, Stephanie Pointer, Jason Ashton. Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Good morning, Council. Steve Michelini. I'm here regarding the in lieu fee regarding sidewalks. And I've looked at the analysis that the city had given me regarding their costs, and they have included a significant number of things that probably you shouldn't include. They also were analyzing 800 linear feet on one project, 1,500 linear feet on another one, and 1,750 feet on another one. The in lieu fee is for like 50-foot lots and 60-foot lots. You can't compare those costs. And let me show you what the city actually is paying for sidewalks. And this is from the analysis that they provided to me. Their actual costs are $63.25 and or 97 for 6-inch, $97.75. This came from the analysis that they provided to me. Here, here's the links, 800 linear feet, 1,500 linear feet, 1,750 linear feet. A typical small scales project is 50 to 100 feet maximum. I also have a number of bids that were provided that are actual construction bids. These are what the city based their analysis on appears to be estimates from an engineering company. But these are actual costs for projects that went in this past year. $23 a linear foot. This one is, again, if you think about a lot that's 50 feet wide, 20 feet, 24 feet of that comes out as of the driveway. So that remains 30 feet, not these 1,500 linear feet projects that you're seeing. This one is from Sterling Bay, Gary Brown, 3,300 or 3,395 per linear foot. Here's another one, $1,210. And let me show you what they've included in here. Tree removal, clearing and grubbing, fire hydrants. Anyway, here, you can have a look. I've highlighted this. Thermoplastic, utility fixtures, tree protection, usually the tree in lieu fee is used when you have a grand tree or something like that that you can't remove. Try going to the variance board and tell them you want to remove a tree because of a sidewalk. It doesn't happen. We need to compare like costs to like costs. We'll be happy to work with the city staff to come up
Thank you
with
very much, sir.
an analysis of a real value.
Thank you, sir. Stephanie
We don't have any
Pointer.
problem with passing,
Thank
going
you,
and
sir.
changing
Thank you,
it.
sir. Thank you, sir. Stephanie Pointer, Jason Ashton, Linda Ponticelli. Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good morning, Stephanie Pointer. I'd like to point out that Mr. Michelini showed you a bunch of developers who actually installed sidewalks. Not my problem. That's a great thing. They should all install the sidewalks unless they can't. And then they pay the city to do it. You know why the city has to pay more? Because they have to do all of those crazy things in order to do it. So let's be real here. You can pay the cheap price and do it yourself, or you can pay the more expensive price and let the city do it for you. Sorry, not sorry. It doesn't make any sense. And of course, I pulled this data exactly from the last time the sidewalk stuff came. And so what we would have to pay out of pocket, the city of Tampa, citizens, the people who did not, ask for a new sidewalk or that we need new sidewalks, the difference between what was paid in and what was paid out was like $1.9 million that the citizens would be paying out of pocket. I forgot about that spreadsheet until I got up here and saw Mr. Michelini put his up. Development can be done well, and it can be done half-baked, and that's me putting it nicely. I'd offer that number 16 and 17 on your agenda also show half-baked development. That is there are all these lots that are not taken care of by people who tore down homes so that they could sell the vacant lots. And so then they neglect the vacant lots over and over and over again, and the city has to go out and mow them, pick up garbage, clean up after them. And that is the perfect example of why this is a problem. We have great developers in the city who do sidewalks every time they build something. They do the stuff that they're supposed to do. They work around trees. They figure out solutions to problems. And then we have developers who are lazy and want to pawn it off on the city and on the citizens. We pay taxes. Yes, we pay those. But we need sidewalks around schools. We need sidewalks in lots and lots of places every single day. I just sat back there in the back row and answered an email from somebody who I've never met before who contacted them because they want sidewalks. Well, we don't have any money to pay for sidewalks because these folks who can't put a sidewalk in a particular location are not paying in squat. Okay? So let's get over it. And let's talk about a realistic situation. 290 linear feet on Commerce Street, which is where West Shore turns to go to Picnic Island. 300 trucks every single day drive around that curve. But yet the developer who filed to live local, they can do whatever they want, said, oh, we can't put in the sidewalks there. Why not? Because they know that, oh yeah, they might have to pay whatever Mr. Michelini showed you for their sidewalks, but we have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars more. Why do we gift them their sidewalks? Why would you give away our tax dollars to these people because they want to do a half-assed job? Have a good day. Thank you.
Jason Ashton, Linda Ponticelli, Robert Ponticelli.
Are we allowed to switch?
You want to come up together? Okay. Who are you? John Ashton? Jason Ashton? Come on, John Ashton. Okay, come on up.
We're going to let Linda go.
Okay.
Is it okay if I go first?
We're just going to switch.
Switch?
Are you Linda Ponticelli?
Yes.
Okay, so.
We're
all right.
speaking on the same item.
Same item.
Yeah, you each get 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'd like to have her go
Can I go
first.
first?
Oh,
Does
okay,
it-
all
I
right,
have the
all right, go
history
ahead,
of
go
the-
ahead. Linda Ponticelli.
Okay, thanks.
I get stage fright.
Okay, my name is Linda Ponticelli. City Council, thank you for hearing me out. I am here to plead with you, along with some of my neighbors, for assistance with my Riverside Heights alley between the 800 block of Braddock and Alfred Street. When my new house was being built, my husband and I were informed that any new build with an alley access needed to have the garage off the alley.
That was not our preference due to the difficulties and the inconvenience, but we liked the lot and were led to believe that the city would pave it like all the other alleys in the neighborhood. This is a picture of the alley north of us, which currently has one garage access. This is the alley south of us, which has two garage accesses. And this is our alley, which currently has 8 garage accesses. If we lived in a $100,000 home in rural Florida, this could be acceptable, but we live in a $1 million home in the city of Tampa, and this is how we have to access our house. I've tried for 20 months to have the city of Tampa address this issue. I've created tickets, I've called departments, and I've gotten no response. When we first moved into the house, our alley was about 1.5 inches to the top of our driveway. Now, it's almost 4 inches because the sand is eroding daily with all the traffic. The city did create a service request, but I was informed that it is in referred status with no update for our timeline for the work to be done. I also want to show you the progression of the erosion. So this is a Google Maps picture of the entrance to the alley in 2023. Not too bad. Then this is the entrance in December of 2024, and this is in March 2025. So as you can see, it's rapidly eroding. I also want to say that my home and the one next door to me, which Jason actually lives in, were built on what was a single lot. We currently pay nearly 5 times the property taxes of the owners of the original house that was on our lot. Because we followed the rules, we're the ones paying the price. If you could somehow make this a priority to give me and my immediate alley neighbors the quality of life that my other neighbors have, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much. Jason Ashton, Robert Ponticelli. Crystal Richardson, Pastor Williams Montesma.
I'd like to thank the council for listening to us today.
Sure, please
I'm
state
just
your name.
really following up on what Linda said.
State your name, sir.
Sorry, Jason Ashton.
Go ahead, sir.
Just following up on what Linda said. If we were in the situation originally, we would have all opted to have the garages in the front. We understand that the ordinance has changed, and we have, I think, 8 homes under construction on our street right now. A majority of those that are on the same side are going to have the ability to put in driveways and garages in the front. It doesn't change their visibility or the aesthetics of what that alleyway looks like. While they won't be coming and going, what is happening is the trucks that are doing the building are coming and going every day. And as a result, this alleyway is continuing to erode, it's continuing to sink, and it's just causing all kinds of problems. If this was an aesthetic issue, obviously a different conversation, we're probably not here, but this is more a safety issue, in addition to being a problem for the homeowners. As Linda referenced, our tax liabilities have gone up considerably, and as a result, we're not getting what I would think is day one maintenance or access for this alleyway. More importantly, on a personal level, I have a toddler, I have a 3-year-old. Every time I open the garage, I'm horrified because anybody who's had a toddler, they like to move fast. Trying to keep up and trying to get him to look both ways is impossible with these large trucks coming and going. So we're just looking for what we were told originally, that this was going to be a maintained access road, maintained alleyway, and to have this thing paved. Not sure if we have the funds available, but if we could find a way to work with the Department of Mobility to access some of these funds and get a basic paving job, if not doing it the correct way, it would be not only beneficial to the neighborhood, it's beneficial to the city, because as I continue to look at the erosion, and as Linda pointed out, in just a year, you've got considerable erosion. This is going to continue to be a problem, and because it is city property, it's going to fall back on the city, not to mention our homes are going to be continued at risk as this continues. So anything we could do to find the funds would be greatly appreciated, helpful, And as far as I think a lot of us are concerned, it should happen because that's what we were told when we were building originally. We would never have opted to have a detached garage in the back way.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Chief
you.
Bennett, would you be able to get their information before they leave? He did? Oh, oh, you, okay. Very good. Robert Ponticelli, Crystal Richardson, Pastor Frank Williams.
Hi, my name is Robert Ponticelli. My wife and I have lived in Tampa for the past 20 years. Despite my accent, we've been here. We consider Tampa our home. We've owned 9 properties in South Howard area and in the Channel District during that time, 9 properties. Some as investments, some as we've lived at. We've recently moved to the Riverside Heights neighborhood and built a single-family home. Just to maybe add a few different things, on our block that faces the alley we're talking about, there's 11 total homes. 6 of them will have a build date of 2023 or newer. So there's 4 under construction now, but 6. That in the entire Riverside Heights area, my wife and I exercise and we'll jog and we'll walk daily. I don't think there's 6 of 11 on one side of the street anywhere else in Riverside Heights. So we actually have a really busy, a lot of activity going on. We have a lot of new homes going. And as I think my wife pointed out, that's good from a revenue standpoint. So we're hoping that maybe you can help folks and find us some money for this. The other thing I want to add is with all the new buildings that are going, even the ones with the front-facing, the new homes with the front-facing garages, we have 2 of the new ones and 1 of the existing ones have an ADU unit, which is on the back. I'm guessing that the access point, although I don't know, they're still under construction, is going to be through this alley. So we're thinking there's going to be a heightened, increased level of traffic. Also, the neighborhood's really changing. Most of the homes, when we moved there a couple of years ago, went in the $300,000 and $400,000 range. Right now, our home was nearly $1 million when we finished it. The cheap homes are like $1.2 million. The home directly across the street from us on the 800 block of Braddock just sold for $2.4 million. A home on Adderley this week, which is 1 block north of us, just closed for $1.4 million. So it's really transitioning from what may have looked like a middle-class neighborhood maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago. It's actually becoming like an upscale neighborhood. So it's kind of unique. The other thing I'd say, we were there building our house. We didn't buy it pre-built, but the home next door where Jason lives was being pre-built. I had at least a half a dozen people that were looking at that house. My wife and I are outside working a lot in our yard. Came to us and say, hey, what do you think of the neighborhood? And, you know, we tried to be positive on it. At least 6 of them said they couldn't put an offer in even though they loved the house because they were concerned about the alley. So we're also concerned about our property value. In the neighborhood's transition, and we actually become quite embarrassed when we have visitors come because they come and they look and they say, oh, geez, you guys got a beautiful house. Well, when are you finishing out back? And it's just, it just doesn't seem right. And we're hoping with all the new builds, there's more money.
Much, sir. Crystal Richardson, Pastor Williams, Montesnot, and our final speaker is Robin Lockett. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Crystal Richardson. Just to piggyback on the last 3, same subject. I'm a native of Tampa, born and raised. I'm a local real estate agent. The developers that he was just speaking about on Adderley, we actually represent those sales. So very familiar with Riverside Heights and the growth that our community has. They have lived here for much longer. We bought our house actually this past December, and we bought it because of the investment for the mother-in-law suite and being able to have that as a short-term rental, which our parking is all through the back. We're fixing up our section by putting mulch in and making it nice and feasible as a parking area. But the drive in from either end, I have a low vehicle that I will not drive down that alleyway because of the potholes. I think our section is probably the worst of the area. As she showed earlier, you've got asphalt on both ends, but again, it really is becoming an actual issue. We have new construction on both sides. The construction trucks, I mean, there's concrete being poured today. It's getting out of control, to be honest. I walk my dog down there every day and I gotta get a new fresh pair of white sneakers every time because it's just disaster. But hopefully we can find a solution. There are more neighbors moving into that street. Like he said, there's actually 20 properties that share that alley. More than half of them have driveway access in the backside. So they're all in trucks. Unfortunately, all the cars are not really doing well, but hopefully we can find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pastor Williams?
Yes. I'm gonna let him go ahead.
Okay.
Uhuru and tis not interesting conversation. Don't want to go off on a tangent because I'm here to talk about child support, Tampa, Florida. But if y'all so rich and y'all so wealthy and y'all got these homes, and if who living in a $100,000 home is whatever, don't deserve city services, why don't y'all just band together and fix your own homes? Fix your own street. I fix things around my home in my neighborhood all the time. And I'm not that rich, okay? Economically disadvantaged. But what I'm here to talk about is none of that stupidness. I'm here to talk about child support. Yeah. The Social Security Administration, State of Florida, and other child support enforcement, intricately interconnected entities, are using the federally and/or privately funded Title 4D child support program for financially incentivized purposes beyond child support enforcement, collection, recovery, distribution, sanction, and punishment. Some of the alternative purposes of the child support program appears to be low-level eugenics, ethnic cleansing, population control, reproduction deterrent, self-induced Negro genocide by means of African American women utilize and legalize abortion options at a rate 5 times higher than that of North Americans or white women, slow Negro genocide, racial or skin color discrimination, rights violations, reinstitution of various forms of chattel slavery, indentured servitude, debtors' prisons, black codes, Jim Crow laws, grandfather clauses, Ku Klux Klan, Daughters of the Confederacy, Black Legion, sharecropping, peonage, convict leasing, black designer laws, and active participation in the modern-day prison industrial complex via the criminalization of poverty and the Title 4D wing of the institution of coercion called the Social Security Administration. The Social Security Administration, Title 4D, and the Florida Department of Revenue Child Support Enforcement Program are prime candidates for a class action lawsuit. The Florida Department of Revenue Child Support Enforcement Program, along with the State of Florida Office of the Assistant Attorney General, clerks of courts, chief judges, individual lower tribunal judges, magistrates, hearing officers, assistant attorney generals, and any DOR, CSE employee operates with a degree of confidence and certainty that it is absolutely and positively nothing that any poor and working class deadbeat parent can possibly do about their family rights being violated. The DOR blatant rights violations against suspecting or unsuspecting parents, especially if most of those violated individuals or respondents were not represented by legal counsel. Thus, it's a greater possibility that if any legal contradictions are uncovered in the future within the respondent's child support administrative or judicial child support cases, those newly discovered violations, irrespective of how gross, will have minimal effect on any previous administrative or judicial decisions or court orders and will be barred by statutory time limitations.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
And Pastor Williams.
Hello, my name is Dr. Frank Williams. I was located on 1112 East Scott Street, but guy come in there, called himself on to purchase my church, and haven't given me a brown penny. So once y'all get one of these letters here, try to see what you can do for me. I ain't nothing but a citizen of the United States of America. That's what I thought I was. But you know what? I got this here in the mail. This is my people talking about West Tampa instead of East Tampa. Help shape East Tampa future. I'm going to read it to you. The East Tampa Community Redevelopment, CRA, is updating its community redevelopment plan, and we need your input. They must be talking about West Tampa. They don't care about nothing about us in East Tampa. All we got to do is just live and die. But we have to understand what you're doing for the people of East Tampa is what they're doing for people in West Tampa. Now, it's been, the mayor put so much money in her budget for West Tampa, over billions and billions of dollars. In East Tampa, she won't put a damn thing in there. We got that Jackson House right there. Should have had 100 citation on it. It ain't got the first citation on it. Let the code enforcement should have y'all to tear it down. What is it sitting up there for? And they should build some nice homes over there for homeless people, really. But we don't care. People that are not able to put out money like you all are, you don't care nothing about it. But we have to understand, we're citizens and we're human beings of the United States of America. And we should be respected as that, whether y'all like it or not. God is the one that created us. And he did a good job of creating a lot of y'all, because we do look like a human being. At least we ain't crawling around like no rat. And we got to thank God for his creation and give him all the praises and all the glory. I want to thank y'all for letting me get a. You got some fine? Yes. Okay, give each one of them ones, please. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just want y'all to know that we're not trying to be hard on y'all, but y'all are hard on us. Y'all don't want to do nothing for us. But we got to keep praying, trusting the Lord. Everything gonna work out in our favor. And this one of y'all workers here, Miss Johnson here, she's a good person. She treat me right, and I thank God for her. And don't imitate her treating me right. Let me sit down.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is Miss Robin Lockett. Thank you very much. Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name.
Robin Lockett. Good morning. First, I want to say that I'm excited about the hurricane relief program that was launched this week. $3.2 million to help citizens that were impacted by the hurricane. So I'm happy that that is up and going. Second of all, there's a lot of conversation about sidewalks today. We have to resolve it, right? With all the, especially when we have something to do with the building and we have control over including whether a builder does X, Y, Z. So I think we do need sidewalks. Schools need sidewalks. All of these large subdivisions are going up and no sidewalks. So that should be an automatic thing when we're talking about all of this building that we are allowing to happen in the city of Tampa. I'm still talking about the Yellow Jackets. I want the Yellow Jackets to be made whole. Whole is, if they had 2 fields in West Tampa and a building, they should have 2 fields across from that cemetery and a building. They had a concession stand and a building. That is very, very important. And I'm just making it real clear. In regards to the cosmetic things, because I drive by there and I see that they are doing things, but we want a building. Coach Wright has made it clear that he wants his building back. That's making it whole, because that's what they had at the prior field. So whatever has to be done, and if he's doing handshakes because he trusted the administration prior to you guys, that handshake is saying, and I've heard them say in meetings that we're going to make the Yellow Jackets whole, right? So that's what whole means to us, that they have a working concession stand and a building. Or you could put the building, their offices on top of that concession stand, but they want a building. So thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. That concludes public comment. We will now go to any requests by the public for reconsideration of legislative matters. I see no one. Let's go to the consent agenda. Councilmember Vieira, you have public safety 4 through 10.
So move.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira. We have a second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Henderson, you're the
Yes.
chair for Neighborhood and Community
Yes,
Affairs.
Chair. I move, well, before I move, I would just want to speak on item 13, which is the $103,000 from the NCAA Nonprofit Association for the basketball tournament that's coming here. They're going to upgrade the equipment at the former Boys and Girls Club. It's actually called the Riverfront Recreation Center at 1301 North Boulevard, along with the decor of the 2025 Women's Final Four basketball tournament. So excited to be welcoming them to town. I move items 11 through 25 for Neighborhood and Community Affairs.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Yes, I move items 26 through 47.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Miranda, Finance Committee.
Chairman, I move items 48 through 51.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Carlson.
I move 52 through 70.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Councilmember Clendenin, Mobility and Asset Management.
I move items 71 through 74.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Can we get a motion to move 93 and 94? We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. We need to set a few items for public hearings, 75, 76, and 77. Who would like to make that motion? We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda setting 75, 76, and 77. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, we're going to go to second readings. These are let's get a motion to open the 10 o'clock and 10 o'clock public hearing from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. All
Mr.
right.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
We want to let, I see we have some folks from the Straz. You want to let them know we moved their resolution, so it's done.
Yeah, the Straz is all set, sir. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, we have a motion to open the 10 a.m. public hearings. If you're going to speak on these items, which are 78 through 87, please stand, raise your right hand, and we'll swear you in. I do. All right, we're going to start with item 78. Ms. Johnson Velez, or no? Sir, come on up.
Good morning, Carl Brody from Legal. Today we have second reading for the event zone for the Women's Final Four. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Any questions? All right, do you have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item 78? I see no one. Can I get a motion to close? We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading 78?
I move it, Mr. Chairman, and let me tell you what, this is the fastest growing sport in America, I think, the women's basketball. They have really turned this thing around. An ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance is designating a portion of Tampa as an event zone in order to regulate activities from April 2nd, 2025 to April 7th, 2025 in preparation for hosting the 2025 NCAA Women's Final Four, designating geographic boundaries, dates, and times for the event zone, regulating and prohibiting temporary outdoor activities, tents, signages, and commercial promotions in the right-of-ways, providing for inspection and permit, providing for the First Amendment amended zones, providing for penalties, providing for definition, providing for severability, repealing conflicts, and providing effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Henderson. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Vieira, I see you were absent at vote for 79 and a few others, 81,
Yes,
82.
and
Were you able
I-
to review the record?
Yes, and if I recall, this was a day, I think I had a mandatory meeting for a field trip. My son was taken to New York with his school, so yes, of course, as part of the, yes.
All right, item number 79. Yes, ma'am. Come on up, please state your name.
Good morning, Council. Emma Gregory, Legal Department. We're here for a second reading of a proposed ordinance that was actually presented in response to Council's motion, amending 15-104 to include the Yellow Brick Road area into the permit parking zones. So here if you have any questions. Council didn't have any questions for first reading, so in
Any
case
questions?
you change your mind.
Do we have anybody in the public for public comment? Yes, ma'am, come on up.
Stephanie Pointer, I just want to know when there were public information meetings about these changes. Thanks. I hadn't seen them. Nobody I know of has seen them.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else here to speak? We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Vieira.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, I move an ordinance presented for second reading, adoption and ordinance, City of Tampa, relating to Chapter 15 Parking, Article 2 Regulations, Permits, Penalties, amending Section 15-104 Residential Parking Permit Only Area, providing for repeal of all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, providing for severability, providing effective dates.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Clendenin. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right.
Thank you.
We can now open, we have a few more, we can open the 10:30 a.m. petition.
So move open.
Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. And I believe we had a couple new people walk in. If you're going to speak on any item between 80 and 88 and you have not been sworn in, please stand, raise your right hand. We have a couple people. Yes. All right, that covers everybody. Item number 80. Do we have, yes, go ahead, please say your name.
Good morning, Christopher DeBonch, Development Coordination. Item number 80 is REZ 2445. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 3807 and 3811 West Swan Avenue. The request is to rezone from planned development to planned development, allowing for residential single-family attached uses. This is, of course, before you for second reading. Revisions have been completed and certified plans have been submitted to the clerk's office. I am available for any questions.
Any questions? All right, any applicant for item number 80? Yes, sir. Mr. Mechanic, please state your name.
Mr. Chairman, Council, my name is David Mechanic here on behalf of the applicant. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 80? Yes, sir, come on up and state your name.
Good morning, members of the council.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Kyle Ross. I've been before you once before on this issue. I'm one of the neighbors directly abutting this project and one of the town homeowners directly impacted by this project. We left the last meeting where I spoke and multiple others about moving the dumpster from the northwest corner, where it was abutting against 3 different properties, move it to the northeast corner. Mr. Miranda, you had a very clear directive. Move the dumpster to the northeast corner. And I'm shocked because I went online and I looked at their plans. It was moved. It was moved from the northeast corner, excuse me, the northwest corner, right here, to the southeast corner. So now this dumpster is going to be the first thing that people see when they're driving down Swan Avenue. And I was shocked to think that they could get away with doing that, to think that we wouldn't check the plans, to think that they could pull the wool over the eyes of all the councils to do that. And members of the council, I think it's a symptom of a bigger problem here. You see, they don't have respect for the community that they're barging into. And I want to remind the panel that in 2021, David Weekley, they built 3 townhomes on the same size plot of land where they're trying to build 12 units. And it's too much on too little property. And they came in here last time. I ran out of time when I was trying to speak about how they didn't need to do a traffic study. Members of the panel, they need to do a traffic study. This is one of the worst bottlenecks of traffic in the entire city, if not the worst. When it's blocked up on weekends, especially with Trader Joe's and it's gridlock from Dale Mabry to Clark, there's constantly people driving on the wrong side of the road recklessly to avoid that traffic. And here's some photos of it. Here's a photo from ABC Action News, basically standing in my driveway talking about it. Here's a photo that I took from my balcony showing that gridlock, and that is regular gridlock. They absolutely need to conduct a traffic study. Don't let them try to pull a fast one like they're trying to do with the dumpster and try to say they don't need to do a study for traffic as well. This is a big project. It's a big straw. It just might break the camel's back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else in the public that wishes to speak? Come on up. Yes, sir. Is there anybody else after this gentleman? Okay. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Alt, 3815 West Swan. I just want to echo what Kyle said. The agreement was to move that dumpster to the east side, and I think the agreement was specifically to move it to the rear of the east side, abutting the commercial properties that are there, and another dumpster enclosure that's there for the businesses, the bagel shop and the smoothie shop and Burger King that's there, and putting all the dumpsters together in that far corner. Our speculation is, pure speculation, is that there's a residential property behind that, right behind this, owned by the same group that they're looking to develop, and they don't want the dumpster near that property to lower that property value. That's my speculation. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But the agreement we all left with at the last meeting was that dumpster was going to be in the northeast corner of that property. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, next speaker. Yes, sir. Is there anybody after this gentleman? All right. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Please state your name.
Ryan Canellis. I'm one of the neighbors as well, members of the council. I'll just say enough has been said on it. We've reconvened here to revisit the same thing. It's unfortunate and borderline insulting if, in fact, that dumpster wasn't moved to the correct position. I'd like us all to, get back to what we agreed upon to begin with. If they have not already, I'm sure they'll state their case. I did run a quick search. I am not a property Google expert by any means. However, I did see the same name on the property on the opposite side. That is an open lot. So once again, I don't know what they're planning. I hope they have good, successful projects there, but I also hope they do it by respecting the community surrounding them. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Wait, we still have public comments, sir. Wait, you'll have rebuttal. No. He's part of the applicant. No, we have public comment. Who's going to go first? Okay, sir, and then Ms. Pointer. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Good morning. Trey Weingart, 4119 West Leona Street.
I'll find out. Sorry, sir.
No problem. Understood. A couple of things I would like to point out here is that this property, as it's currently zoned, is also permitted for a 14,000 square foot commercial building. Now, Mr. Cohen has actually done a traffic study on this property.
Are you part of the applicant?
I'm the son-in-law of the applicant.
Wait as part of rebuttal.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because you're connected to it. So,
Okay.
All right, Ms. Pointer, you will be the last public comment speaker, then we'll go to rebuttal. I see Mr. Mechanic and others here. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Stephanie Pointer. I just need to ask one simple question. Why do the citizens of Tampa need to look at these people's garbage? I mean, why would you put it on the corner where everybody, it's gonna be on the corner? And I was here for the last hearing, and these folks said they were gonna put it on the northeast corner. Do what you say you're gonna do. And I'll remind everybody, you're under oath when you stand up here. That's all I got to say. Oh, and guess what? Just because you meet with the neighborhood doesn't mean you listen, and this is the perfect example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mechanic, you have rebuttal here. My question, as you've heard, regarding the movement of this dumpster, judging from what was shown here, is that dumpster now along Swan Avenue?
This is David Mechanic to the applicant. We filed a plan, and I would ask your staff to confirm this. We moved the dumpster to the northeast corner, and I have the site plan, and I'm going to put it on the Elma. If you could see, the dumpster was originally in this corner. We moved it over here, which is as far into the corner as we could get. There's drainage at the exact corner, but it's exactly where we were told to put it.
Can we refrain from conversations in the back and throughout the room? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
So can the staff confirm that we put the dumpster where I just said it?
I'd like to see, what has been filed and why
This
are we
is,
getting...
what I have on the Elmo is what was filed.
And where did the public get the information that the dumpster
I
was
have
facing
no
on
idea
Swan?
that-
What is in the official record of what we're voting on now?
I
And what has
put
changed
that
from
on
first
the
to second?
Elmo.
Okay, and I want to confirm with staff so the public knows and we can see it. Yes, sir, please state your name.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. This is the site plan that you are voting on today. The applicant did comply with council's request to move the dumpster to this location in the northeast corner. When it comes to second readings, the applicant provides 4 hard copies. Those are then certified by staff and then brought to the clerk and the city. Those aren't necessarily uploaded to Acela because once they're certified by the council chair, we are then scanning them in and then uploading them to the Acela record. So the plan that they were looking at is a plan that was an iteration well in the past before DRC. That is a very old plan that was shown by the public.
So should this get approval today, being that I have to sign the site plan after the fact, I'm gonna see this dumpster in this location as you're showing now, not what the public had told me. And there is, just to confirm, is there any way after we vote that they can change anything, or they by law, on record and under oath, have to oblige by what we're looking at right now, where the dumpster is in this northeast corner?
Yes, sir. This will be the plan of record. This will be the plan that they will be beholden to build to.
And there's no way to circumvent it after the fact?
Not that I am aware of. I think a substantial change to move the dumpster to anywhere else would not be approved.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Clendon and Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Go ahead. You said my name second, sorry.
That's okay. Question, because I know there are other changes. Do you have a site plan that came at the first reading? And what other changes were made to that site plan between first and second reading?
Oh, well, the changes were listed in the staff report, and we made all of the staff changes.
So did you eliminate one townhouse? Is that?
No, we did not.
Okay, and are there any changes to the dimensions of the townhouses?
No.
Okay, so the only changes were the relocation of, and you did some visitor parking changes?
No changes to the parking. There are changes to the wording of the notes and the waiver. That's
Okay.
all.
Mr. Thomas, is that correct?
St. Thomas Development Coordination, yes, that's correct. The applicant made all the revisions that were supposed to be made on the revision sheet, in addition to moving the dumpster like council requested.
Okay. I still want to go on record of what my objection was on the first reading, is that as you looked, when one of the neighbors put the overhead of this street, every one of these single-family attached houses or single-family homes, all are forward-facing to Swan. All their doors face Swan. It is a neighborhood street. I'm not even going to address the traffic issue, because the traffic issue is created by the mistake of putting the supermarket where it is, and they're the ones that created that problem. The fact that this parcel is zoned to have an office building, the reason they're not building an office building is the market's changed. You know, office capacities have plummeted, so that's the reason they're changing to a different market. But the appropriate development pattern for this, obviously, it should be forward-facing, either detached or attached single-family homes, forward-facing to Swan, to mix this neighborhood. This is a substantial change. You're putting alley-style homes isolated from the neighborhood, just to squeeze on what 2.5 lots maybe? I don't even know what it would be if you were to build houses here, but single-family homes, maybe just 2. The appropriate development pattern here, again, I just can't get past this. We vote on these things time and time again. We look at the neighborhoods, and that these type of development to be compatible with those folks that invested in their homes to the west of this property and to the southwest of this property. They all invested in a single-family attached neighborhood with a consistent development pattern, and we are dramatically changing that development in the neighborhood that they have their single most probably highest investment they'll ever have in their life.
Thank you. Councilmember, anybody else?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
am I allowed to finish my rebuttal?
Of course. Yeah, you have time. Go ahead.
I think I only spoke for about 3 minutes.
You still have time. The rebuttals are 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, I would like to address the traffic. First of all, whatever congestion is out there was permitted by the city before we ever came on the scene. We don't generate one car today on that property. And I'd just like to remind council, this is the traffic analysis that we submitted previously. The blue bar reflects the use that was originally on the site, a daycare center. The red bar is the approved office, and the green bar is what we are proposing today. So we are proposing a substantially reduced amount of traffic for this particular piece of property. And again, my client is not generating any of the problem. There might be some things the city ought to be able to do about Trader Joe's, but I just respectfully request you don't deny this zoning application because you don't like what's happening with Trader Joe's. So with that, I will conclude my rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there anything else? If not, I'll
Nothing
ask for a
else.
motion to close. No, that's done. Motion to close from Councilmember Henderson, second Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Henderson, would you like to?
Yes, sir. Yes, I move file number REZ 24-45, an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3807 and 3811 West Swan Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development to PD plan development residential single-family attached, providing an effective date.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Hurtak.
I'm just going to reiterate my no vote because of pretty much what Councilmember Clendenin said. This is a development that absolutely does not fit in scale and size and to the rest of the street. It's very disappointing, and it's just not what we need to be seeing in the city.
Thank you. All right, please record your vote.
Motion carried with Clendenin and Hurtak voting no.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 81 is next.
Again, for the record, Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. Item number 81 is REZ 2470. This item is a rezoning request for property located at 3602 West Azeel Street. The request is to rezone from planned development to planned development allowing business, professional, and medical office uses. Revisions have been completed and certified plans have been submitted to the clerk's office. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? All right, seeing none. Do we have an applicant for item number 81? Is there an applicant for 81? There is no applicant for 81. Well, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on 81? There is no public comment for 81. Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Councilmember Clendenin.
I move file number REZ 2470, an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3602 West Azeel Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly describes in Section 1 from zoning district classifications, PD plan development to PD plan development business, professional, and medical office, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, a second from Councilman Vieira. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. All right, item number 82. Go ahead, sir.
For the record, Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. Item number 82 is REZ 24101. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 8813 Brook Street, 8901 North 13th Street, and 8814 North 14th Street. The request is to rezone from industrial general and residential single-family 50 to industrial general. This is a Euclidean rezoning request. There's no site plan associated with the application. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any questions for the gentleman? No? Come on up, sir. Please state your name.
Good morning, City Council. Ryan Manassi with Johnson & Pope, Director of Development and Planning, 400 North Ashley Drive, Suite 3100. I'm here for any questions. Should you not have any, just respectfully request your approval.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the gentleman? Nope. Is there anybody here for item number 82 to speak for public comment? We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? All right. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
File number REZ 24-101, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, and ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 8813 Brooks Street, 8901 North 13th Street, and 8814 North 14th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification IG Industrial General and RS50 Residential Single Family to IG Industrial General, providing an effective date.
We have motion from Councilmember Hertai, second from Councilmember Clendenin. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Item number 83. Go ahead, sir.
For the record again, Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. Item number 83 is REZ 24102. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 3604 Temple Street. The request is to rezone from residential multifamily 16 to residential multifamily 18. This is a Euclidean rezoning request. There are no site plans associated with it. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? I see none. Do we have an applicant for item number 83? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on 83? I see no one. We have motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Carlson, 83.
I'd like to move item number 83, file number REZ 24-102, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3604 Temple Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to RM18 residential multifamily, providing effective date.
We have motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right. Item number 84. Go ahead, sir.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. Agenda item number 84 is REZ 24104. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 402 South Oregon Avenue. The request is to rezone from residential multifamily 12 to planned development for single-family detached. Revisions have been made, and certified plans have been submitted to the clerk's office. Ron with Historic Preservation and myself are available if you all have any questions.
All right. Any questions for the gentleman? Applicant for item number 84.
Steve
Yes,
McElhaney, representing the petitioner. We respectfully request your approval. We were found consistent by all of the staff, and we've been through a lot with this, but we'd appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on 84? We have a motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Councilmember Miranda.
Item number 84, REZ 24-104. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property general vicinity of 402 South Oregon Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly describes in Section 1 from zoning districts classification RM12 residential multifamily to PD planned development residential single family detached, providing an effective date. Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilman Vieira. Please record your vote.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you very much. Item number 85. Go ahead, sir.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. Agenda item number 85 is REZ 24108. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 2902 Melbourne Boulevard. The request is to rezone from residential multifamily 16 and commercial intensive to commercial general. Since this is a Euclidean rezoning, there is no site plan. I'm available if there's any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? All right, Mr. Pressman is registered online. Is he online? And then, did he get sworn in? All right, Mr. Pressman, please turn your camera on, raise your right hand, we'll swear you in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please raise your right hand, turn your camera on, and we'll swear you in. Can you see him? All right, we're just waiting for your image to appear.
It's coming up.
Okay. There we go. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, sir. Anything to present on 85?
No, this request has been very positive. We had no opposition, and respectfully request to support a council of its unanimous decision on the first reading. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the gentleman? No, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on 85? We have a motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Councilmember Vieira, 85.
Yes, sir, my pleasure. Move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2902 Melbourne Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily and CI commercial intensive to CG commercial general, providing effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, council.
Thank you very much. Next up is 86.
Same
Hutto's
Promise Development
Corner.
Coordination. Agenda item number 86 is REZ 24110. The item is a rezoning request for the property located at 622 and 642 West Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and 3912, 3915, and 3917 North Boulevard. The request is to rezone from planned development to commercial general. Since this is a Euclidean rezoning, there is no site plan. I'm available if there are any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? Nope. Do we have a applicant? Yes, sir. Come on up. Please state your name.
Steve McElhaney, representing the petitioner. This is a reversal, removing a PD and taking it back to Euclidean zoning. It was unanimously supported last time. We respectfully request your support.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? I see none. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 86? We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Henderson, 86.
Yes, homage to Hutto's Corner. I move file number REZ 24110, an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 622 and 642 West Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and 3912, 3915, and 3917 North Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development to CG commercial general and RS 50 residential single family, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilman Vieira. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, sir. All right, item number 87, our last rezoning.
Same Thomas Development Coordination. Agenda item number 87 is REZ 2519. This item is a request to rezone the property located at 3502 North Lincoln Avenue. The request is to rezone from residential single-family 50 to planned development for residential single-family attached. Revisions have been completed and certified plans have been submitted to the clerk's office. I'm available if there's any questions.
Any questions? All right, is there an applicant here for 87? Nope? All right. Is there anybody, well?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
We can hear you, but we can't see you, and we need to see you on video. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Yeah.
It won't let me turn my camera on yet.
Do you have any objection if we just go forward and ask for public comment?
No, I do not.
Okay. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item 87? There's nobody here. All right. Councilman Clendenin with a motion to close. Second, Councilman Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember Clendenin, would you like to read this?
I move file number REZ 2519, an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3502 North Lincoln Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications, RS 50, residential single family, to PD plan development, residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
Second. We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. All right. Item number 88 is a petition to vacate, and we have a presentation. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Ross Samus, Development Coordination, presenting file number VAC 25-01. I'd like to ask the clerk to share that on the screen, please. Yeah, the applicant's name, Hubert Avenue Investments LLC. Property address is 4614 North Hubert Avenue. This is a proposed vacating request to vacate a portion of West Chelsea Street located north of Alva Street, south of Cuyahoga Street, east of Manhattan Avenue, and west of Hubert Avenue. This application was filed October 17, 2024. This right-of-way was created by subdivision plat. The existing right-of-way is approximately 28,086 square feet. Here's the proposed vacating request in yellow and the applicant's property in red. Here's West Chelsea. This is the plat in which it was created. West Chelsea proposed area in red. Here's an image in the field looking east from North Manhattan. Again, approximate location of West Chelsea. This is looking west from North Hubert Avenue. Approximate location of West Chelsea. Staff has no objections to this vacating request. The special conditions include natural resources must comply with Chapter 27 as regards to tree preservation and site design for any improvements placed adjacent to trees in a vacated area. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Clendenin.
Can you put the overhead showing the vacation as well?
Yeah, just 1 second.
So the applicant only owns the property to the north?
To the north, correct.
To the north, and the properties to the south have technically, I guess if it was open, would have access to this alley?
It wasn't an alley, it was actually platted as a street. It's 50 feet wide. Now, as far as access, currently, there's a lot of property owners out there that have it fenced off, I guess, just unaware at the time, maybe. And didn't do the proper due diligence, maybe. But in the field, it's not drivable.
Okay.
And it's been that way for some time.
Okay, thank you.
And it's industrial zoning.
Understand.
Thank you. All right, applicant. Go ahead, sir, please state your name.
My name is Mario Penzo. I'm the owner of the property, one of the owners of the property, and basically the neighbors, what the other council member was saying, the neighbors have signed off, and we submitted it in our application, that all of them kind of want to do the same thing. And that area is going to be used for water retention, so we're not going to disturb anything that's there, basically. It's going to stay the same exact way.
Thank you for clarification.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item 88? I see no one. Motion closed from Councilman Miranda. Do we have a second? Second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. And who wishes to read item number 88? Go ahead, sir.
Ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, abandoning a portion of West Chelsea Street right-of-way located north of Alva Street, south of Cayuga Street, east of Manhattan Avenue, west of Hubert, within the replat of Drew Park and City of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, more particularly described in Section 2 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, or restrictions, as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties of violations, providing for definitions, interpretations, repealing conflicts, providing for severability, providing effective.
Second. We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any opposed? All right.
All right, motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on April 17th, 2025 at 10 o'clock a.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. We cannot go to the 1:30 public hearing, so we have to wait on those, but we can go to item number 91 regarding Chapter 15 parking. There was additional information submitted by Mr. Bidet. Yes, ma'am, if you want to go ahead.
Good morning, Council. I'm Gregory, Legal Department. This is a comprehensive update to Chapter 15 that we are presenting for first reading this morning. The intent of these changes is really to modernize and streamline the administration and procedures applicable to parking and the parking department. Fed Revolt, the parking director, submitted a memo alongside summarizing the major changes, so I'll let him.
Good morning, Council. Fed Revolt, Seat of Tampa Parking Defense Manager. Just two quick clarification.
One, this is just more administrative. We're not adding any new code. That's more state statute. And then also, it's really just updating the old language with the new modern language, essentially. So the memo was provided. I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions? Any questions? Mr. Shelby, do we take public comment on this?
Yeah. Council's motion.
Okay. Anybody? All right, if not, we'll take it to public comment. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak? Ma'am?
Motion closed.
No? We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendon. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Councilmember Henderson, would you like to read this?
I will.
91?
Yes, I would. I move file number E2025-8, Chapter 15, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, deleting in its entirety the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15, parking, adoption, a revised Chapter 15, parking, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on April 17, 2025 at 10 o'clock a.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Lisa Edwards, do you have anything? Did you want to say something, ma'am? Yeah, come up to the lectern. What's going on?
Good morning.
Good morning. Right,
Yeah,
I was
let's do
just going to suggest if there's any staff reports that you're able to get to now, that way we can go ahead and still, you have some things to discuss after lunch.
Yeah,
So
let's do the
let's try to
sidewalk
get
and
through
the-
these other staff reports that we can, and then
Okay,
we'll
so
come back. Okay.
let's go to the sidewalk item.
Yeah.
I'm gonna,
Kelly was trying to reschedule in the background. Can you go see if she's gotten that?
For your motions?
Yeah.
Yes, we have.
Oh, okay.
And yes, so
Great.
that's why I'd like to go ahead and hold that till after.
Okay.
Till we get to staff reports after lunch.
All right, how
Okay.
about the sidewalk in lieu of fee?
And if we could do,
Is there staff present or required for that? I believe Ms. Gregory.
Are you ready to present on the sidewalk?
I would just ask, I'm a Gregory Legal Department, Brandon Campbell, Transportation Engineering Manager, is on his way. So if we could,
Do you want to take a 10-minute recess to give him time to get here? We have plenty of time till 12.
We have 100 and 101 we could talk about.
All right, so 101 I'm going to wait till after lunch. I didn't think we were going to move this quick. All right, so item number 95, we're waiting on that because it's in connection to some other stuff as we mentioned earlier. All right, so let's see. 98 is going to be continued. Do we have a future date?
Let me look for that, if I may.
Sorry. Oh, there he is.
Oh, okay.
Look at that.
He's
not even out of breath. He didn't run. And he has a couple of hops.
he stopped to get coffee.
Exactly. Yes.
All right.
Well, he's looking for a date, so. Okay, Brandon Campbell, could please state your name even though I just said it. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Council. Brandon Campbell, Mobility Department, here to talk about item 99.
Yes.
We uploaded a staff report as well as an attached draft resolution that reflects the actual construction costs of sidewalks for our city projects. I did bring a couple of things that I'd like to show on the Elmo, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
So I think you saw this earlier today. The $220 figure was calculated looking at the sidewalk projects that were included in the last quarter's quarterly sidewalk update in December. We had 5 projects in that report, and I looked at the costs of those 5 projects in a few different ways in my presentation to the Tampa Bay Builders Association, just to make sure that we are giving it a fair look. Of those 5 projects, one was a fairly simple project, Barbados Avenue had virtually no grading and would not necessarily be a typical sidewalk project. So that cost was fairly low at $122.98 per linear foot. And then Glen Avenue was a more expensive project because it had some significant ditch infill and piping. And that came out at $635 a linear foot. Both of those numbers seemed to me reasonable to exclude in order to get a more typical project
Wait,
cost.
just a moment. I just want Tia and I to know that this is not on the public screen. We can see it here, but the slide that's on the overhead, we would like it on the big screen. We'll just wait a second here. So, because there's a lot of figures and I want the public to see it. There we go. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Yes, no, thank you for pointing that out. So I did take a look at these numbers in several different ways, and it seemed to me that the most reasonable way to do so was to eliminate the outliers and look at the three projects that were a little bit more typical for city sidewalk construction. I also brought another slide from that same presentation that I had shared with the Builders Association. And if we figured all of the costs of all five of those, it shows on the left side of that slide that those averages were pretty significantly skewed by the one project that was just more complex. And so it's a little bit difficult for us to peg an exact unit cost to our sidewalk projects. As you can see, there are wide variations in complexity of those projects. And so for that reason, it made better sense to sort of look at that middle range of what's typical. The item that was uploaded to the agenda today, I think I mentioned to most of you individually that it is a draft resolution. I understand that there may or may not be an option for you to adopt that resolution here and now, but certainly wanted to give it an opportunity to be discussed in front of you all.
Anything else?
No, that's all I had.
So
Happy
before I go
answer
to
questions.
council members, the numbers that you're showing us in the project list on the previous slide, you showed $219.80 per linear foot, I believe was the average. Yes. So these are big projects. Would this apply to somebody that's building a single family home, being that it's like an RS-50 lot and they have only so many feet? Do they have the same costs as something that is 1,700 linear feet or 800 linear feet, since it's such a small, a driveway and then a little bit of sidewalk? Is it fair to tell them, we're paying $219 on average, but really for a single family home, it can be less considering it's such a, it's a much smaller project and it's an individual piece, not a big stretch of road?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. I think there are two things that come into play in response to that question. The first is that the cost to a private contractor already mobilized in constructing a home, we would anticipate their direct costs, if they're doing the installation, to be lower than our costs, in part because it's an ancillary item to the other construction on site. So certainly that number would be lower. The other part of my response to that question is when we're looking at larger projects, generally what we see is that we get an economy of scale by doing longer projects. We in fact have a project that we're in pursuit right now of a contract on. It's going to be included in the next quarterly report. But it's a $2 million upset limit to take advantage of the budget allocation that you all provided specifically for sidewalk construction and doing one larger design build project. And we expect our unit cost for that project specifically to be lower than what's typical. So we'd be happy to, once the scope and fee and the project certainties are in place on that, we'd be happy to take a look at it as well and say, hey, is there a need to adjust again what the in lieu fee is?
So I know we haven't visited this item in years and the cost of sidewalks has gone up. I remember with the previous administration, I had requested for a sidewalk to be put in on a road in West Tampa along the river because of speeding and traffic and the lack of sidewalk. I mean, just a whole story. And I remember it being a $100,000 project, but it spanned several blocks. I can only imagine what it costs today. we've lost a lot of opportunities of sidewalks getting built. We're not catching up with the rising cost of everything because, again, when I asked for this item, I want to say maybe 2017, you could buy a house in West Tampa for $180,000. Now they're $450,000, along with everything else going up. I think we should have visited this and gradually done an increase over the years instead of going, what is it now? I mean, it's like a 900% increase. I think it's $30 to $220 or whatever it is. Just throwing just my random numbers here. You know, but we have, the biggest complaint I get is please pave the roads. The second biggest complaint is we need sidewalks. So, you know, there's a public demand, there's a public safety demand. We've had people, I expected hours of public comment today based on the amount of emails that we've gotten from individuals, organizations, people that I know personally. I mean, a little bit of everybody because of the demand for sidewalks. So I'll wait to hear what other council members say. Thank you very much for the presentation. I believe it was Clendenin Hurtak. All right, go ahead, sir.
Yes, so I just confirm, so when the city assesses these types of fees, it's my understanding that we can recoup our actual cost, which we are legally entitled not just to recoup the cost of this construction, but engineering, design, excavation, utility work, and that would actually be in legal compliance with Florida statute, correct? Actually, the actual cost reimbursements, whatever the actual cost of that project is?
So this is governed by our ordinance, and just
But I mean, setting fees, so this would be, this is not just this, so this, the
Right,
ordinance,
so our
the
fee-
Florida statute of setting fees.
our fee is set per our ordinance. There's a calculation in the ordinance, and it is,
Yeah, I understand, but there's also regulation, I believe, by the state of Florida that mandates that cities, in other words, we can't make a profit on fees, we have, by
Right,
state,
they
by
have to be-
Florida statute.
they have to be tied to actual costs. Yes.
So those actual costs of this construction could include engineering, utilities, I mean, it could, so what I'm getting at is this is a bargain. Because we're not asking for reimbursements on all this other stuff that could have been included in these projects, correct? Is this just the actual cost of construction?
It is the actual cost of construction, which does include the ancillary items like grading and ramps, and if there happens to be a tree removal, that sort of thing, as part of the construction cost. It does not include the design engineering.
And the staff
piece.
time and all of
Correct.
that you're doing, okay, so again, I think that this is a bargain. I mean, I concur with our chairman about, you know, the need of the city. I ran on it. And I think most people in this, we've been beating this drum, and we've been getting beat over the head by citizens about our potholes, the condition of the roads, and the lack of sidewalks. I mean, hell, I ran on it twice. I lost once, but ran on it a second time, and still won that one on it. And we have to do something about sidewalks. And I think I just want to drive the point home that if these in lieu of fees are not paying for the sidewalks, then our taxes are paying for the sidewalks. So instead of the developer of a new construction, which is creating this impact and this growth and these issues, instead of them paying for it, the senior citizen that's paying properties, or anybody else in the city of Tampa is paying, somebody's got to pay for it. These things aren't being put in for free. I mean, no sidewalk ferries coming in and installing sidewalks. Somebody's got to pay for it. And my point, this would not be a question for you, as why would I ask somebody on a fixed income, or somebody living in someplace else, to pay for a sidewalk that should be paid for by the impact of new construction in the city of Tampa? It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me.
All right, Councilmember Hurtak, and then Councilmember Vieira. You want Miranda? Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm sure you all saw, there was a cyclist killed this morning on 50th Street.
Yes.
I mean, we have to do better for our community, people who don't use cars, and improving our sidewalks is a big part of that. Most of this sidewalk building isn't building sidewalks in front of single-family homes, like one home. These are larger projects, as you've talked about, and because we're good stewards of our money, and we try for economies of scale, and what you've been talking about makes perfect sense to me. I live in a house where I am the only house on the street with a sidewalk, because I have the newest construction on the block. So my house was built after the rule of you gotta build a sidewalk. And building the sidewalk in front of my house was very complicated because I have an oak tree. So they had to go around it. It was not cheap. I have to imagine there was some extra cost involved, but they chose to build it anyway. So now I have a sidewalk to nowhere. But it's there, and it's the beginning of what could be more sidewalks. The thing that really sells this for me is that builders can simply build a sidewalk instead of paying into the fund. There's no rule that says you have to pay into the fund. So build a sidewalk. And as it has been shown, you know, when you have a concrete truck coming already, you know, the cost is significantly cheaper for the developer. So you know, I don't think I've seen so much passion about an issue except for Pure, possibly the Pure thing. But we have received so much personal email with stories, people's stories about sidewalks that have been really, really just shows the absolute desire for us as a city to build more sidewalks. So I just want to say thank you so much for this. I appreciate all the time and effort you put in to do this, and I look forward to being able to support it.
Miranda Vieira Carlos.
Thank you. I have an email someone sent me some time back, and I got to say, I said back years ago that I hated sidewalks. I don't recall ever saying that, but I got the email. So I'm saving it, just in case I need it. And that's number one. Number two, what Ms. Hurtak, what Councilmember Hurtak was speaking about, and maybe not directly to that point, but there's another point. There's a lot of areas in this city that have ditches in front of the house. So some of those ditches are vacant land. So if you cannot put a sidewalk and you build a house, from what I understand, you're going to have to pay for somebody else's sidewalk. Am I correct?
Well, there would be, so the ordinance requires that sidewalks are built. In the event that a sidewalk is found to be not practical, there's a certain number of instances where the transportation manager or his designee can make a finding that it's not practical. In the event that the sidewalk is not practical, then the sidewalk in lieu fee can be paid into the sidewalk in lieu fee fund, and then it can.
I hate to interrupt you. Can be. Is it you can be or you have to be? Which one is you can't have both?
You mean, okay, if a sidewalk is found to be not practical.
Right.
You must pay the sidewalk.
You must, that's
lieu.
correct,
Yeah.
but you have to pay for somebody else to have a sidewalk. Am I correct?
You pay into the sidewalk in lieu fee fund for that particular district, and then that money can be used for sidewalk projects.
So that person will never have a sidewalk.
I mean,
I'm
not
just
in
bringing
that-
up things that are going to happen.
Yeah, when you pay the
So the
fee,
city could do something for it. They could put a ditch, cover the ditch, and have sidewalk on top of what they covered. Why don't the city, if they really want to do a job right, then they should pipe that land so that individual that's paying for the sidewalk has a sidewalk. I think it'd be logical. But we ourselves don't want to spend any money for that one individual. And let's say, I'm just going to say one individual in the whole city, which I know I'm wrong at. I just want clarity because the same thing, I have a house and I add to the house without a permit and I sell it to you, they come after you for what I did. That's also in my gall that I can't swallow that one. But that's a law that we have in the city of Tampa. So now we're going to charge somebody who cannot get a sidewalk. What about if you hold that money in retention? He pays into a fund and you hold it so he can get a sidewalk whenever the sidewalk is put in.
I mean, it's something that we could look into, but I personally
Well,
don't think it
I'm
would
just
be
trying to be
feasible.
very fair.
Yeah.
People don't understand this.
I mean, if people don't want to pay.
No,
the
I didn't say
in-lieu
they didn't
fee,
want to pay. They want a sidewalk, but they have a ditch in front of their house.
I mean, can it,
Yeah, I mean, it is technically possible to fill in that ditch as part of the redevelopment. Sometimes those things are the reasons for which an applicant does pay into the in lieu fee, because like the project I mentioned where we did exactly that, it was $635 per linear foot for us to do so.
city
So
pays
in
that,
that, in that case, for a developer or homeowner, it becomes a very expensive proposition and less likely that upstream or downstream of that the project would continue. So that's the
city
reason
paid
for
that.
which the end
The
fee is
city
an option.
paid for that individual to have a sidewalk or whatever.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are you committing to that same,
No, we are not.
so why'd you do that commitment and not do it to the ones that don't have can't get a sidewalk, but they gotta pay in lieu of? The city's already set a precedent. You just said they're paying $600, which I agree with. I'm not disagreeing with you, sir. But if you did it for once, you ought to do it for everybody else in the city then.
Sure. I understand. I would say we do build sidewalks, as I mentioned with our upcoming $2 million project.
I wanna make
On
sure-
properties that would otherwise would have sidewalks built on them under redevelopment.
I want to make sure everybody's got the same plan that you're giving out. That if you have a ditch, you can still build a sidewalk.
Yes,
Who's going to pay for the piping?
that would
It's on the
be,
city right away.
that would be part of the redevelopment and the right-of-way permit.
I just want that commitment. All right.
Councilman Vieira Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And no, I'll obviously support this. I think this is a very good pro-neighborhood measure, and everyone is right that, we hear a lot about sidewalks from people, and, there's always an idea that one part of the city has great sidewalks, the other one doesn't. Go throughout all of the city of Tampa, South Tampa, East Tampa, North Tampa, West Tampa. Sidewalks are equally miserable, I think, throughout a whole lot of Tampa. That's just the way that it is. But part of the frustration that I have, and I think a lot of us have too with this, is that this is great, but when you look at what we potentially had a few years ago, we're left in cities like Tampa and communities like Hillsborough County at doing patchwork solutions to things like sidewalks, which is a basic neighborhood need, when in 2018, voters overwhelmingly passed through all for transportation, about 60%, including almost well over 60% in New Tampa, for example, or the suburbs, a penny sales tax that would have gone in part to sidewalks because people care so much about this. And I go back to 2018 to saying that people are saying they are so frustrated with issues involving mobility, including sidewalks, that they go, we want to take more of our hard-earned money and pay it so that we can address this basic life need. So, these are things that we are left to having to do in the aftermath of the legal issues after 2018, the legal issues that essentially preempted a vote in 2022. Again, not talking about the merits of those cases at all, but the community, I still believe in 2025, does want robust solutions to issues like this. And this is what we're left with right now, which is a big step forward. This is a great thing, but we wanted we wanted a holistic solution, and we're doing like what's that song, Johnny Cash, one piece at a time. We're doing one piece at a time right now, and every piece is important. This is an important piece, but the community, I think, still demands that holistic solution, I believe. But thank you all for your hard work in getting this one piece at a time. Thank you.
And in the song, it says one piece at a time, and it didn't cost me a dime. This is going to cost money, but it's a necessity. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, thank you. This is something that's come up several times since I've been on council the last 6 years, and it hasn't been able to go forward for whatever reasons in the past. So I'm looking forward to hopefully getting the votes to get this approved today. It is an unfortunate fact that governments typically get higher prices than the private sector because for various reasons, and we have to pass on the actual cost of it, and we're not marking it up with some kind of penalties or anything. We're just charging the actual cost of what the city has to pay, and they have the option that they can build on their own. So if they can get it for $30 a foot or whatever, they can do that if they want. But if they can't, then they pay into the fee. This is, as others said, this is a small piece in a larger issue. When folks talked about running on platforms, when I ran in 2019, the sidewalks were an important issue. And shortly after I got elected, I made two motions, which council approved and supported, which was one, to create a sidewalk plan, a vision sidewalk plan for the whole city, and number two was to create a bicycle plan and vision for the city. And that the administration shoved it aside. What the public is asking for now is leadership in the mobility department, and they're asking for the administration to be committed to supporting the mobility department. The attempts to pass new taxes failed multiple times. That money is not coming anytime soon. And if the next campaign is run like the ones in the past, it'll fail likely as well. In the meantime, while we're waiting on potential new funding sources, the public doesn't want the streets to fall apart, and they don't want the sidewalks to fall apart. Folks in wheelchairs want to be able to get by. Folks with strollers don't want to walk in the streets when cars are speeding by. The potholes and road repair issues in our community are some of the worst I've ever seen anywhere in the world. If anybody doesn't believe it, go to New Suburb Beautiful. I mention them almost every week. The roads there are just horrific, and all we hear is excuses, excuses, excuses. I've asked the administration publicly and privately, please step up and start fixing these systemic issues. The new funding's not coming anytime soon. The cavalry's not coming in. We have to figure out how to resolve it ourselves. Thank you.
So Councilmember Hurtak is going to be the first speaker on the second round, and then Miranda. But let me ask you, so $219.80 a linear foot, what does, on average, if you know, how does that affect a single-family home? If there's a new construction and a person builds a house on an RS-50 lot, what is the increase from what they're paying now to this proposal, or what you're talking about today?
So I looked back this morning at the approved in lieu fee contributing permit applications, and there's been 44 of them in this calendar year. The average length of sidewalk that was used to calculate that was 71 feet. So a lot of these are a little bit larger lots. But the average cost for a 71-foot in lieu fee contribution would then end up being at just under $15,000.
Okay, thank you very much. And being that this is a staff report, but it mentions here to create a resolution, Mr. Shelby, we're not voting on anything today. What would be the next?
My recommendation,
We have a
Council,
draft resolution.
if you look at your agenda, item 99 is not stated as presenting a resolution for council action specifically. What it does say is to staff to create a resolution to adjust the sidewalk in lieu fee. And it was stated that it is posted as a draft, the memorandum stated as a draft. My suggestion would be that you put it on as a motion to take action on either under your consent agenda or unfinished business, such as presenting the resolution for action. And I tell you this because of the fact that what you have is, this is not an ordinance. It doesn't come back for a public hearing. There are not two readings. This is one and done. So what will happen is the opportunity is there is new information given. There's been a presentation. So my recommendation is that it be placed on a future agenda so that people would have an opportunity, because this being a draft could have been amended in some form or fashion. So there's a presumption there that there wouldn't be action on this based on the way this ordinance was stated. So it would be my strong recommendation that you put it on a future agenda for adoption.
Thank you. Hurtak,
I have clarification for what he just said. I have a question from Marty Shelby.
Go ahead.
So file number CM 247533 states, city staff to create a resolution to adjust the sidewalk fee in lieu of fee to reflect the actual cost of building sidewalks. So that, if we were to move that, that would just require city staff to come back with a resolution setting the in lieu of fees.
They did that. We have the draft resolution.
I know, but I'm saying, the way this is published,
Yes.
but the way this is published, we move this the way it is, they're going to come back with the resolution setting the fee.
Okay.
Because of the way this is published. Is that correct?
Well, from this action, from this resolution, if council were to accept it, would there be any other action required of council subsequent to this? After this? Or does this set the fee, and you can, and from that point on, from the time council moves the resolution, you will be able to implement it? Is that correct?
Yes, we brought it to council this way as part of the staff report.
Yes.
in anticipation that there would be discussion of
Yes.
the fee. So that's why we didn't place it on the agenda. You know what I mean?
Well, this
Place
was
it
the
on the
motion
agenda
that
as a fully fleshed out resolution for,
So your intent is this to come back with a fully fleshed out resolution, is that what I'm hearing?
Well,
Mr. Shelby, I mean, that's what I'm hearing.
the motion won't excuse me, the motion will be to bring it back, but the resolution, the draft, from what I understand here in council, is that it'll be accepted as is and you won't make any changes. Is that correct?
Unless there is direction from council to change something in the resolution, I don't anticipate there being any changes.
So it's ready to rock and roll. The only difference is there's been a presentation, there's been slides attached. There are, I suspect, findings of fact, but there's no opportunity for anybody to address any of the things that were presented today. So that's why, this being a resolution and not an ordinance with 2 readings, my suggestion would be to be able to put it on a future agenda.
Councilmember Hurtak, and then Miranda.
Thank you. I really just want to go ahead and set that for April 17th. I move that we set the resolution for April 17th on the consent agenda.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Miranda, do you have to add anything?
He seconded the motion on that.
Do you want to speak on anything?
No, not the motion on the floor. That's fine with that.
Okay, Councilmember.
Well, I want to speak on what they're going to bring back, but so, do you want to move this first? Because I do want to give direction about this first.
So you don't want to speak on the motion on the floor? You want to speak
You want to
afterward?
speak on the motion?
Well, I guess,
Yes, so
I guess
go
I'll
ahead, speak on the motion.
So, I would appreciate if you all, because I believe what the figures that you created were just based on on 1 quarter,
It was 3
3 quarters.
different projects.
Okay, and do you know what quarters they were?
Yes, they were Fig Street.
No, not streets, calendar quarters,
Oh, I thought you said corridor. I'm
No,
sorry, I misheard you.
No, it's okay.
So these 5 projects, I believe, were primarily completed over 2 quarters, the last 2 quarters. Of
Is
the
it
last-
possible, just because to getting more data points, is it possible, could you bring with you the data over a period of 4 consecutive quarters, hopefully the last 4 consecutive quarters, about how much these projects cost?
Yes,
And
I can do
I concur with your analysis about throwing out the outliers, because, you know, that either they're either under or over, I agree with that, so, but if you could reflect that in the data that you bring, show us those outliers, but when you amortize it out, you know, with that figure, I think more data points is better, and I think maybe it would build some comfort with some of the naysayers about this, to show that, well, I think one naysayer represents a bunch, you know. So anyway, I would like to see the data points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Councilman Miranda? you're
No,
good?
not on that motion. I want to speak after that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Will you have more? Councilman Hurtak?
I won't.
All right, motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Miranda?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, we're now doing our own paving of roads, am I correct?
Yes.
Why don't we looking at District 4, 5, and 6, which is the composite of the amount of land in the city, and instead of paying what they're charging us, do our own sidewalk program. But if we're doing our own, it costs that much money?
So I will say our ops team is building that skill set. These projects were contracted out. So I don't know that we're ready for large-scale sidewalk construction, but we're working that direction.
I thought we had 2 teams setting up on this.
That's paving.
I thought we'd expanded the sidewalks.
No, it's just paving, in-house paving.
I would add in a separate motion, if I may, that mobility come back on April the 17th, if they have time for this. I'm not trying to pressure into any time. What would be the actual cost for the city taking over the total sidewalk replacement in cities in District 4, 5, 6, and 7? And that's to have the ability to lower the cost. And I think we can get a much better price if you do not sub it out. You do it yourself. If you sub it out, might as well have the contractor do it.
How do you want that? It would have to be a separate staff report, or?
think it's a
I'm
new
just asking
business.
mobility, if they can do that.
Do you want to wait till new business and we'll put together?
Yeah, we'll do it in new
formal
business.
motion? All right.
Well, I would also like to say that, 7 doesn't need that, because their sidewalks are already paved in gold.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
sorry.
So, well, you know what? That's why I wanted it. That's the only part of the city that was new. There was vacant land, and it all was developed as a plan, all of it,
Yeah.
which were not new, and we're already developed.
Right. Mr. Chair? I'd like to make a point, and some of this is in reference to some of Councilman Miranda's observations. One, I know these are not impact fees, but, we talk about impact fees all the time, and how when you redevelop or you develop, you are impacting the city, and so a lot of that is kind of the difference between, how we're developing the city, and that side, nobody, if that land sat the way it is right now, you wouldn't have to pay anything. It's the change that provokes that fee, so somebody's actually taking action, they're building something which is putting another stress point on the city, and we're trying to build a better city. So I think that's part of the biggest thing here. I think why, again, it was just highlighted that they're paid for by city. The difference between us maybe and some of the price discrepancies is the city pays living wages, the city pays retirement, the city pays health care. We treat our employees well. I can't tell you what some of these contractors, what type of, they're using, or whether they're certified people, whether they're trained people. I don't know, but I will stand behind the city employees and the quality of work they do, the training, what they bring to the table, and what we provide for the city employees. And guess what? That costs money.
We provide a plan, but the employees participate in the plan by paying a cost.
I know, but I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I understand what you're saying, though. I understand.
The difference between going to Home Depot and
I
picking up a
understand.
day
I'm not
labor
debating.
to pour in a bunch of concrete versus actually having qualified, trained, well-paid employees do this, it's gonna cost money. You get what you pay for.
Councilmember Miranda.
Miranda,
I'm
you looking
sorry.
that way from Miranda?
I'm looking at Campbell, I'm looking at, Councilmember
I
Carlson.
changed already, look at
And
it.
I'm watching the TV, and go ahead. sir.
I just wanted to say, for the schedule, Ron Wigington is here, and with number 100, we could knock out within 10 minutes if we.
But that was gonna be the next one, yeah. All right, so we're good on that, and you're gonna have a motion under new business regarding
Yes, sir.
sidewalk stuff?
I did
Yes,
want to
sir.
request, when you do make that motion, if you could consider giving us 90 days or scheduling it at a workshop, we would appreciate it.
90 days?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, look, we'll go by the calendar, and thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Wigington, item number 100, and then after Mr. Wigington, would y'all like to go ahead and break?
Yes.
All right.
Could I just set this up real fast?
Yeah, yes, sir, go ahead.
And I want to thank Ron and his colleagues. He's done enormous amounts of research on this, but some neighbors on Davis Islands discovered that some commercial contractors were pulling a dock alongside the seawall on Davis Island next to a road, and then they were bringing up commercial trucks in front of houses and condos and loading heavy equipment or heavy supplies from the road into the barge, and then it was moving on somewhere else. And so that set us on a whole journey, and he's had to talk to several different agencies to figure out what to do about that. It's also incredibly loud. We're worried about the damage to the seawall and roads and others, so I'll let him take it.
Mr. Wigington, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Ron Wigington, Legal Department. Good morning. Item number 100 is a motion requesting the Legal Department to appear and discuss the possibility of creating an ordinance that would prohibit the commercial usage of seawalls or docks in residential areas, except in locations specifically designed for commercial use, and further, that any possible ordinance would also regulate the type of usage, hours of operation, sound requirements, and any need for a permit. So the short answers to those questions are yes, there is a possibility for an ordinance, and yes, there is a need for a permitting process. However, it's complicated, and I think it might require a broader discussion amongst all the stakeholders, and I'll mention that in a moment. But the reason why it's complicated is I see this from 4 different perspectives. The first is the seawall perspective. And I've researched 7 different jurisdictions that are similarly situated to us, and I really only found one code section that may apply to this situation. That's found in Miami, Section 50-157, which is the section that addresses public property abutting water and the use restrictions thereof. That code section states that it is unlawful to use any city-owned property abutting water except as permitted at city marinas or authorized by city manager. It goes on to say that city-owned property includes the ends of any streets, roads, public ways, or parkland which abuts the water. I did not see any reference in this code about a permitting process, and I'm not exactly sure what the authorized by city manager means. I do believe that a permitting process would be very effective here, though, but it does require the analysis of many different factors to consider. Namely, it is costly to administer and enforce a new permitting process. It requires coordination and input from multiple city departments such as mobility/parking, Parks and Rec, TPD/Marine Patrol. It requires a business impact statement reflecting the estimated cost to the city and the businesses that would be impacted by the ordinance, both of which would take substantial time accumulating and compiling. And you also want to make sure that you avoid unintended consequences if you can, and you want to provide for equal treatment of the law. From the right-of-way perspective, it's a little bit different than the seawall because here you have a little bit more flexibility. You can actually regulate parking without having an ordinance. That type of regulation can include potentially restricting the types of uses, establishing freight zones, the hours of operation, etc. However, this also may have some unintended consequences, especially when you have a baseball field right next door that's being used and parking is going to be surrounding that area. The third perspective is the waterside perspective, but unfortunately this is the most complicated area because you're dealing with protected navigable waters, and there's a lot of preemption and state regulation on these waterways. You deal with submerged lands, the mooring fields, there are anchor limitation fields that are options, but those anchor limitation fields aren't exactly what it sounds like because it's not a prohibition of anchoring, it's just a limitation of the anchoring. So, and I've done a lot of research on the waterway aspect of it, I'm only scratching the surface, but I do feel it's necessary to consider because what we are dealing with here are vessels on water, and many times maybe the only enforcement that you can do is from the water. So I think that's important to consider. And then finally, the noise perspective, and I wanted to briefly address that because that was part of the motion. And we do have Chapter 14, which addresses excessive noise, but unfortunately that really only mentions noise coming from property or the airspace above that property. It doesn't mention anything about water property. So I think that Chapter 14 would need to be modified to maybe include this type of situation, and that wouldn't be too difficult to do. So for all these reasons, I felt like it might be appropriate to schedule a workshop meeting because you have a lot of different people that are involved here. You have dock companies, you have taxi companies, you have other entities that are transporting personnel on and off from the boat, and you have many different departments that all may be involved or be impacted by this. And I just thought it might be a good opportunity to have all the stakeholders have the opportunity to voice their opinion and come up with a solution to this problem.
Councilmember Carlson, and then Councilmember Clendenin.
I have to go with Ron's recommendation because he's the one that would know whether we could easily put together an ordinance or not. So, but based on that recommendation, I would make a motion to schedule this for a workshop. When did you say the first one is? September? Maybe schedule this for the September workshop.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Clendenin.
Yeah, is this a one-off thing? I mean, are we going to end up spending a lot of time and energy when we should be doing a lot of other stuff?
The other interesting thing is Pirate Taxi also pulls alongside there, and the neighbors like Pirate Taxi because that's an amenity, and so we can't treat people unfairly, and so and like you were saying in your show the other day about using the waterway, what happens if we used, he was on a podcast that I was listening to, but if we suddenly had transit up and down the river, then that was taking people places, we would need to be able to regulate it in the appropriate way. And so,
well, I think, like you say, the water regulation is really complicated. There's so much preemption and so many other people with fingers in this pie. Yeah, it's just, God, this just seems like a can of worms. I mean,
Councilmember, wait, Councilman Ryan. Go ahead.
I want to just say this. I don't know what they were transporting. Is this a one-time deal that somebody was doing? Was they doing it commonly? Was they selling refrigerators up north or up the river and putting it somewhere in a residential district who has
a house on the river and loading it up on a boat and taking it north. I don't know what they were doing.
I'm not exactly sure what the equipment that they are transporting from land to sea, obviously it would involve dock repairs and dock construction, so whatever that may entail. As far as the frequency of it, it's sporadic, but regular, and there's multiple companies that are operating from there.
So it's not a one-time deal, it's a regular deal that they're doing, transporting something?
It's not constant, sporadic, but.
Where's this at?
Well, in this particular case, as Councilman Carlson mentioned, it's right next to not Julian B. Lane, Marjorie Park in Davis Island, next to the baseball fields.
The marina, Marjorie. Yeah.
Right, on Seddon Channel.
Yeah, that's
That
right
helps.
next to where the clubs are,
Yeah.
across the street from the pool.
Yeah, right up in that corridor.
There are stories that maybe it's been going on for as many as 20 years, but the neighbors who are around there just suddenly started to complain and they got organized about it. And so that's how this came up. But there is a risk that in any residential neighborhood, companies could start loading things. And so it brought up a really interesting question.
Yeah, this isn't a one-time thing. I heard about something like this from a Davis Islands resident 2019, maybe, and it was, so this isn't a one-time brand new thing. So we have a motion and a second to set this for a workshop.
Please.
All in favor?
Aye.
September 25th?
Yes.
September 25th. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. We're in recess until 1:30.
Thank you.
I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting back to order. Roll call, please.
Carlson. Here. Hurtak.
Here.
Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Here. Miranda. Here. And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical copy.
All right, we were going to start with 97. We're just a few minutes behind, so we're going to jump into 103 and 104. Councilmember Hurtak, if you want to go ahead with that discussion.
Yes, I had a very productive conversations with Ms. Duncan during lunch break, so we think we have it solved. It's a lot of stuff. I apologize. It's just very confusing. We already went ahead and got rid of item 103 because that was the quarterly report that we're no longer doing. That was from 2016, so that's gone already. So we've moved on to item number 104, which agenda item 104, CM 25-12002, will be continued to May 1st as a one-time in-person staff report.
Second. So this is a one-time, and then we're going to go back to.
No, this is, yes.
And now is this information already available online?
No, this is about stormwater service assessment.
Okay, you're talking about, you said May 1st, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Okay, next. CM 25, and I have this for you. I think that Kelly already gave you a copy, but if not, I have another one. CM 25-12001, the monthly stormwater maintenance report, currently scheduled as an in-person report for April 3rd. Well, the report itself will not be uploaded to OnBase until after the in-person presentation will go on as scheduled. April 3rd. It's already on the schedule. It's already moving. Yes.
And the information will be online by then?
No, it will be online after so that they can provide the most update information, because if they don't, they have to have it 2 weeks prior.
Second. And Gina's okay with this? They're ready
Yeah,
to
they
go?
did it the last time. They're going to be doing it for every one of these reports.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ms. Duncan, do you have anything to add? I saw you come online.
And I still have 2 more.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just jumping on, if you needed me to weigh in, we are posting this report monthly on our website. The reason it would go on after is because in this particular case, we don't have time from now to the 3rd to get it on OnBase before. But these reports are on our website every month for anyone to access at any time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
And then the next monthly report scheduled for May 1st will be moved to the May 22nd workshop with CM 25-212212 stormwater presentation that was motioned by Councilmember Carlson.
Okay, and also the original request for continuing the items to May 22nd.
That's only for CM 25-12001.
Ms. Duncan, does that work with you to put that to the workshop in May?
Yes, obviously our preference is to do everything at once, but we want to be accommodating, so we can do that, yes.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And then, CM 25-13-046, the two additional questions that I motioned to be, which are, number one, which would assist the Stormwater Department facilities crew more, additional FTEs or additional contractor assistance? And two, which is more cost-effective for parade route barrier setup and removal, stormwater transportation staff or contractors, will be moved to the May 25th, 2025 workshop with CM 25-21-22-12 stormwater presentation.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? There's a second. Councilmember Clendenin.
So I have a question. I know, it is May 22nd, by the way, not 25th.
I'm sorry, May 22nd, 2025. Yeah.
So, question for you. I know Ms. Duncan had asked to kind of consolidate all these. Would that just be not a non-starter to consolidate all these into that workshop?
Well, yeah, because the others, this is the last one, first of all, and then the other is a monthly report, and we shouldn't have to wait till the end of May, because
Right.
citizens are kind of curious about stormwater.
Yeah, I am, and I've been thinking about this a while, and maybe it's not this, and I'm not gonna push it on this one, but it seemed like intuitively, I just think that we have, I don't know how they keep track of all these things. When we generate these reports and staff reports and like a machine,
And that's why I
Yeah.
agreed with what they said
Okay.
and consolidated two of them and moved them to the 22nd.
Okay, I mean, like I said, I'm good with this, and Jane's good with this, but I think generally as a council, we have to somehow kind of figure out a way of wrangling this under control and being more strategic about these staff, like having staff reports come at like one time, or, not being able to burden them as much as we
I
are.
agree, but I can tell you, I don't have nearly as many staff reports as others.
I know. I'm not saying just directly at you. I'm just saying.
lowest.
I'm non-existent. I don't make any motion.
Yeah. I know who we're looking at.
You beat
Yeah, but I've been thinking about this for the last few months, because I've just
Well,
seen a
it'd
lot.
be a great time to talk about it during our,
That's true.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I'm
here.
bringing it
I
up.
will disregard my conversation. Please erase the last conversation, and we'll talk about it a little bit later.
okay, so,
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
that's it.
That's it? Okay. 103 and 104. Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. That completes that? Thank you, ma'am. All right. Well, let's just keep going. So if we can open the public hearing just to do this continuance. We have a motion to open the 1:30 PM public hearing from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, we have a rescheduling, a request for the review hearing to be rescheduled for May 15th, 2025 for item number 90, will not be heard, misnoticed. Can I get a motion to set item 90, file number SU1-24-98-C for May 15th, 2025, 1:30 PM, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida. Motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll move item 98 to May 1st of 2025. That is on the federal grant coming to Hillsborough County. And also just, it appears that's going to be going through, which is good, because obviously all the chaos on the federal level. But to see how much of it we're going to get. And one of the big inquiries I want to make is how much of it can we use for infrastructure, and then how much of it can we also use for housing assistance. So if I may, I'm going to move that to May 1st, and that is a time when we have 4 items, I believe, so it fits there pursuant to the rules.
We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
That settles that. An administrative update. I don't see Mr. Remmer here, so we'll wait for that. What do you say, Councilman Vieira? They were a few minutes away?
Yeah, I'm unsure. I mean, if I may, I'd request that we wait just a little for the parents, if that's okay.
Okay.
Council, I appreciate your patience.
We need Whit as part of administrative update, but he's not here.
Maybe if I may, council, if Chief Bennett could speak, maybe to have the bunker gear. I don't know how long that discussion is going to take.
Chief Bennett, do you want to talk about the bunker gear. I know we have item number 95 tied into it, and I don't know how long you would need for this item.
Good afternoon, council and public. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. It's my understanding Chief Tripp's coming in to speak about 95 as a procurement piece.
Okay, so we'll wait on
If there's
that.
another question about bunker gear, I'll be happy to try and
If I
answer.
may.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, why don't they have it?
Yeah, if I may, thank you.
ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, Chief Bennett. So obviously, a letter from Ed Kelly, the president of the, I'm getting a call from the parents. If somebody wants to tee this up, I'll be.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Or I'll come back when
Okay.
your preference.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Open forum?
Chief Bennett, I have a question, and not to open up a can of worms, but I had a meeting yesterday with Parkland Estates folks and Burns and Epicurean, and it was in reference to the South Florida, South Howard flood program.
Okay.
And I know we passed this council, we passed the design phase of this, of the contract with Kimmons. My question is, and listening to their presentation, and I know we suggest this because I reminded them, the council doesn't negotiate contracts. You know, we just approve them or deny them. They had a proposal which, you know, seemed extraordinarily reasonable, in that it would go down Swan, use that softball complex, and then there's the ditch that's owned by the city that parallels the crosstown all the way down. Intuitively, it kind of sounded good. I would really appreciate it if maybe you would speak with the mayor and talk about reopening or asking for an addendum to this contract to at least explore that. So at least we have that definitive answer, because there's an awful lot of public, questions about this. So I think it would be at least have the opportunity to explore that. I don't want to slow anything down, because it's my understanding that the design phase hadn't even really started yet. They haven't, so adding it necessarily wouldn't slow it down. But I think it would be a good idea, to at least bring back that idea of amending that contract to include looking hard at that other proposal.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Have you talked to Stormwater about that? Because they are doing that. Like, the contractors, from my understanding, the contractors are doing the contract work, and then our staff is looking at 3 other possibilities. Have you asked them if that's one of the possibilities they're looking at?
Well, but I think that has to go, Kimmons is doing it. It can't
No,
just be our
they're
staff.
not. Our staff's doing it.
But that's what I'm saying, it has to be, I think we need to amend the contract with Kimmons.
Why? Why can't our staff just do it?
Because the same reason they're not doing the 3.
The public doesn't trust the process.
Because I don't think, because I think the expertise that a contractor brings is different. It's not that our staff is good and, and can do all that. But again, I tell people, there's people all the same, why don't we do this with staff? I said, well, staff already has a full-time job. So it's not like we got a bunch of people sitting around doing nothing, just waiting for us to give them assignments. So like in engineering, our stormwater people are busy already too. So all of this, their capacity is only so much. So I just think, it just seems to me, it would be a really simple solution to this, to have an addendum to that contract, to pursue looking at another alternative. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If the numbers aren't there, if it's unrealistic, if the capacity's not there. But man, when I saw that length of the ditch along the crosstown and without, how less disruptive that would be, and knowing how wide, and I from the beginning felt that Swan, at least a portion of Swan, was on it because it's so wide. We could do that with less disruption. I would just like y'all to talk about that a little bit.
I can share with what I know.
Okay.
I know that the mayor hosted the same group that you're talking about to discuss alternatives. There were several presented from this group. One of them seemed to have some actionable traction to look at. And I believe what you're saying is true, that they're looking at this as an alternative, but in-house, as Councilwoman Hurtak spoke of. But they also, the next level was to talk to Kimmons about the feasibility. So
Okay.
I think some of this is, I don't have an update, but I think it's been energized that way so far.
And I was gonna call you offline, but you were standing here and we had dead
That's
time,
fine.
so I figured, might as well ask you about it now since we're filling time. It was either that or I was gonna start singing, so.
Either way.
Please don't do
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I just want to say, I have spoken to Chief Bennett about this. I have concerns about how this whole process was led. It's one of the worst political processes I've ever seen. It was so unnecessary, the division that happened in the community in South Tampa and Parkland Estates. The administration pitted neighbor against neighbor. It's horrible the way this was done. I think it needs to be stopped and restarted in a way that's more positive and productive. Kimmons is handling projects throughout South Tampa, including Harbor Island, McDill 48, others, and they get high remarks on all the projects they do, but for some reason this one was incredibly divisive. It's because somebody decided that this was going to be the route and this is what we're going to do. The business group and the neighborhoods met with staff. I've talked to staff, and after the business groups spent $250,000 looking at these other alternatives, the staff told them, we're not going to look at these. We're not going to look at any new alternatives, and we're not going to go back through any ones that we already did. And then that group met with the mayor, and the mayor said, no, we're going to go down Howard Avenue. This is reported to me secondhand. If the mayor disagrees, she can call me and tell me that she's ordered otherwise. But the point is that they're not looking at any other alternatives. They're only going down Howard, and we know that that's not going to work. Kimmons wants to do the right thing. They're a good firm. But we need leadership on this, and we need to stop the divisiveness, and we need a project that's actually going to solve the problems, because ultimately, after 65 million plus 65 or so million in interest, this is not going to solve any flooding problem in Parkland Estates or Palmacia Pines. We need to hit the reset button on the entire thing.
Thank you. All right.
Councilman, I just don't like. Again, we just brought this up to the chief of staff. He just told us that the mayor and them are going to have talk. They're going to continue to talk. So I think there was probably a decision point that what you just said was accurate. But that's why we're talking about revisiting this now again, is looking at this again. And I think it's an opportunity to have an opportunity to revisit this, and not necessarily just because that was a decision point. And I agree. There was a moment in time that this was going to be it come hell or high water. But I think that there's an opportunity here that we pivot, and I think what you just heard from the chief of staff is he'll go in, the mayor's already had the one conversation, he's going to talk again, they're going to open this back up, again, and have this discussion. Staff is looking at it, and let's look at it again. And I don't necessarily want to close the door saying just because this was the decision moment yesterday is the same point that we're at today.
Thank you very much.
Can I just just a second bite of that, since you got the second bite.
He didn't have a first bite. Have a first bite, Councilman.
I'm not getting involved in this. This has been, how many times we want to look at this thing? We haven't looked at it before? I feel like quitting right now. Just getting the hell out of here.
No, Charlie, please don't do that.
No, I mean it. I'm not joking. I feel like just getting the hell out of here. We can't make a decision one way or the other.
I thought we already decided.
That's what I thought. And I'm not joking. This is the most discontented individual group, not individually, group that I've ever worked with.
Unfortunately, the voters elected the mayor, and she picked her staff, and this is why we have the problems that we're having. And we're going to talk about that in a little while. May I just respond to that?
I just want to end the discussion because it's not even on the agenda.
I've
just lost all interest in it. Let's just end the
okay,
discussion.
but I think if he got a second bite, I get a second bite.
We'll have to do it the next one. Council's pleasure for the next item, I guess.
Yeah, that's it. There's nothing-
But why?
there's
How
nothing
come
else
I
to
get
talk
cut off,
about.
but nobody else gets cut off on a second bite?
Because this isn't even on the agenda.
I will take 30 seconds. You were spending more time arguing about whether I have the right for a second bite or not.
I just don't want to hear it.
But the chair is supposed to give a second round. Isn't that our protocol?
Have 30 seconds. Go ahead. 30 seconds and the discussion ends.
Just to respond to Councilmember Clendenin, I spoke to Chief of Staff just before the break, and the last conversation I had with him, he'll acknowledge, I think, is I pleaded with him, please have the mayor stand up and say, I've decided to reevaluate this and look at the other options. And as of that meeting, the mayor had not decided to do that. So if things have changed in the last 10 days, I hope the mayor will stand up publicly and say it. I'm not talking about doing nothing. I'm talking about having an honest process that's not politically driven, that's going to find real solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Bureau, do you have any updates, sir?
They should be here very soon.
Okay.
So maybe we can do Mr. Remo.
Yeah, Mr.
And thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. Witt is here, sir.
If I could introduce
Yes, sir.
Chairman and Council and the public, so Whit and Kayla, if you want to come up. So Whit joined us, obviously, when the administration kicked in within the first year, as sustainability and resilience was so important for our intergenerational things that we all know. We know councils work closely with the administration to make sure that our future is strong in that space. The thing that really drew us to WIT, I traveled to Amsterdam, looked at their water usage. I know some of you have looked at different aspects of solid waste and everything else, but it all ties together. But what really enamored us about WIT was the fact that he didn't want to just build a plan and then go somewhere else to build another. He wanted to see it get implemented. And so after multiple plans, we have a lot of traction in place to keep the city moving forward. And working with Kayla, I remember my first real strong iteration is when the storms happened up in the north end, and I turned around and she was there volunteering on her day off to make sure that the community was getting what their needs were. So I'll turn it over to Whit to make some comments and introduce Kayla, and then we'll move on to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, City Council. Whit Rammer, Sustainability and Resilience Officer for the next couple hours. I just want to say that I really appreciate not only the administration's support and creation of this position, but council's support. We've done some remarkable things in my tenure, including significant federal and state grant money for resilient infrastructure projects. We've started Tampa's Green Team, which I know often visit your districts to help plant trees and pick up trash. That's an AmeriCorps program that we hope to still continue, even with some federal threats of cutting that type of program. And we've created our vulnerability assessment, which is a state-required document that we'll be releasing in a couple of weeks, which really hones in on some of those assets that we need to really be looking at in the future. Pumps, pipes, even just cultural assets like Ben T. Davis Beach could be under threat with future sea level rise and storm surge events. So there's a lot of work that the office has done. We've been very, very successful getting grant money to support our plans that we've written. And I have the full confidence that Kayla Caselli, who's stepping in, will be able to continue to deliver results for you all, for the administration, and for the great people of Tampa. So thank you so much for allowing me this privilege. I love the city of Tampa. And I'm not going far. I'll be staying here with my family and look forward to seeing you guys around town.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am, would you like to say a few words? Welcome.
Yes, absolutely. Kayla Caselli, so be the interim as Whit moves on to his transition. And I just wanted to thank him on behalf of the city. He's been a huge asset to set the foundation for the work that we'll be continuing to do and working with different departments. We're just a team was two for a little bit. And so we definitely can't do it without the support of every single city staff member in different departments. And we're just here to help coordinate that and continue the course that we're on. We're on a great path and we just need to continue doing that work.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Mr. Remmer, before you go, it's completely off topic, and before I go to council members, I had mentioned that I wanted to ask you a question regarding something that I had seen. So a notice went out to City of Tampa residents, and it said about a solar program, and there's a link here. I went to the website, I pulled it up, because some people were saying, I haven't heard anything about this. Is it real? Is it legit? It is legit, is that correct?
It is legit, yes. The letter should have been received by targeted mailings in the city of Tampa. I know some got outside into the county as well. We're going to work with the vendor on that. But we work with a solar nonprofit called Solar United Neighbors. They put together co-ops, which is kind of neighbors that all want to think about installing solar together, and they can issue an RFP together and ultimately achieve pricing discounts based on bulk purchases. Councilman Miranda went through the program with Sun and was very, very happy with it. The difference of that program versus kind of what you saw in the mail is they brought in an advertising partner that sent out these mailers that I totally admit they look like, kind of, I don't want to say solicitations, but they're strongly encouraging folks to look at this, and we'll work with those partners to make sure that they look as official and legit as they should moving forward. But that is a City of Tampa sponsored program, and we hope that folks will look at that, and they're free to go to the website to learn more information.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Henderson, Vieira, Miranda, Carlson.
Well, I just want to say thank you for your leadership in the city of Tampa. Someone was talking about you in the bookstore just 48 hours ago. And we talked about 22nd Street and the heat study and the grant that you worked a long time on that we received. And creating the green team, which I love seeing them especially in my district. I just want to say, job well done. You left it better than you found it.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Absolutely, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Vieira Miranda Carlson.
Thank you very much, and no, just wanted to thank you for all your work for Tampa. And I, correct me if I'm wrong, do you used to work at Ackerman?
No, sir.
Where did I get that from? Okay, forget it. But I know you're an attorney, so what I was going to say then is I don't know where the heck I got the Ackerman law firm from with you, but is that I always value highly attorneys who go into public service one way or another. There's a great tradition in that. I know Ms. Johnson Velez is the former president of the Hillsborough County Bar Association, obviously affirms that. I think attorneys have a unique propensity to go into public service. They have an equal unique propensity to maybe not do that, right? But obviously that's one that you took, and so I think you really ought to be proud of that as a member of the Florida Bar. So just thank you for that.
It's been an honor and a privilege to serve as a public servant, holding the high esteem as a Florida Bar member. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Miranda Carlson.
I just want to say thank you, appreciate everything you've done. There's some things coming out that were, even after you leave, they're going to come out that you had your footprint and your fingerprint on it. That's the whole thing about the city of Tampa and what we have to do and not do in order to continue. We're talking about different things all at one time, and we're trying to save the world, but we can't even save ourselves, because what we have is hurricane season coming by, and the problem is we can draw and fix and program something that we need to fix it now, but you can never tell what's coming. So now it doesn't exist in a way. Yeah, if hurricane season is coming, but I don't know what size, what strength, or where it's going to hit. And I've been saying it for a week now. Today's the same thing. The bay is 3 degrees warmer now than it was last time this year. So we're thinking we're going to have a decline in strength. You're wrong. Or you better pray that it goes somebody else or don't go nowhere at all. And we're not looking for anything in the future that's bright. We're anti-being ourselves and saving ourselves. We're trying to save something that does not exist. So we're not prepared for it. We keep doing the same damn thing all over again as an error and a mistake. You keep repairing the houses and build them just like they were 100 years ago, and they do not withstand the storm or the drainage of water coming into the house. Therefore, they're all going to be what? Total loss, even if they're standing. So we keep doing it the same way, and what a great job we've done. Not you, sir, but us. So we haven't changed one damn bit. And I appreciate everything you've done. I voted for it and will always support solar and the panels, and it doesn't take 19 or 20 or 21 or 40 years to pay back. I can tell you that when I first talked to you and you sent me in the right way where there was a co-op working on, I went to see them, and I was one of the 10. And I think the cost for that was years ago though. It was $14,400, and my electric bill last month was $20. I'm gonna start bringing it in, turning it into the clerk for public record. I am. That and the water bill also, and my drunken driving, which I don't have any. Just to show you that I do what I say and I say what I do. It's getting to the point that we talk a lot, and America's going to hell all at the same time. Thank you very much.
Second. Councilmember Carlson, and then Clendon.
I said this to you privately, and I wanted to say it publicly. I think you're one of the big thought leaders in our region, and I knew you when you were an activist, and I had respect for you then. You were always pushing the limits of making sure people understood what needed to be done, and it was fun. It was fun to work like that, and I look forward to working with you on the outside. And whatever things you've accomplished here, I hope you can do even more by being a leader on the outside, working with the community to get things done. And to the extent that we can partner with you to help fulfill that vision, let us know, please. Thank you.
Councilmember Clendon.
I would. I was really sad to see your announcement that you were departing but exciting. You close the door behind you, and you walk in the front next door, and you don't look back and keep going. And I've had many of those experiences, and with no regrets. So as you move forward in life, there's all these new challenges. What an excellent opportunity for the city of Tampa, though, to start something from ground zero. and build something and see what you've done. And I think I can't remember who said that, but you'll look, in a couple of years, you're gonna look back and see all these seeds that you sowed and see what has become of them. And I'm excited for that for you, and I appreciate everything you've done for the city. You're definitely one of the best examples of a public servant, and your dedication to what you believe in and your cause is admirable. Thank you.
That's very kind. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're a great guy. I hate to see you go. I'm just gonna, it's very simple.
No, you're not a great guy. Get out of here.
I appreciate you always inviting me to meet with the Green Team and speak with them. Wonderful program, great people. The future of our city is bright. When you see all the young people getting involved and how much they care and what they do, it gives me hope. And you were there leading them. And I mean, I can't say anything but good things about you. You have my respect and the respect of a lot of people. We were very lucky to have you here. So best of luck to you and your future endeavors, but you're going to be missed. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All very much. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Vieira, item number 97.
Yes, and Mrs. Brucey Boonstapple is here, so Ms. Van Loan, if you wish, you may. Go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
You're going to receive and file 96, right?
Good afternoon, Chair, council members, and the Boonstapple family. Michelle Van Loan, Real Estate. I'm going to be a little bit more brief this morning than I usually am, just because the family is here and we'll have a lot more things to say about the young Harrison Boonstapple. That means a lot more coming from them. If we can have the PowerPoint.
Go ahead.
Today's honorary naming request is to honor the life of Harrison Boonstapple, whose brief life stands as a shining example of perseverance and becoming a fine young adult while overcoming physical challenges since birth and the resulting developmental challenges he received during his lifetime. Harrison graduated from prep and academies in 2022, highlighting his growth both academically and also socially. Harrison grew into a strong, independent young man, and despite his challenges, had a job and was working and was taking college courses to advance himself through life. Harrison symbolizes achievements through hard work, his positive, very positive outlook on life, and the support of his family and friends. Harrison's success is a testament to the indomitable support of his parents every single day of his life. This honorary naming request is to name the New Tampa All Abilities Park at the New Tampa Community Park in honor of the life of the young Harrison Boonstapple. To quote the Tampa Palms Owners Association in support of this honorary naming, Harrison's name will serve as a beacon to the purpose for which this park was created, that of celebrating and advancing the development of all abilities of all peoples. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am? If you could please state your name for the record.
Yes, Brucey Boonstapple. I have to read it, but today I'm here to share a message about my son Harrison. I'm now and forever his mother, Brucey Boonstapple. Harrison was 20 years old when he was taken from us by gun violence. My son Harrison and his twin sister Ava were born prematurely in June of 2003. They were welcomed into our family by my husband Carl and I, their big brother Nicholas, plus a large extended family and a community of friends. The path ahead wasn't always an easy one for Harrison. He barely survived his first few months in the NICU as he contracted a staph infection through a breeding tube needed to survive with his underdeveloped lungs. The doctors were not sure he would make it. After 40 days in the NICU, Harrison was then sent back to the hospital for a month of testing and the insertion of a feeding tube for all his eating nutrition for the next 3 years. To learn how to walk, he was fitted with leg braces, and in age 3, we discovered he had severe hearing loss, probably caused by these antibiotics. At age 5, Harrison was surgically fitted with a cochlear implant that allowed him to hear and grasp language, which was pretty much the first time. You know, we just didn't know in the beginning that he couldn't hear. Including 5 therapies a week, speech, occupational, physical, and early learning program at Roosevelt Elementary beginning at age 3, where he had 2 exceptional teachers, Miss Casey and Miss Andrea, that shaped everything in Harrison's world with kindness. From 5th grade until graduation in 2022, Harrison attended Pepin Academies, which nurtured him daily with kindness. Kindness is the motivation of the people we're talking about here, and the something like this. This is the people that are always working to make this world better for those less fortunate. Harrison's life was in many ways a beautiful shooting star passing through a whole lifetime in a few short years. He crammed more experiences, more adventures, and certainly more energy into every day of his life than many of us can do. And he had a smile that melted hearts. Perhaps because of his experiences with his challenges, he could be somewhat quiet, even shy in new situations. But once he felt more at ease, the floodgates would open, and his exuberant love for life, for people, and for adventure would open as wide as his amazing smile. Harrison was gifted with an amazing capacity for empathy and compassion. This is a quality that is very, very appealing to those who may have had their own struggles with shyness and uncertainty, and certainly served to draw others to him. Harrison had a passion for adventure, for motion, and for speed. When he was a boy discovering the joys of skateboarding, he pushed his ability to the utmost, and when something caught his attention and interest, he had a strong focus and started researching and learning everything he could about all the details involved. People everywhere had no problem warming up to Harrison. At a server's assistant at Oxford Exchange, he was a hardworking, diligent, and kind colleague during the 2 years he worked there. His manager said he was the quiet boy until 2 weeks on the job. They spoke, and then Harrison had that huge smile, and just like that, they were no longer strangers. Harrison's challenge may have meant that things that seemed simple for other kids weren't as easy for him, but that didn't discourage him from seeing life as an adventure. He lived at full speed. He loved camping trips, hiking, fishing with his friends. He skateboarded, he biked, and when he was old enough to drive, he picked out a bright blue Subaru WRX that he absolutely loved. He was a source of laughter and love for all those who knew him, and he was well known for his kindness and beautiful smile. Harrison's life ended on October 29, 2023. He and his friends had gone out after a usual evening of driving. I have the Life 360 app to know the whereabouts of my children. You all might be familiar with that. Harrison's daily map of driving history looked like a spider web. And after his funeral, we had a car parade with all his friends down the Bayshore, Davis Islands, and through downtown. Harrison, with his two friends, Jordan and Nate, went to Ybor City to watch people dressed up for Halloween. He was only there 10 minutes, going up 7th Avenue and then back again to the garage where they had parked. 18 people had their lives changed forever that day. Harrison was killed within seconds of the shooting. My son, an innocent bystander that had only been standing there for a few minutes, was killed by a 14-year-old boy. His loss has broken the hearts of our family and everyone who knew him. That moment took away my bright, beautiful son, but it has led to the recognition of kindness and his legacy, let kindness win. The companies that have been support are companies that we've known through his life. He's been a part, Pepin Foundation, the Ronald McDonald Training Center. He stayed there for a while. Karen Clay, Tampa Palms Owners Association, and just all these elements. It makes me joyous to think that his name will be on that park, because that was part of his life growing up. He was, I guess, more fortunate than others, because in the beginning they didn't know if he'd talk or walk or anything, and he could do a standing back flip. He just became this guy, even though the neurologist would say, well, I don't know if I'll ever be able to talk. So he might have to talk through a computer. Nope. Even after 5 years before hearing, he did it all. And that brings stuff with it. And like I say, sharing it in Pepin. And also I was going to say, too, is I'm proud of Harrison, and I'm proud of his sister, Ava, and, of course, the rest of my family, Nicholas. But like when Harrison was little, he was really petite. So some kids didn't want to play with him because they thought he was a baby and he didn't talk that well. But he was the one, when Ava and he would go to the park, and he'd be pushing the swing with a littler kid. I mean, he just cared about everybody. And to me, that's an amazing legacy, and it's an amazing legacy of a lot of people that have lost their lives by this unfortunate gun violence. But the reality is my life is poured into and fueled by the actions that you guys can do. It's a crazy world right now, but he is the product of people caring about him and understanding the value of him, whether he never walked or anything. So this is a real thrill for us to be part of the handicap park. And I just appreciate it so much. And I want my son's beautiful picture to be at the park. Oh, is that it? I can see it. Okay. He just really was something that I think also, in the general scope of things, our children don't have that. I mean, it's so beaten down. And so I want this to be a story not about the guns, but about all the things he overcame and all the qualities and all the things that more people, because I think even kids maybe not with handicap or special needs, they're broken. And so I love at the park to have his face and say, let kindness win, and inspire others.
Thank you, Mrs. Boonstapple. It would be my honor to support this. Thank you for sharing your story. You know, I remember when that happened, when the news came out, I was up in the middle of the night, and that's the headline that you see is mass shooting in Ybor City. With the chief, he was so diligent with his team, walking through Ybor City, visiting with people, increasing the police presence. We were out together one night. My wife was with us, and you know, your story about your son is so. I'm sorry, I cry. You know, not the first time, but he is an example of what we should be.
Yes.
You know, and these terrible, you know, politics is crazy, the world is crazy, but everything that you said is just so inspirational, and I can't imagine, you know, what you've gone through, and I can offer my condolences, but on our behalf, you know, his name will live on, and you know, and he'll be remembered as a wonderful human being. So. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I was holding back tears just listening to you, Brucey, and Councilman Chairman Maniscalco. Not a damn thing wrong with crying. I'm holding back tears right now. You know, that park is about empathy and compassion and tolerance and decency, and that's the legacy of Harrison, 100%. And one of the things that really has to be said is the courage that it takes you to come up here. And you've been at many forums on gun violence, on disabilities, on victims of crime, and so forth, to bear, damn it, just the worst pain a person could have. And to talk about that publicly, to help other people, that's an act of heart and of love that is great courage. It is great courage. And so, you know, you're coming here and telling the story of Harrison. I mean, I like the first year, not knowing if he's going to live, I think it was going to middle school, weighing 60 pounds, being a graduate of Pepin Academies.
He was a little dude. Yeah,
with a big heart. And when you read that story, things like that don't happen by themselves. They happen with a mom and a dad, with parents, with a family, with people that love them. And that's what y'all did. And you still love him. You're going to love him forever. And his story, we can, you know, talk about it at that park, because that's what it's about.
I think that would be really beautiful.
Thank you.
Because his life was a victory. the unfortunates of where we're living in this world is that, and we know it's there. But meanwhile, just keep kids afloat and keep myself afloat. Every time I do something like this, this pours in the strength and love and fuel that I need to go forward. So, yeah, every day it's without him. But every time I do something or talk to somebody, I talk to everybody about Harrison. And it's uplifting for me. It's upsetting to get there, but after it just shows me all the people in this world that are feeling the same way, you know? So, yeah.
And you know, what you talk about is just mourning, trying to become strong in broken places, but commemorating decency. That's it.
Yep.
Decency. So,
And that's what his legacy is going to be about. It's going to be about kindness, because we don't have that in this world.
Amen.
There's a lot of reasons for it, but the fact is, he just always did that. I mean, when he was little, and then growing up, and then even in high school, his friends, the parents told me he was like the cheerleader. When he'd come to the house with his loud car motor going, and his friend would say, "Oh, Harrison's here," and the mom would say, "Harrison's here," and like everybody would kind of get ready, because he just came in with that positivity and stuff, and he became the one that a lot of his friends confided in him when they were having issues. He would be the one they'd want to talk to, and he'd be the one coaching them on, the boy that went through all this stuff already. So I think that's an important in the education process too, for along with that is just making kids feel like their life is not predetermined.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do we need an official motion?
Yes, so unless anyone on council wants to. So what I want to do, if I may, is you had mentioned this picture. So I wanted to make a motion on a couple of things. And Ms. Van Loan, what motion do we need to make to bring this back for a vote to make it official? And how much time will y'all need and so forth?
Michelle Van Loan, you would make a motion for first reading if it's the pleasure of council, May 15th or any date after that.
Swell. So if I may, I make a motion for first reading for naming of the All Abilities Park after Harrison Boonstapple, and also want to make two other attached issues with, or attachments, I guess, with that, which is that city staff work on a plaque with this photograph of him on there. They can work with your family on what goes there, and that there be a sign in the beginning at the actual park, and then on New Tampa Boulevard on the park, because you have to go a whiles away to get to the actual park, so that folks will know that, and they were working on that anyway, right, for the All Abilities Park, but we want to make sure that there's two signs. In the beginning where the New Tampa Rec Center is, and then going into the park. And I did want to mention on background that, again, this Harrison's life, it just uniquely fits into what this park is all about. So that's my motion, if I may, council.
We have a second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we're going to go back to the bunker gear and Chief Tripp. Before we begin, Councilmember Vieira, so we have to vote on 95, but 96, can we receive and file that?
Yes, that is on. Yes, so that's the, so we're going to be having on that in-person reports, and then quarterly in-person reports, and then monthly written reports. And yes, so I liked in there that I saw that the memo said that they're trying to accelerate everything, which I know that's the heart of Chief Tripp on this, obviously, in the union. And I think in there's Nicholas Stocco. I need to get new glasses, by the way.
Yep.
And everybody here. And so, yeah, so I know, when is the
April 17th is the next monthly written report scheduled.
Okay, so I guess would May then be the first live report?
Yeah, is it May 15th?
I guess so. Okay, yep. So yeah, so receive and file that, if I may.
All right, we have motion to receive and file item number 96. We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
And then with 102, it says here, they're requesting that said item be continued to a date and time with the FY25 mid-year report. Do you have a date for that, or?
When is the report? Let's see here.
May 15th.
Yep, that's fine, if
All
I
right,
may.
so motion to continue this to May 15th, 2015. Motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. And now we have to discuss item number 95, and
Yep.
Chief Tripp is here. Is she here to speak about 95 and the bunker gear?
So so there's the item itself, 95, and then there's the administration report or the administrative update on it. I don't know if Chief Bennett or Chief Tripp. When I did that memo, I made sure to put administration because a lot of times things, it could be purchasing, it could be one department or the other. I don't want to make that presumption. The reason I'd done that is obviously we've heard a lot on this issue. We had Ed Kelly, the president of the International Association of Firefighters, write us correspondence. Chief Tripp then, I believe, wrote a responsive correspondence. And then I, if I recall correctly, I saw a letter from Mr. Kelly with the IAFF to Jimmy Petronas, our CFO here in the state of Florida. So I think it's incumbent upon us just to inquire on this issue as to the status, and I guess get an upfront picture for everybody, because again, given that level of inquiry and scrutiny, just want to know. And we thank you, Chief, for being here.
Yes, ma'am. Come on up, Chief Tripp. Thank you for being here, if you want to take it away.
Good afternoon, Chief Tripp, Fire Chief for Tampa Fire Rescue. So if we're talking about 95, as far as we can talk about the amount first and then go into other situations. So as we know, the bunker gear is for, the protection of the firefighters that's out there. And of course, with you guys' approval, we can continue to maintain this bunker gear. With the last contract, the last CBA, we actually approved for everyone to get a second set of bunker gear, which that has been in place. And of course, it's supposed to be done over increments. We're talking about money. We just could not issue all at once. We have currently about 70 employees who's going to get that second set of bunker gear. Of course, we're dealing with a manufacturer. So when we talk about the letters, well, let me go back to this amount. So this amount here is actually spaced out on bunker gear that's going to be expired. We also include bunker gear for new hires, and also any bunker gear, because we have to keep a certain percentage of loaner gear. So that's where the amount, and if I'm not mistaken, I think you might have already seen this, it's over through 2028. But I'll confirm that date, don't quote me on it. But that's why the amount is the amount that it is now, okay? So that take care of 95. So as far as the letters that's going, all over the United States, as I spoke with Local 754, and as I told my direct report with the mayor, we are in the process of issuing that bunker gear. It's not that we're trying to hold it for any particular reason. So when we go to the manufacturer, say, hey, we need bunker gear, we might end up with the jacket and not the pants. The pants come later. We did have to send some of that bunker gear back to get a different type of harness that's on it, which we're receiving that. So as I speak and as my letter that went to Mr. Kelly, I advised him that we're in the process now of distributing that bunker gear. But when this bunker gear come in, or when the individuals come in, we can't do it all at once. I can't issue all of the bunker gear at once, because we have to make sure the individuals, it's fitted right, make if any adjustments, changes, if it have to go out. It is a process, and something that, of course, I'm trying to do for Tampa Fire Rescue is to bring the technology. We don't have a good inventory system, so everything is paper. So, of course, it takes longer. So once we get this new supply and fleet facility, of course, that's going to help out with being able to do a lot of things, when I say with technology, to be able to do an inventory and all of the different plans. So I know information is out there saying these individuals are in unclean bunker gear. That is not true. We currently have a SOG policy that talks about contaminated, exposed gear and what needs to be done. We keep a certain amount of gear for loaner gear. If an individual goes to a fire or whatever they're exposed to, that basically how they can come back and decon that equipment, as well as get that gear washed. So we have policies and procedures. I have not been told of any individual that actually went to go get replacement gear because of being exposed and not having that gear available. I don't know. So no one has come and told me. So that's why I don't know what the emails that's going back and saying that these individuals are in unclean gear. It's up to the individual, the employee themselves, if they have gear when they get off duty, to go and have that gear replaced. We have it washed and cleaned, and it's by their duty day.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilman Vera?
Yes, so what I suggest we do, Council, is, because again, I've had discussions with the administration on this and everything, is that getting a letter, obviously, from Ed Kelly. I know you immediately responded and so forth. I hold, never met him, but I hold Mr. Kelly in high regard on a professional basis, I guess, if you will. What I suggest we do, council, is that we try to see in maybe 4 or 5 weeks, do a motion for an update on this to see where we're at on this, because obviously, and let me ask you, Chief, if I may, how long do you think you're going to take to have what Mr. Kelly expresses in his correspondence getting done, to have all the bunker gear that we have distributed? I think this was approved, if I recall, in the latter half of 2023, if I recall correctly. And I know there's, manufacturing issues, et cetera, but how long do you think you're going to need for that?
So what we're doing now, what the my supply division has done and been working on for the last couple of months, is separating that gear, making sure, I'm gonna use Barbara Tripp, have her top, her bottom, along with her harness. Once all of that, that's a complete set. We don't want to issue incomplete sets. We don't want Barbara Tripp to get a pair of pants and not have her jacket. So right now, what they're doing, they're actually gathering all that, separating it by districts, and shift, and we're distributing that information as we speak. Time-wise, it all depends on personnel, because once again, the individual have to try it on. So if they're off duty, whether they're on annual leave or they're not at work, of course, now we have to go to the next person. So it is going to take a process, and once again, manpower plays a big role in it as well as when I use the word logistic, as far as the technology.
Yes, ma'am. So I see, council, the next available date would be May 1st, but I'll let other folks
Is that
speak.
enough time, Chief?
Yes, sir. I'll give you an update where we stand, and
Yes, ma'am.
like I said, I'll give you a report on.
We'll have a motion, Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Clendenin. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Chief Tripp.
Good
How are you?
afternoon. Good.
Are there any complete bunker sets that have been distributed at all?
Yes, some has.
Do you
And
have a
some
number?
I don't have a number right now, but I can give you a number, because like I said, we just got a lot, but I can keep you updated.
So this procedure that you talked about, that if, when the uncleanliness or whatever of the gear, and there's a procedure in place for a fire person to come in and submit that gear or have it cleaned, does that happen? Has anyone ever done that?
Yes and no. It varies on the individual, so our SOGs, believe it's section
What does
503.
SOG mean?
I'm sorry, standard operating guidelines.
Okay.
So these are guidelines that's out to the field, and basically, if anything is going on, especially with that gear, it tells you how to decon, how you're supposed to go and have it replaced. Some stations, which we're in the process of trying to get what we call extractors, where individuals can wash their gear. Of course, that's been a challenge because a lot of the stations are old and don't have the correct receptacles, to be able to put those that equipment in. But we have procedures, and like I say, the standard operating guidelines tell them in section 503 that how they can go and decon their equipment and also take it to the supply division where they wash the gear and return it to them by the next duty date.
Has anyone ever done that?
We've had some, but I haven't gotten phone calls saying that, hey, Chief, we're running out of gear because we have no more gear, because we've had, 100 people come in and replace their gear.
No, you've only gotten the negative reports where they say that it's dirty.
Yes, and that's why I tell them,
Yeah.
and I tell my supply division, if they run into any kind of challenges, they're supposed to forward that up to administration to let us know if there have been any problems as far as gear not available, and or if they have issues with certain gear.
Yeah, so it just says to me, whoever's putting out there that, the bunker gear is dirty, or at least for me as a council member, is also saying that they followed the procedures, got it back, and it's still dirty. That means they have to follow the procedure first.
Right.
And to be able to make that claim.
Yes, ma'am.
So that.
And that's what I wanted to explain with the information that's
Yeah.
out there, because you're putting information out there that's really not true. Because if they go and turn their gear in and they say, well, we can't get your gear back and we don't have nothing for replacement, then now it's a problem. Administration got a problem. But I haven't had that brought to my attention.
Yeah.
To say, hey, individuals are going to replace their gear and the gear is not available. We also have repairs where we have individuals switch out gear, say if they in a car doing an extrication and their bucket gear get coat, so it have to go out for repairs. It's the same procedures.
Okay. So for me, 754 would have to provide information saying the procedures have been followed and it is still not being done.
Yes.
That would be fair.
That would be
Instead
fair.
of just putting out as though, the administrative team of the fire department is not doing their job.
Exactly.
I have to read through some of these things because I know, there's emotional attachment to it. You're in the leadership position, they are, in the union. And so it's just very difficult to keep up with it. I just don't like reading things on the surface. Is 754 familiar with all of these procedures?
Yes.
SOGs, that's what you call it?
Yes, ma'am. They actually got a copy, hand-delivered copy. When we put them out, any changes we make, they get a copy of that as well.
Okay, so what do they want from you at this point?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know exactly what they want. I know, and just as much as I want to get rid of this gear, I want to get rid of it. But like I say, it's steps and procedures that needs to be done. I just can't go and drop off 20 sets of gear at a station and the individuals are not there. This gear is expensive, so everyone have to be accounted for.
Understood. Okay, so there are complete sets available.
It's complete sets available that we're issuing out.
Okay. And if it's not, then that's the report that I would want. That's what I would want, is the report to exist to say this number of individuals have not been able to receive the full bunker gear because a pants is missing or not the right size or whatever the case may be.
Okay.
And I mean, that's what I would want.
And
because that also says that they have followed the procedure, the SOG, to get to that point.
And we do have individuals that actually have been measured but have not ordered their second gear because we had to wait for this funding to come through. Because you should consider using that data as well.
Okay. To document everything.
Yes, ma'am.
Because of the nature of what you face on a regular basis as the chief of the fire department. But thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Clendon.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the weeds on some of this because a lot of this is just, it's a symptom. I mean, you and I have had these conversations in the past, and I've had these conversations with the president of 754 as well. This issue isn't necessarily about bunker gear. This issue is about a breakdown between management and labor and in the union, a breakdown of relationships. And we can try to point fingers all day long, but we've had this, I think between you and the president and the leadership of your leadership team and the president's leadership team, somehow y'all have got to get down and sit down and figure out a way to move forward so that we don't have, because, I mean, think about how much time is wasted of your productivity. I mean, how much time the union's spending in doing this. And I mean, because I know you're contractually obligated to provide the bunker gear, which I think we're kind of out of compliance with that now, right? Was that a budget? Wasn't it last year we were contractually obligated?
Yeah, the contract don't end till September of this year.
September of this year, okay.
Yes.
Okay, I knew it was last year, I didn't realize it was September, December, okay. But, so, I mean, obviously I was a labor guy and I've been on both sides of this equation. I've been in management, I've been in labor dealing with these kind of issues. And I just know when these kind of issues rise up, it's always because it's a breakdown of relationships. And if we can fix that relationship, we'll save you time aggravation, we'll save them time aggravation, we'll save the city of Tampa taxpayer money, because all of this costs money. I just urge you to dig deep and try to figure out a way to rebuild those kind of relationships so that when these kind of things come up, that you can have in an informal way and have that relationship that you can sit down and say, hey, how do we create, and maybe it's going above and beyond what you feel like, the role is of management and labor, but sit down and say, how can we the bunker gear comes in, like you said, in piecemeal. And if it can't happen, it can't happen, and here we are. We're just gonna have to continue to do business like this. Ideally, it's just not the best way to do business. I think you know that. I know you do, because you and I've had this conversation. So, and hopefully, the president of 754 can bend some, and you can bend some, and you guys can figure out a better way forward.
I agree with you, and if I can comment on that,
Yeah,
respect
absolutely.
is owed to everybody.
Yeah.
And the amount of respect that's received, towards me is totally unacceptable.
Well, yeah, and I hear you, and I think the same thing. And I'll bet you if I was to ask them, they'd probably feel the same way. Disrespect of the union, and like I say, and I won't even take you guys out of this because I've been in this world in a whole different environment, right? And I know how these things break down and how the relationships fall apart. And I think we talked about this. At the lowest point, I think what we ended up doing is going off campus to, like I say, a ropes class and do some team building and try to rebuild that respect and those relationships. You know, I mean, I think there's opportunities out there but it has to be both of you guys open to do it. There's opportunities out there to try to rebuild those relationships so that otherwise, man, because I feel bad for all y'all, because I know this is what a pain in the butt it is for you, and it's a pain in the butt for the union and the union members to have to live in this type of environment. It's much better to be in a collaborative environment where you're all moving towards that same direction. And I wish that for you all, because I know it'll make you all, you know, much more happy in your professional lives if you're able to find that. But thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Miranda, I haven't spoken yet, and then I'm going to go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just listening, and the more I listen, the more confused I get. I read somewhere in the newspaper, Tampa Bay Times or something, and I'm not sure if it was there or not, that the fire department went to some fire, there was no bunker gear available or something. I don't know if that's factual or not. Maybe I dreamt it, I'll be honest with you. So now I hear that the equipment, when it comes in, you're gonna distribute it out. You got 24 fire stations, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we got 7 days a week or 30 days on a calendar. Even if, when it comes in, and I'm not trying to tell you or the union what to do, but distribution should be at the station where they're at. Deliver them to them. I would imagine somebody knows what sizes they wear, and it was ordered that way. Whether it comes, sometimes you order a suit that's a little tighter or looser than what you need. I understand that. It's happened to me many times, only because I gain and lose weight on purpose. It ain't the suit, it's me. So I don't see distribution being a big deal. I don't see it from your side or from the union side. I'm just speaking as a guy next door. I don't think that's a big deal. How many you got in the fire station? 10, 12? Here's 5 for this, 5 for that. Put them on, see if they fit.
That would be perfect if it was unisex, one size fit all, but everyone is measured.
Well, I said it's different. I mean, I said there were different sizes, so they can try them out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's that difficult to make the distribution.
It's not, and that's what we're doing. But once again, everyone have to try that gear on, you know, so
Yeah,
we're.
and then you go into 3 shifts for 3 days, and you're not gonna get them all.
No.
But you'll get the preponderance of them.
We are definitely distributing that gear, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
I'm kind of at a loss for words. I was listening to Councilman Clendenin, and really, there's unfortunately some problems you're not going to be able to solve. Mayor Jane Castor appointed you as the chief of fire and rescue, a woman, a black woman, and there is a lot behind that is not being spoken today, and there's nothing you can do about it. You just got to stay prayed up. That's all I'm going to say.
Yes,
because some of this, if you've already expressed that there is a procedure in place, like I said, the documentation, if they don't have it, based on what you have in place as the leader, then I would like to see that data. Just reading that the bunker gear is dirty and they don't have it, but yet the procedures haven't been followed. I'm not listening to the noise. I feel like you're doing a great job, and maybe there should be some more support above you and below you, so that you can do your job effectively.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Vieira, you had a motion
Yes,
for May
sir.
15th.
So I motion to come back with the status of the bunker gear on May 1st.
Yes, sir.
And if there's some resolution of it before where we can take it off the docket, that's great. But I do that so that we can, keep an eye on this, because again, given that correspondence, we do have to apply scrutiny to that, obviously. So that's my motion, if I may.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Miranda, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And then item number 95, do you want to go ahead and move that?
So moved, yes, sir.
We have a motion for item 95. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. We have a review hearing, item number 89, followed by Tom Hanks.
I saw that.
Not that Tom Hanks, but, I don't know. Are you Tom Hanks? All right.
Yes.
Not different guy. All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. Council members, this item number 89 is a review hearing for petition for review of VRB 24-66. The petitioner, as you have noted, is Mr. Thomas Hanks. There were two variances requested in this application. The first is a request to reduce accessory structure front yard setback from 60 feet down to 1 foot. The second request was to reduce the backup distance from 10 feet to 1 foot for a 2-car parking structure.
And ma'am, before you continue, I need to swear everybody in. Please raise your right hand if you're going to speak. Mr. Hanks, as well, please stand up.
And I'm sorry, there's Stephen Eister is also.
He's on.
Okay,
He's online.
okay. All right, thank you.
We'll swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yeah.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'll just continue.
Yeah.
So the petitioner, the application is within your staff report that you have in the packets that have just been distributed to you. The petitioner cited three reasons for his request, or three justifications. His property being narrow and not having enough space on either side of the house to drive a vehicle to the back of the house. There being no other option for placement of a carport, and then finally the additional benefits of a carport for ground erosion and solar protection. Transportation did find this request inconsistent because the code requires that the structural edge of a vehicular entrance to a 2-car carport be set back a minimum of 10 feet from the property line. And Melanie Calloway with the Transportation Department is here. If council has any questions with respect to transportation's findings. The VRB did determine that this request did not meet the criteria for a variance according to Tampa Code Section 27-80, and therefore it denied the application. As part of council's packet, I have provided you a copy of Section 27-80, which is the application of the variance power. I've also provided you the review hearing procedures in 27-61J2. And I provided you the two code sections that the request, that the variance request applies to, sections 27-290 regarding accessory structure setbacks, and then section 27-156C, which again addresses the structural edge of a 2-car carport being set back that 10 feet from the property line. The final page in your packet is our sample motions for council. And I just wanted to remind council that when in these review hearings, council applies a de novo standard of review, which means that council may accept new evidence, take public testimony, and determine whether the petition meets the variance criteria according to the city code. Council also, though, must follow the applicable ordinances, and so that's why I provided you 27-80. And with the variance application, I know you've had several of these review hearings, but hardship is one of the criteria. It is what the variance review board must find a hardship before they are authorized under the code to grant a variance. Stephen Eister with staff is here, and again, Ms. Calloway is here. At the conclusion of the hearing, council may either affirm the decision by the VRB and thereby uphold the denial of this application, or council may overturn the decision by the VRB and approve the request for a variance. If council has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I will turn it over to Mr. Eister.
Any questions? No? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Eister. Please state your name for the record. You're muted, sir.
Hello, my name is Stephen Eister, Urban Planner 2 with Development and Growth Management. May I have permission to share my screen?
Go ahead. It'll just take a moment. We'll bring it up.
Let me know if you guys can see my screen.
It's coming, almost there.
Okay.
They're just making it bigger, so it'll take up the whole screen and we'll see the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Yeah, can you make it bigger on your screen?
Okay, let's see if I can switch my screens.
Okay, there you go. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council. So in front of you today is VRB-24-66-C, which is at 8406 North Edison Avenue. The owner of the property, his name is Thomas Hanks. The property address is 8406 North Edison Avenue. The zoning is residential single family, RS 50. And the request is to reduce the accessory structure front yard setback from 60 feet to 1 feet. Also reduce the backup distance from 10 feet to 1 feet for a 2-car parking structure. The code sections in reference today are 27-290, schedule of area, height, bulk, and placement regulations for accessory structures. The setbacks are 60 feet from the front, 3 feet from the rear, and 3 feet from the sides. The other section in reference is section 27-156, table 4-2, note 8. The structural edge of a 2-car garage is a 10-foot front setback from the property line. And there is a previous action on this site, which is COD-23-4161, which was construction without permits. These are the standards for the variance review board that they based their decision off of. This is the same document that legal provided you a copy of. This is the variance review board determination. The variance review board heard the case on December 10th, 2024, and after testimony denied the request 5-0. They denied both requests to reduce the accessory structure front yard setback from 60 feet to 1 feet, as well as to reduce the backup distance from 10 feet to 1 foot for the 2-car parking structure. Here's a map of the site. As you can see, the parking structure located in the front yard, and we'll get to more detailed photos in a minute. This is a site plan of the site. In the blue box is the highlighted area of concern, which will be blown up on the next slide. So you can see it's a large aluminum awning in the front yard. It's 20 by 18.63 feet and sits back 1 feet from the property line in the front. These are some historical photos of the site. So this was the property in 2007. This is the property in 2018. This is the property in 2019. And then here's the property currently, which also shows the comment made by transportation about the asphalt in the front yard, just so you guys could see a visual of that. These are the development review comments. Natural resources found it consistent with conditions. Transportation found it inconsistent with conditions and reads, transportation finds the site plan inconsistent with chapter 27-156, C, table 4-2, note 8. The code requires the structural edge of a vehicle entrance of a 2-car garage, carport, or any other vehicle storage area must be set back a minimum of 10 feet from the property line. The proposed carport is only 1 foot. At the time of permitting, the driveway must meet the transportation technical standards. Additionally, the unpermitted asphalt currently covering most of the front yard will need to be removed from the right-of-way and replaced with grass. And then Jonathan's contact information was provided below. Wastewater found it consistent. Water found it consistent with conditions. Right-of-way found it inconsistent due to a platted rear easement, which does not affect the overall what's being proposed on this variance site plan. There is a shed in the rear yard that is outside the purview of this review, but it was noted so Thomas could move the shed out of that easement. Stormwater found it consistent, and TICO had no comment at the time of the review. And then I'll be available for any questions or concerns if you guys have any.
Are there any questions at this time? Ms. Johnson-Velez, do we call up the applicant at this time? Sir, Mr. Hanks, if you would like to come on up. And how long does he have for a presentation? 15 minutes? Okay, you have up to 15 minutes. You don't have to use all that time if you do not want to. And then we'll discuss, and you'll have a rebuttal as well to respond to anything that we say. Please state your name. Go ahead, sir.
My name is, thank you, counsel. My name is Thomas Hanks. I reside at the property. It's my homestead, my only house. The carport that's in question right there it's been there for in excess of 20 years. But I got married and I bought the house across the street, we bought the house across the street, and we had an RV. And and consequently would hold my van because I've got a high top van. And we moved it across the street. And the mother-in-law lived in my property right there. excuse me. And then when we got a divorce, then I did the Egyptian and pulled it right back across the street, and that's where it's at. But like I said, yeah, I put it there probably in 2001 or two. It's been there that long, and across the street. That's why you didn't see it in that photo right there. But at the same time, there's multiple carports closer to the road than my house in my neighborhood. And the reason that this is even an issue before you guys is there's a guy at the end of the block that, he OD'd. He was some kind of dope guy. And he pushed me down in the middle of the street with a backpack blower on. And, I'm surviving colon cancer right now, and I had a colostomy bag on me. And he pushed me down and cracked my ribs. So I called the police up, and whatever they did to him, I don't know. But that was like Friday or Saturday. Monday morning, I had the sticker, and the lady, Suzette Rodriguez, gave me the name of the guy who filed against me, and it was that guy. Well, since then, he OD'd, and, all the drug stuff has stopped. Because, it was a show over there. But he's dead now, and I still have to deal with this. And I've got a picture of my property, and
Put it on the overhead, the projector there, and then it'll come up. It's right there to your right.
I don't know how to do, okay. And also, I've got a north, south, east, and west signatures of the people that own the property. They all own. And I gave them this piece of paper, and the carport does not offend anyone. So I don't know if you could here's a picture. And that white fence right there, I put that there when I put that carport there 20-something years ago. It stayed there. As to the asphalt, nobody wants to admit to the fact, but storm water, because I complained, I've lived there a long time, and I've complained to stormwater about this, that all that dirt was eroding down. There's a drain that's out of this picture right here. And when the mailman or anybody goes by, it's a dustbin, and the sewer is like that lower than the street. It is just pulling the dirt out. And I told that to stormwater. They came and they fixed it. I was elated. And now it seems to be a problem, and consequently, the stormwater people that were up here a little while ago, wasting time and effort, they used to come on a weekly basis with the big vacuum cleaner to suck the drains out because they were so full of dirt. They haven't been there one time since that happened. It's actually saved the city money. Stormwater did it. Nobody wants to accept it. Everybody says, oh, well, that guy doesn't work here any longer. Well, so where does that leave me? And I live by myself with my dog. And that's the carport is there for my truck and my car. And I'm a very good steward of my neighborhood. Like I said, to be there successfully for 7 years, you got to be doing something right. So, and like I said, I've got signatures of all the 4 owners, north, south, east, and west of my property. And then I've got from Miss Castor, this right here, she mailed this to me. I'm trying to turn it around. Here we go. Yeah, and being on disability, because I'm on medication, and my guts are just bad news, like I said, I'm surviving. Underlined, it says one of these has to pertain as a part to my disability being granted. And I believe, enjoying my household, I could not enjoy it because my house faces to the east. in blatant dead sunshine. And I just had cataract surgery as well, and it is so necessary for that carport. And like I said, there's other carports, multiple in the neighborhood that are closer to the road than mine. You know, I don't understand why I'm being picked on 21 or 2 years after the fact. I don't know what else to say. I think I've said everything. Unless you would like to see the signatures of the people.
Sure, if you could give them up to the attorney here, and we'll look at them. Thank you very much, sir. Anything else you'd like to add?
It's imperative that I keep it. It's my life. It's where I sit with my dog every day, all day most days. You know, that's where I sit. And also the leaves inundating, both of my feet have been broken. And, you know, I'm not agile as I used to be. And when the leaves come down, it ain't nothing but a tripping hazard, slipping hazard. And the rain just erodes everything. It's losing property every time it rains. Anytime there's a windstorm, the wind just blows down the street and it doesn't blow up in my face, and it's wonderful.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions? If not, I'll ask for public comment. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? If there is nobody in public comment, are there any questions or comments from council? Is there, well, there's no rebuttal. I mean, there is rebuttal if you want to add anything else, but nobody mentioned anything. So if not.
And
can I get-
my dog is black, so she can't sit in the sunshine.
well-
The poor girl, it's too hot for her.
Well, it
And
absorbs
me
the
as
heat.
well.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Motion to close from Councilmember Henderson. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. And what's the pleasure of council? Do we uphold or overturn? Councilmember Clendenin, go ahead.
I move to affirm the VRB's decision to deny the variances requested in the application number VRB 2466 for the property located at 8406 North Edison Avenue due to the failure of the petitioner to meet the burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence in the record and at this public hearing of the unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in sections 2780 of the city code, specifically that the hardships identified would not necessarily be resolved just by the continued use of that carport by the evidence that you've suggested. Just and having those conditions that sitting, you can sit in other areas of the house to avoid the sun,
That's
not
just
necessarily in the
not where I
carport.
sit.
But I understand it. But you know, there's the signatures that you brought, really, if they had come and testified, it would have been more of the weight of that evidence would have been heavier. But that's not really the competent, substantial evidence that we'd be looking for to reach these hardship criteria to overturn the decision of that board. So there really wasn't enough evidence suggested to us during this board. You want to help out there?
We have a motion, we have a second.
Yeah,
Councilmember
I would
Arquette.
just say that you should probably stick to section 2780,
Right.
which talks about the reasoning. And the hardship or practical difficulty does not result from the actions. It's a self-created hardship by putting it there. And unfortunately, we have to consider the property and not health issues. Unfortunately, we have a lot of stuff that comes in front of the variance board that has to do with health, but this is not about health, it's about your property and what you can and can't do on the property. And the variance is not in harmony with nor serves the general intent and purpose of this chapter and the adopted Tampa Comprehensive Plan.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second.
And the alleged hardship is not unique and singular with respect to the property.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's do a roll call vote.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson. Hurtak.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much, sir. That's it, the hearing is over. Sorry.
And it's not approved, and my mental health isn't part of the health
Thank you
criteria?
very much, sir. The hearing is over. Thank you, sir.
Is it in my favor or no?
No, it's not in your favor, sir. Thank you very much.
How about the remedy? What is the remedy?
If someone on the legal side, okay. Go ahead, sir.
I mean, what, not to give you, well, I guess, whatever, to stop me if need be. I would, with whom did you speak for setting this up? Who did you speak with to set this hearing up, sir?
Mrs., it was a woman down Corinthia.
Okay. What I,
Corinthia and Eric Cotton and
okay.
Lisa Middleton. I've been and Mr. Steyer. I've been in communicado with them, and, they seem to be on my side, but it seems like somebody isn't. And
Sure. And if I may, I would, and correct me, Mr. Shelby, if I'm wrong, I would follow up with them on what the next prospective steps should be. That's what I would do, because the hearing unfortunately is over, but I would follow up with them, sir, for that.
Thank you very much.
We're sorry, and I mean that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, it's me.
All right. The next item, or the last item, is my item regarding decorum and efficiency. I took a few notes here. Notes? Yeah, notes, so I don't lose my train of thought. All right, can I get a motion to receive and file 105 and 106? We have a motion. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? We already did? Okay, never mind. Take that back.
Take back.
Great. Councilmember Vieira, do you have new business, sir?
Yeah, just really quick. Sorry. Oh, here we go. Let's see here. I had originally invited Karen Clay to come on May 15th to speak on her new 501c3, but it dawned on me that every year we have Gold Star parents over for Memorial Day, so I wanted to move, and I've already inquired with Ms. Clay on this, Ms. Clay's presentation for June 26th, where we have a clear calendar, if I may.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank
Yes?
you. And then I would ask that we invite Gold Star families to come on May 15th of this year to speak on the Memorial Day holiday, which I think is 12 days after that.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes?
Then I would motion for a written staff report. Morris Bridge Road, I know a lot of y'all have been down Morris Bridge Road, which is in the county, or at least it's a county road. But there's a lot of privity there between Morris Bridge Road in terms of the county, the city, Hillsborough County, Pasco County, et cetera. And, Morris Bridge Road is often treated as a rural road, and it's anything but. You have neighborhoods out there like Easton Park, you have Corey Lake Isles, you have a lot of different houses of worship, a Sikh house of worship, an Islamic temple, a couple of Christian churches, and so forth. So I wanted for mobility to work with the appropriate government entities on what improvements the governments can make on Morris Bridge Road working together, and to report on us on that in the first week of June of this year. And just a written report, and then based upon that, we can see if any action can be taken.
What do you mean by improvement?
So improvements with regards to speed limit, with regards to...
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
You were not
Sorry.
specific, so I didn't know what you meant.
Yes, ma'am,
We have
thank
a
you.
motion. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye.
And that's it. Thank you, Council.
I don't have any new business. I just wanted to offer condolences to the family of Frances Enriquez. Many of you know her, many of you may not. She was the first woman city clerk for the city of Tampa, and she worked and spent 39 years here in the city. She passed away March 19th of this year. Truly a trailblazer. And I just want to offer my condolences to the family and recognize her for everything that she did here in our city. She began her employment in 1954. So imagine different times. And in 1963, she was appointed deputy city clerk by Mayor Julian Lane.
First female.
First, that's right. So my condolences to the family. Councilmember Clendenin.
I have a few. Let's see, let's knock the easy one out first. I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation for the 2025 Tampa Pride Celebration on Saturday, March 29th, 2025, this weekend. The commendation will be presented offsite at 11 a.m. at the Cuban Club.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
What did I miss? I'm sorry.
No, we're just at new business. I'm gonna come to you. Yes, sir.
We voted that I was the prettiest one on council.
Oh, see, that's why you are.
It was unanimous.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so I have been knee-deep in conversations about garages, my new favorite topic of conversation outside the streetcar. Speaking with staff, we need to clarify. So I've spoken with staff and need to revise and clarify my motion from February 20th, 2025 to include changes in the Land Development Code text amendment cycle relating to residential off-street parking and tandem parking. I wish to revise the motion to clarify that we ask staff to amend the code in the July 2024 cycle relating to single-family residential and townhome garage and carport standards to include an increase in the setback for garages to 18 feet where the parking is proposed to be in the structure. So the explanation of that bullet point is that if they're using the garage for and the carport to be minimum parking minimums, you have to have the 18-foot to park the car in the carport, and that's why we have to do that for the setback. So it's to meet that minimum parking minimum if they're using the driveway for that purpose. Number two is to include new language specifying the width and depth of 1- and 2-car garages. I had mentioned 20 feet wide and 24 deep. That information had been given to me in our briefings with Stephen Benson prior to him leaving the city. In subsequent conversations, I think we're still going to work through this, the depth part of this. If there is a requirement in the city of Tampa that garbage has to be out hidden or shielded, one of those methods is they build these garages and shield by using the garage to shield it. When that's the case, 24 foot is a logical depth for those garages. If they're shielding it in another fashion, 22 feet would be a reasonable depth. So I'm still working with staff to resolve that in this final language that's going to be included. We're going to specify that the tandem parking inside a garage is prohibited, and we're going to clarify that there's no waiver for single-family parking standards. So for that, that's for the single family. So there's two.
And what, do you have a date?
And this was just to clarify the motion that we made from February 20th, 2025.
Okay.
This is just to give staff some confirmation that we're moving in the right direction.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything else?
Gosh, I thought I had something else, but I guess I don't.
Councilmember Henderson, did you have new business?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, I was just a little bit triggered today, when Chief Tripp was standing before us. So I have a motion. I need to get a little bit more involved with fire. That's what my spirit is telling me. So what I want is updates on a regular basis, monthly, about Station 24. And I want her to come before us and do that in person. And also on a monthly basis in writing, I want a written monthly data report on bunker gear.
We have a motion and a second.
Yeah, you need clarification?
No, I have a question.
Sure.
Do I have a second?
If I may.
Is there a second?
Well,
Thank you very
okay.
much. All right, Councilman Vieira.
We already get monthly written reports on.
Bunker gear?
No, if I may.
Sure.
Station 24, and we get in-person quarterly reports on Station 24. So I don't know if that's.
Well, it seems that we do, but the public needs to hear it for themselves. They don't go digging, looking for information the way that we do on Station 24. So just her coming before us allows us to ask questions regarding what's in the report, even though they come out in writing and on a quarterly basis. That's the reason why I'm asking. And also today, just what was presented today based on the other information written by others that, seems to be supported and understanding because they are experts or whatever they may be. I just feel like it's an opportunity to give us the data so that we won't be distracted when it comes to the bunker gear in particular. So I can separate them out if you don't, if you don't want to hear from Chief Tripp, on a monthly basis in person about Station 24, because Station 24 has been going on for so long, you know.
And, oh, wait.
So yeah, just, this is the part that I like, we get to talk about.
Councilmember Hurtak, yes.
Thank you. I have a suggestion. Why
Sure.
don't would Councilman Vieira be up to moving the written reports to in-person reports?
Sure, I mean, look,
Okay.
Well, but
So-
wait a second.
Yes, sir.
When it comes to 24,
Yeah.
making them in person, I think that's gonna be a waste of staff's time. I think that doing it, in writing and then quarterly in person, we get the same benefit from that. I would have no objection to that, but again,
That's fair.
you know.
Well, because it just seems like Station 24 has been a part of my life for the whole time I've been on council.
It has.
And even before then.
Oh,
It has.
And I don't know, I think for me, I'm sorry, was I recognized? Because I know
Yes,
we're talking
ma'am.
about decorum next. I just, I'm learning in the process of just the timetable of things. It's just, how do we, and expedite is a very soft word, but it's our responsibility to move things along. And I think when we're hearing it face to face, it just, we get to talk about it together up here. And that is the part that you can't get from the written report. You know what I'm saying? I get to hear your thoughts.
Sure.
And this is our open time to talk about it. And that's what's important to me, is that, you know, you can't break sunshine, so I get to hear everybody's thoughts up here, and then we can decide together through a motion, you know, how to push Station 24 along, because it's been a topic ever since I've been a member of this wonderful, amazing council that Charlie still wants to be a part of, I hope. And so that is, you know, that's my logic behind it, and that's the reason why I made the motion. I was just triggered today. I didn't come and, you know, plan with that. And I know that was one of the things, but the bunker data monthly report, for sure.
Sure.
You know, so I can separate that out.
Sure, yeah.
So
and-
quarterly in person,
Yeah,
monthly written.
Yes, that, okay.
Same thing.
Yeah, okay. So I can keep it together and the data monthly report about, okay, Celine, yes.
I need clarification.
Sure.
Because right now,
Separate
we
them.
do have a motion from Vieira where he has a monthly written report and quarterly in-person report for Station 24.
Okay.
Are you asking for that Station 24 report to be in person monthly?
No, quarterly.
Quarterly.
That
Okay,
it
so
already
we
exists.
keep
Yeah, so it
with
stays the same.
Stays the same. That's,
Yeah, so it'll stay
that's
the
fine.
same.
We just need, as
So
long
you
as
just
we're
need to make a
talking.
motion just for the bunker gear.
Correct, correct.
Can you restate your motion?
Sure. I move that we have a written monthly report on specific data regarding bunker gear for all stations.
Second with a question.
Sure.
We have a second, yes, ma'am.
When would you like that to begin?
Effective April. Like April, you know, I want a
April
report in April.
27th?
There's April 17th, there's.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, so
seven-
let's give it at the end of April. Celine, yes? You know I don't make a lot of motions, so what now?
April
I want it written.
Vieira just made a motion today for an update on the bunker gear on May 1st.
We'll start with May 1st and then on monthly basis.
Or are you in effect,
Can we have
are you in
some-
effect, I'm just
Oh, the
saying,
attorney wants to talk now.
yes, Martin Shelby, City Council
wants
Attorney,
to
are you in effect amending Councilmember Vieira's motion to expand it to be monthly thereafter?
Yes.
Written
there-
monthly, thank you.
Written monthly.
Okay.
So
Starting
that we
May
won't
1st.
let it go,
Yeah.
you know. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, if I may, Mr.
Sure,
Chairman.
sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean,
Thank
my big thing on that was to keep a watchful eye on that,
Correct.
given the level of scrutiny required on that, but if you want to make it monthly, let's do it.
Yeah, because I don't want it to get lost in translation and then we're reading all of these, you know, negative emails.
Councilmember
Thank you.
Clendenin.
So we need,
I hit on this earlier today, and there's still something that's gnawing on me about a lot of this stuff. And I'm not diminishing the need, because and I'll vote in favor of this. That being said, it's kind of counter to my gut, and I think maybe we're gonna talk about this next too. I'm really empathetic with city staff and how much work we're generating as far as reports and like Trip, if she's doing all this for us, is she distributing bunker gear? I mean, how much time are they spending doing all these things we're asking them to do? I don't know, but there's something telling me that we're asking an awful lot of our city staff to generate a lot of reports, a lot of in-persons, I know they're all glued to the TVs every Thursday. I mean, I know I've been here on weekends, and we have city staff here on weekends working on reports that we've asked them to generate because they can't have enough time in the week to do it. And maybe the solution, I think we probably keep doing what we're doing right now, but I think somehow that we either have to ask the chair or create a work group of people to figure out how do we, I know the clerk's office has to track all this stuff. I mean,
It's all in item 101 regarding efficiency.
Yeah, without using AI, I don't know how you do it. But it's, we somehow have got to figure out a way of consolidating this stuff and looking at it. Because I think if we looked at all this in front of us on one big sheet, we'd all be just aghast. I mean, of how much there's actually out there.
Okay. Can we talk about this at 101?
Next to 101.
Yeah, let's talk about this at 101.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Kopesky, yes ma'am, did you have
So,
something
there's
to
some-
add?
Just quickly, Hager Kopesky, City Council Budget Analyst. I just wanted to mention that the unique nature of Fire Station 24 is that is one of the, excuse me, projects where they recently selected a third party to actually manage the project for them. And generally that process of management project will come, part of the cost of that is to help report out the project.
Beautiful. I love hearing that.
Thank you. So you have your motion, and you
Yeah.
have a second.
Yeah, and just to respond to Clendenin is that this really is to reduce the gaslighting and having
No, I get it.
good
I
information,
get it.
I think will serve the chief well and reduce a lot of the distractors that are out there regarding, what's being said. So that's my logic behind it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Hurtak, Carlson, and then Miranda for new business. Yes, ma'am.
I'm requesting council approval to present an off-site commendation to Homegrown Hillsborough for promoting Food Waste Prevention Week, April 7th through April 13th. I will present the commendation on April 12th at a community event at Meacham Urban Farm.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Clendenin was the second. Yes, ma'am.
I move to continue the following staff report to April 17th, 2025, and to change it from an in-person to a written report. The motion was staff to work with Hager Kopesky, City Council Budget Analyst, to create and provide an updated list of the new format that will show purchases of less than $200,000 and the ways to share with the public monthly. This is on request of Ms. Kopesky.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and this would be citywide.
Yes, there was an original motion. It was April 7th,
She
or
said-
it was, yeah, no,
Here you
it's,
go,
and
Cindy.
it's coming back April 17th, and it's no longer going to be in person, but simply written.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes, ma'am.
And then, on March 6, 2025, CFO Dennis Rogero provided an update on the status of the unaudited FY 2024 general fund financials. At that time, Mr. O'Hara shared that after maintaining an unallocated fund balance at the 23% level, the remaining unallocated balance was $25.8 million. He also shared a short list of priorities and risks for council to consider. But no decisions were made. So in an effort to finalize how this balance will be allocated, I motion for council to review that list of priorities and risks and be prepared to make recommendations on how the $25.8 million should be distributed at either the April 24th workshop session or the May 1st regular meeting. I didn't know if we wanted to have big conversation about it. If so, I'm going to ask, if you would rather have this as a workshop item, I'm going to ask Councilmember Carlson if he might move one item for me. But if not, we can also do it at the May 1st regular meeting. What is y'all's pleasure?
I think it's more a workshop.
Okay. Would it be okay if we moved the Indian Rocks Beach rental?
Can you just, you want to include that in your
How about this? I'll make the motion and then he can make a separate motion to move that?
That's fine, that works. Yeah, I'm
Because I
happy-
think
I'm
we're
happy
still
with
working on the
workshop.
Indian Rocks Beach thing. Okay, so my motion, it will be, discussed at the April 24th workshop.
Okay.
Aligning on the proposed distribution of the remaining balance will allow Revenue and Finance to better understand what we still need to be funded through the FY '26 budget process, which is why it's so important that we do it before, or as soon as possible.
All right, we have a motion, do we have a second? Second, Councilmember Vieira, all in favor?
Aye.
And then Councilmember Carlson will follow up with the motion regarding his workshop item. Anything else, ma'am?
That is it. That is all. Thank you
Councilmember
so
Carlson,
much.
then we'll close out with Miranda.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll just make a motion to move that. What date was that on?
It was April 17th, or April 27th, sorry.
To
24th,
move
got
to
it.
the Indian Rocks Beach item from April 20, whatever it was,
Fourth.
to the September workshop.
All right, we have,
September 25th.
Question for Councilmember Carlson. Does that have to be a workshop item?
Was it on the workshop before? or-
Yeah,
It was
but
on
we
the
don't, it doesn't have to
but
be.
it's rather, I can't imagine a lengthy discussion on that initially, unless you think that is worthy of a workshop.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to put it on like the June 5th regular session?
You
That
still,
way
I
it's not.
believe you still have, might even time on the May 1st?
So to move it to the June 5th regular session.
all right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Vieira, all in favor?
Aye.
Anything
And I
else?
just thank you.
Okay, Councilmember, yes?
I just need a question, clarification question, if you don't mind. When you said to Carlson, I know that you're still working on the Indian Rocks Beach thing, like, how would you know that in terms of
Oh.
how we communicate, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
So if I want you
okay.
all to know something in advance of,
That's a good
without
question.
breaking sunshine,
No,
I'm
that's a
just
great
curious.
question. I
Thank
don't
you.
know that he's working on it, but I
Okay.
have read
Okay.
stories
I see.
that Indian Rocks Beach is working on legal issues and people who are doing Airbnbs. So I just assumed,
I
and that's
see.
wrong, maybe wrong of me,
Okay.
but to say that I know that there are some legal stuff going on about that right now, and currently the legislature is legislatoring. So who knows what's
Okay.
going to
It was
happen
just-
next?
I was just
But no,
curious.
that's a very valid question, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, and there,
I made assumptions.
there are news stories yesterday and the day before and other.
Yeah, I
jurisdictions.
get that part, but that's not how it was presented.
Yeah, no, I understand. Councilmember Miranda.
I have 6 for the, regarding the budget, Mr. Chairman. They'll be real quick. I would like to make a motion for the administration to appear and present the fiscal year budget 2025 mid-year review during the May 15, 2025 regular city council.
We have a motion and a second from Councilmember Vieira, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Go ahead, sir.
Second, I would like to make a motion for Mayor Jane Castor to present the fiscal year 2026 budget at the July 17, 2025 regular city council and be placed first on the agenda.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Vieira, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Yes, sir.
Thirdly, I would like to make a motion for the administration to appear for a special call workshop in the fiscal year 2026 capital budget on Monday, August the 4th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
We have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Go ahead, sir.
Number 4, I would like to make a motion for the administration to appear in a special call workshop for the fiscal year 2026 operating budget on Monday, August the 18th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
We have a motion, do we have a second? Second. Second from Councilman Clendon, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed?
I would like to make a motion to set a first public hearing for the fiscal year 2026 budget for Wednesday, September the 3rd at 5:01 p.m.
We have a motion.
Wednesday?
Pardon me?
Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when we have it, every
I thought
year.
we did
I
it
would like to make a
Tuesdays.
motion for the first public hearing for the fiscal year 2026 budget
Tuesdays.
for Wednesday, September the 3rd at 5:01 p.m.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Obviously, the chair of the Finance Committee has worked with the Budget Department to get the dates.
That's what they want.
Where in the scheme of things, on the hierarchy of who gets to set which dates, the city of Tampa is not number one. They have to yield to where the school board, where the BOCC sets at the county,
Yeah.
and where the school board sets. And if that's the available date and that's acceptable,
That's what they have.
and that's the.
That's what they're giving me anyway.
Yeah,
My
no,
suggestion is that obviously that's been cleared and that's the appropriate
Right.
date.
September 3rd at 5:01
5:01,
p.m.
yes, sir.
Here,
And again, that's a Wednesday?
yes. And we have a regular session the next
Right,
morning.
Wednesday.
We have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
And
Number 6 is I would like to make a motion for the second public hearing for fiscal year 2026 budget for Tuesday, September the 16th, 2025 at 5:01.
We have a motion and a second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. And Councilmember Hurtak, you had your mic on, and then Vieira?
Yeah, I was wondering if we should, since the mayor's budget presentation tends to be long, which isn't a bad thing, that we might want to limit the amount of staff reports that day.
Sure.
Right now, we only have one, so maybe 4 or 5. Does anybody have a suggestion?
4 is a good.
Yeah, let's leave it at
Oh,
4. There's
okay.
2 now. It's and out of
Those are staff.
Yeah, and out of respect for my birthday week as well.
Sure. Yeah, understood.
Yeah.
Look at you thinking ahead.
Then I move that we limit the number of staff reports on July 17th, in-person staff reports, to 4.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Councilman Vieira.
Yes, sir. So, Councilman Miranda, one of the dates you mentioned, August 3rd, we have Councilwoman Henderson and I have a HART board meeting at that time. If I may, because I would like to be here, perhaps, and I'm fine with keeping it on there now, but perhaps we can look
What
for an
day is that?
alternative date.
What
That would
day?
be August 3rd, the first Monday.
August?
The 4th?
I'm sorry, August 4th, yes, sir. And so again, we don't have to go through calendars now or anything. I would just request, because I chair the HART meetings and I do like to be at them, obviously.
Yeah.
So we can look at that just
Let's
later.
think
just
about
to-
that from now till next week.
Yes,
and-
sir.
All right.
And
Yes.
I've been thinking, and I don't know, and I had a discussion with Hager on this, the budget analyst. I don't know how she can operate without, I don't know how she gets the information, where to go, what not to go. I mean, I feel sorry for her. I really do.
I'm sorry.
I couldn't do the job that way, so I have to see in business-wise how you handle it when you have 7 individuals that are either your boss or not your boss, but you have to communicate with all 7 of them. So I like to set up a system where if we're going to do something, any one of us 7, we go to the chair and he sends a memo regarding what it is, so we can vote on it. You want to have that?
Oh,
on that day or
I
whatever?
have this in the next item that I wanted to
Oh,
discuss.
then
It's
you
on-
handle it then.
Yeah, no, but I'm bringing this up. Any other new business? If not, I'm going to go into item 101, and that'll be the last item of the day.
All right.
Yes, this is about council decorum and efficiency. I'm thinking how I want to start off this discussion. So there's many different ways, but I think we're a very good city council. I think we're probably the hardest working city council body that I have worked with, and historically, well, there's a lot of great city council members, but the city of Tampa has changed. We have grown significantly. There's a lot going on. We're not through the Great Recession anymore, at least not yet for part 2. There were council meetings that were very, very short. Each council meeting is quite an adventure. We're very busy. I see how every council member works, goes out into the field, the boards that they're on, everything that they do. Councilmember Hurtak works nonstop. Councilmember Vieira is everywhere. Councilmember Henderson does so many things, and I could go on and on. We're very busy. Staff is very busy. There's a lot going on in the city of Tampa. There's a lot of growth. You see how these agendas are. We have a lot of public engagement and public involvement. Maybe it's social media, maybe it's just a sign of the times. And I wanted to talk about council decorum, council efficiency. I've spoken with the mayor. I made this motion. At the beginning of this month, I've spoken with the mayor, I've spoken with the chief of staff. I've spoken to my wife, to get different. And I did speak with my mom. But, so as chairman, I took a couple of notes because I don't want to lose my train of thought. I want to have a civil and productive agenda. And, because again, we're all very busy. We have a lot on our plates. And I made this motion to speak about this. And like I said, I've spoken with the mayor and other people. So I want to make sure that we're respectful of each other, of staff and the public. And I know that we're under a lot of stress, so are they. I know that conversations can get heated. We agree with things, we disagree with things, but at the end of the day, we just need to be respectful. This week marks 10 years, April 1st, that I was sworn in. And the first piece of advice that I got, I think it was March 27th or March 28th in 2015. The only piece of advice I got that day as I went into orientation to meet everybody before I was sworn in was, don't yell at staff. Staff works very hard. If you notice, and this is just me, I don't make a lot of motions. I don't ask for staff reports very often. I can't remember the last time I did. Maybe I'm wrong. I like to pick up the phone and I like to have conversations. If I had an issue with Mayor Buckhorn, we disagreed on a lot of stuff, starting with the summer of 2015 with the Civilian Review Board. I would just pick up the phone and talk to him. I would make comments publicly, but if I had an issue with him, I would pick up the phone and he would usually meet with me. I try to do that with this mayor. I try to do that with department heads because I want to be civil and respectful because they have lives too. They are human beings. I think moving forward, I know I've been hitting the gavel harder than usual. People have commented on that. But if conversations get out of line and I'm calling order, and it just keeps going, I'm just going to call for a recess, and it's going to waste everybody's time. If there is a specific concern that we can avoid, staff is busy. We talked about that regarding, staff reports, and they have a lot on their plate, and monthly reports, and, I like to pick up the phone. I had a question with Chief Bennett the other day. He picked up the phone. I had an answer. I didn't need a staff report. Chief of Police Burke called the other day, and this is Friday afternoon at the end of the day. I got it answered. Rogero had it answered. I can go on and on and on because I don't want to waste our time or their time because we have a lot going on, or the mayor or the chief of staff, anybody. I want to make sure that all voices are heard. We have the opportunity to speak. We have public comment. The public has opportunities to speak. Staff has the opportunity to respond as well. I just want to make sure that it's respectful. I ask that people don't interrupt. I know we get passionate up here in the discussions, and this is the only time that we can talk. We should wait until we're recognized. I want to keep things civil, even if we disagree. We don't have to fight or appear as if we're fighting. And again, as far as efficiency, that's the easy part, I think. As far as efficiency, I think we should set a special discussion meeting May 8th after CRA, since we're already here. We can meet in the Sister Cities room. It'll be publicly noticed and recorded. We will have our attorney present. We've done this in the past. I did this under the Reddick, Capine, Suarez, Cohen Council, and it was a good meeting. We aired out our grievances, you could say, but it was a civil conversation. And it was also different times, especially politically. In the meantime, I think we need to be patient of staff. If we can, they're so bogged down with work. I've heard that they spend 2 days a week responding to city council. I've heard that there's a chart of all of our motions. And I know we get a lot of pressure. We're the front line. If we don't get stopped at the grocery store, at the gas station, at public comment, down in the hallway, I think we get the brunt of it because we have public comment. The mayor really doesn't have public comment every Thursday when we have regular meeting, or when we have public comment. It's tough, and it has to wear psychologically on us because there's a lot going on. We had the hurricanes, terrible, terrible time for a lot of people, a lot of pressure, and I commend city council members for being professional and being responsive to our constituency. I take a staff briefing. I get an agenda review, which as chair you'll get an agenda review. I get a staff briefing usually the day before. And the department heads are online. I ask all my questions. I go through the agenda. I make my notes. And that's it, because I don't want to waste our time. I don't want to waste their time, and I want to be as efficient as possible. I don't know if all council members get briefings or not. If you do, great. If not, I highly encourage it because it saves a lot of time and a lot of things get aired out, and we're not lost in miscommunication or translation. Regarding Ms. Kopesky, Councilmember Miranda said it. I don't know how she does it because you do a fantastic job. But when a council member asks something of Ms. Kopesky, if we can make it into a motion, so we know publicly, if she's asked to, go to the administration or staff to get information, just so when she comes up to present, we have the information, ahead of time and we're ready. And whatever answers you have, Ms. Kopesky, if you can just submit it in a memo, but in the name of being out in the sunshine, just so we don't feel surprised, I don't want to use the word ambush, but just so we know. And then any other points we can hold for discussion?
Excuse me, just because it's in my brain.
Yes, ma'am.
So she gets asked to do things that I may not know about. That's what you're saying?
I don't know. I'm not making any assumptions. But if I wanted some information from Ms. Kopesky, for example, I would make that motion at a council meeting or under new business out of respect for the council members so, everybody has that.
Or can it be a memo to all of us, or does it have to?
Yeah, if I say, I want her to tell me about, X department, if she could send the response, in a memo, I'll make the motion formally, so you know what I'm thinking of and want to do, and she can respond by memo and send it out to council members, so we can all see it, and then it is public record, so.
Yeah, okay.
That's really it, it's, again, I think we're a very good city council. We work very, very hard. Putting politics aside, I appreciate each and every person here, and I think the public does too. I'm glad that we have this kind of engagement, and the public too, because, we have a member of the public here who is very, very active, and I appreciate that, because it wasn't always like that. We would get out, I remember early budget meetings with Councilman Miranda, we'd be done in 30 minutes, and it'd be $1 billion budget. But now we're digging into things, and I think we are really doing the work that is expected of us, and
If I may interrupt.
yes.
Also, when you say that, you have to say that when we advertise it all over the city, maybe one person from the community would come, sometimes none.
Yeah, we would have one person for public comments. This is like the 2016 budget, but now we're here for a long time. I try not to do anything, book anything for August and September, because it's budget and now hurricane season. So we're bogged down. And that's really all that I wanted to say. I think it's very simple. I have tremendous respect for this board. I have tremendous respect for the department heads that come here. This is not an easy job. Politics is not easy. I was in church for Ash Wednesday, and in the middle of the service, a gentleman approaches me and he goes, "Hey," as I'm praying, "Hey, I turned on city council today. I don't know how y'all do it." So it doesn't go unnoticed, but also it is a very stressful job. And that's it. If any other council member wants to say anything, yes, Councilman Clinton. If not, I would make the motion that we set up this special discussion, publicly noticed, at the end of the CRA meeting, immediately following the CRA meeting on May 8th, down in the Sister Cities room, which should be able to accommodate.
Yeah.
All right. So that's my motion.
Okay, I just have a couple of comments first.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well,
Okay.
you have the.
So we have a motion from Chairman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Vera, and discussion, and I have a couple of observations. One on the Hager issue. Hager, excuse me. I say that every time. I'm not necessarily in support of that, because one, I very rarely, I don't have a lot of work with, going into the budget season, I will. And I think that there's times that I may be digging, I don't even know what I'm thinking through things. So it's not necessarily something fully flushed out, so I don't necessarily think that I want to write a memo to council or have public and come up in public and saying what I've asked for as far as like information, because I'm just, like I say, I'm just thinking through things. I get your intent, and maybe I don't, because I don't really get what the issue is there. But I think that we should have individual personal relationships and expectations and be able to work one-on-one, and then maybe in the greater picture, I get it if it's really big, comprehensive kind of things. But if it's Alan saying, I'm digging into something relative to funding streetcar, can you find out what's happening with this particular fund or something like that? I don't necessarily know I need to have a motion before council on something.
No, that's fair. But if it's, if you want your own personal information, then you say, I want to make a motion and discuss, streetcar funding or whatever it is that I've talked with Ms. Kopesky about, and then bring it here. I guess that.
I just don't. I just don't think that. I don't think that she's an employee of each one of us on council. Now, for accountability, she reports to the chairs. But when we hire in the job position description, it clearly delineated that relationship between each council person and each CRA board member, about that kind of relationship and being able to resource and sitting in all these meetings and so I don't think we should inhibit the communication between each council member or board member and
Well,
And,
let's think about that and bring that up at the May 8th
Okay.
meeting.
Okay.
You know, it was just, I just wanted to
Right.
bring it up because Councilmember Miranda brought it up and I go, you know what, this could roll right in.
Right, so secondly.
And I'll be honest, I'll tell you why.
I'm
why
not
I
done
do
yet,
it.
I'm not done yet.
I don't have the gavel.
Yes, I've got the gavel, secondly, I've got the floor. My second thing was on I really appreciate the scheduling that meeting, I think it's a great idea.
You haven't
But
voted on it.
I know, but I'm just saying, I think it's a good idea, so I'm saying, I'm speaking that I'm supportive of that idea. But I think we need to come with the right tools, and that is, and maybe it's gonna be more burdensome on city staff, but again, I think we need to see this stuff in front of us, like of all these staff reports, of all this workload, and so when we get there, that we actually see it with our own eyes, and, well, I get it, that's still very difficult to digest like that. I mean, it's difficult to digest like that, because it's spread across. Well, that's, well, maybe I should, because I haven't, but I mean, to be able to see, just really see and have all of that information from staff of how many man and woman hours that we're consuming, generating this amount of work. And then maybe then we could kind of figure out how to consolidate and be more efficient. But I think unless you have all that right in front of you and you really have it parsed down, we're just gonna be chasing our tail on that one. We really need to have that information to really have a productive meeting.
If I can, Mr. Chair Pro Tem, may I be
Yes.
recognized?
He has a couple of people that he needs to
Okay,
recognize.
Well, I'll recognize the attorney.
If I can, with your special discussion meeting, I would respectfully request that the administration be represented there and the legal department be represented there. And I'm reminded of Ms. Zellman's office master motion list, which is manually compiled and adjusted by staff on a, I don't know if it's daily basis, it has to be assigned, it has to be tracked. I'd like her, if she wouldn't mind, to share that with the city council, so you actually see what they have to do in order to provide you with the information that you get.
So our attorney has made a suggestion to the maker of the motion. Would the maker of the motion like to adopt those recommendations in his motion?
Can we have a discussion about the motion?
Yeah, let's finish until everybody speaks, but yeah, I'll talk at the end.
Okay, so we can hold that thought for a second. Lastly, the last thing I have to say about this, and I'll let everybody else, is that this reference to, there have been times on council where I've been uncomfortable, or I think that things work, yes, but you know, everybody has to, this is politics, and you've hit it hard, you hit it exactly right. There's a lot of tension, there's a lot of things that are happening, we're getting pounded, whether our neighbors are getting flooded in Forest Hills, or whether somebody's complaining that their trash isn't picked up. You're getting a lot of grief and aggravation. Staff is overworked, they're tense, we're tense, everybody's tense, and this is politics. Are people gonna cross the line? Yes, but I think this is there hasn't been that many. I think generally, I think this council works fairly effectively together. I mean, I think that we're working through a lot of really complex issues. I mean, and I know everybody probably thinks that about themselves, but man, the city is just, the issues that we're having to deal with. I said this to somebody the other day. I said, man, I didn't realize 2 years ago I was gonna have to be a water expert, a sewer expert, water expert, trash expert, road expert. I mean, all these things that we're having to learn and be expertise at. So I think everybody needs to be granted a little bit of grace when it comes to the heated moments in the political arena. And with that, who is next on the?
Henderson.
Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you. I just don't want us to get lost in translation. There's a motion on the floor just about the date, May 8th. And so if we could just vote on that first and then, continue with the discussion about decorum, that would be helpful. But I also would like to limit the meeting so that we can take medication, eat lunch, and do those other things. That is very important. The CRA meeting may be, we'll probably get out in a decent time, but we don't need to spend several hours in Sister City Room and then have to be back here at 5 p.m.
So let's limit it for an hour.
So limit it for an hour is what I would just like to recommend that we do, and just vote on the May 8th thing, and then let's finish the discussion
So we
about
have a friendly amendment being offered by Councilwoman Henderson. Chairman Maniscalco, could you accept that friendly amendment to limit the meeting to 1 hour?
I mean, I could do it in 10 minutes, but
Okay,
yeah,
but
1 hour is fine.
Okay, so
no more than an hour.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor of having this meeting and limiting it to 1 hour in the Sister City Room. Is there any further discussion on that motion?
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion passes.
Okay, I'll get
All right, Councilmember.
Thank you. Okay. So Hager, will you come forward and just address what you want from a budget perspective? I would like to hear from you. I know the chair has spoken, but it would just be a lot easier to know what works best for your system, so that we can be accommodating to you in this role.
Okay, well, I think if I can just kind of, segregate a little bit. I think part of this is because of the sunshine, there is an attempt to try to make sure that if I am doing work for one person, you all make an agreement on when and if it's appropriate for that work to be understood and that it's out there and to be shared. So that is, I think, what the chair was addressing in the initial request, okay? For me, I would say, for the most part, it's just important that the request have a specific understanding that there'll be someone I would be working with staff, that there's a deadline related to it that's clear. But really, for me, this was largely around ensuring that the expectation amongst this group would possibly be that there are going to be projects of a nature which are going to be best served to be aware to all of you. And then there are likely to be some small things that come up ad hoc that, as it is currently, just occur between myself and the council person.
I see.
It's been manageable, but it just depends on when they occur and what's going on during the time. Sometimes there's a peak, sometimes there's some issues with volume.
Okay, because see, your job involves other people.
Yes.
So if the council member is gonna make that motion, isn't it fair for you to know in advance that they're going to make that motion so that you can at least get with, determine these are the people that I'm gonna have to talk to and this is the timeline that is doable?
My impression is that this is to get uniformity. So I will say that in many cases, with some of you, I am notified ahead of time that will happen. Other times, it's kind of a shoot from the hip kind of thing. So all I'm saying is, the specific question you had is, would I get notice ahead of time? I would absolutely want to know.
Well, because you have to ask other people. You're also going to other
there's going to
people,
be
so
work
the
product.
timeline that they make in their motion may be stressful. That's the whole thing about the decorum and reducing stress. It may take. Sometimes it takes a month just to get on my calendar, because it's full already. So that's what I'm trying to say is that, you should at least
have the right,
ask what you need.
Right. So I think for the most part, I just want it to be clear that the activity will involve and who it will involve from the administration side, and that there be just a reasonable time frame that work gets done. The rest of this discussion, I think, is more between all of you to determine what each of you expect in terms of individual work product I'm doing on the behalf of one.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember
what does a budget analyst mean to you? What does the word budget analyst mean to you? There's only two words in this thing, budget and
I
analyst.
focus more on the analyst portion of that because it's a year-long job. It's not just related to the budget cycle. So that would be, it could be weekly problem solving, it could be process, it could be something on the agenda for the week, but generally.
Well, does it mean strictly on the budget or to be an aide for Charlie Miranda?
It would not be strictly on, if you're asking me, it does not strictly relate to the fiscal year annual budget. It's usually also the execution of that throughout the year.
And I'll tell you why. I'm not afraid to say the thing. I don't blame you at all, but those numbers you gave us the other day on solar is wrong.
I know
And
you
they've
feel
been
that
wrong.
way, and we can
So
certainly
somebody else
discuss
gave
that.
you those numbers and printed that to us. That's what I'm saying. And I
That
want to
puts
put
me
you
in a
in the
difficult
limelight
position.
because I know what I am.
I understand.
I don't want to, just
but
let
if
you know that I
If you believe
know
that I
that
know
they're
how to do a
incorrect.
return
And
on
that's not your
investment,
fault.
you have to believe that I.
That's what I'm getting at. I want to get you out of the limelight to do your job. That's all I want. Thank you very much for being who you are.
Councilman Vieira and then Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing I would suggest that we have a carve out for with Hager, who always does a great job, is the only way that I can describe it is like political work product, which is sometimes I'll come to you and I go, hey, I'm thinking about doing this. I'm thinking about doing that. Is it feasible? And for me or anyone on council to come over here and say, hey, because it's politics, right? And for us to, I wish there was a political carve-out clause, right? So just to think about that, if we're going to do something like that, and we could even look, when we're talking about decorum as it affects the time of staff, we could look at things, limits on motion time, limits on per council member staff reports. I don't think anybody goes over this, but just in case 3, for example, per week, things like that, to look at that we could look at those things. So, but again, I'm not going to dive into the weeds, but yeah. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Carlson, Hurtak.
Yeah, just to the point about Ms. Kopesky, county commissions and city councils that don't have an executive branch, all the staff ultimately report to all the board members already. So if we were the county, we didn't have an executive branch, then all the staff would report to all of us. And so that's a normal thing at an organization like the county. I think I've only asked Ms. Kopesky for three questions since she's been on board. I've liked the results she's gotten for other people, but I've tried not to load her up. I think the challenge is that because we do have an executive branch, she has to interface with them to get the information that we need. Like the other day, I asked her for confirmation after Dennis O'Hara's presentation. I said, can you just get from your perspective, what's the total amount of debt of the city right now, the total debt? And that's sitting on my desk, $2.7 billion. We can talk about that number later. But anyway, I just asked a simple question. But to get that, she has maybe access to some information, but she has to go out. And so it seems to me that the line should not be about us informing each other. It should be about giving her the authority to go to the administration and ask for something. And so if she can push back on this and give us her suggestions, but if it's something that seems too political for her as she's carrying it over, if it seems like a political question, I don't want to give any examples now, but if somebody asks a very politicized question, I could understand that she would say, hey, I'd rather have she could just tell us one-on-one, I'd rather have the weight of council as a vote for me to ask for this, because it would help us to get it. And the other one would be that if it's going to take a lot of time of staff, because she's not doing it on her own. But I would rather have a process where if the issue really is about how if she had the information ready, I think she would easily give it to us. But if it's going to take a lot of other staff time, or if it is going to be something that would alarm the administration, then I think individually she should push back and ask us to get the weight of council to request her to do it.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. When we go to the May meeting, I'd like to have an agenda. I mean, right now I don't have any homework to take with me to have prepared for this meeting. I don't want to just go and sit for an hour and just throw out things. So what is the purpose of the meeting?
Mr. Shelby,
and what questions are we going to be asking? Because as far as keeping calendar, that's each of our responsibility. And my aide and I go through this calendar, look at our options, look at what we have on here. Just for example, we have something coming up. We have the bi-monthly report on the parking compliance in Ybor. And just this week, we were like, you know what? We're going to ask Ybor how they like this and if we need to do this anymore. So we're actually following up on our motions in our office. And I would expect that other people would do that as well. If you're not, that's not something that I can solve for you. But additionally, it's really up to each of us to figure out our motions. We should come knowing what other motions are on the table already. Mm-hmm. If we need to modify other people's motions, I just don't understand. Yeah. I just have to have some parameters on what we're actually going to be doing at this meeting, and nothing's been presented to me.
You know what? That is such a good one.
Mr. Shelby, can I work with your office and my aide to put an agenda together regarding how the layout of the meeting will be for May?
Yes, and I will see that agenda and backup information, if any, gets to council at least a week in advance.
But that's exactly the problem.
What?
Is that in coming forward and saying, I want to have this meeting, here's the agenda now, let's all talk about what the agenda might be. I want to put this on. Oh, well, why don't we talk about this? this should come back at the next meeting during unfinished business where we have a draft agenda and we all get to talk about what else we want to put on it. That way, we're all talking about everything we want to talk about.
That would be great for
That,
April
I
17th.
thought that, excuse me, I'm sorry, I assumed that would be the case at the special discussion meeting where that happens. I'll give you a perfect example. If council, and this is just for illustration purposes, if council wants to have more in-depth discussion at workshops, because staff reports have evolved into something beyond staff reports, informational reports that took 5 minutes. And as some council members who've been here for a while would recognize the fact that to some degree, each item becomes, in effect, a workshop item, the way sometimes, and it's hard to predict how long items are going to take. So that being the case, if council wants to invest more time in workshops, it's important to recognize that when we look at the calendar, there are 5 months where you don't have workshops. You only have 7 workshops, and it's a half day for the entire year. So then council might want to rethink, does it want an all-day workshop? What does it want to take to be able to have workshops once a month? Will that address items in your calendar? You may have to do that. So and everything is interrelated. So I appreciate what you're saying, but to assign an hour to the discussion on May 8th would just be preliminary. In fact, we could put together an agenda. If you want to have, and my other suggestion is, do you want to do this during a regular meeting when we have this televised, when we have staff present to be able to do that? And you're all talking here as opposed outwardly facing, rather than talking to one another. So however you want to do it, I will tell you the chair has been very involved in this. Ms. Edwards has been very involved in this. The administration is very interested in it and certainly wants to be an important participant in it because, frankly, with all due respect, you are the legislative body and you rely on the expertise of your subject matter experts, the administration, to be able to provide you this information to make the best decisions. So however council wants to do it, I will, from my perspective, to make you more effective, you have my full support, and I know the chair and Ms. Edwards is very much on board in providing, council the leadership to implement what is necessary.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion received.
I would simply, again, you're saying come up with an agenda at August 8th, and
May 8th.
Oh, sorry, I don't know why I wrote August. So I'm not going to May 8th without an agenda. Look, I'm just not doing it.
We're going to bring back
So-
something by April 17th.
Okay, because that's not what I heard him say.
Oh, I thought we could advance what by April 17th?
Yeah, to get more time so we can sit down and do it. And it'll be presented to council in a,
What? It's April 17th.
It's not the 3rd, so.
no, April 17th to give us time to craft everything. It'll be presented April 17th at the end of the agenda.
Yeah, we do.
And
Okay.
so you can see it, we can all be prepared, and that gives us weeks in advance before the May 8th.
And then I just have one thing to say about, we're each distinct individuals with distinct personalities. I don't believe we're going to be able to organize our way out of personalities. And I don't mean that, I mean, we are who we are. We all just have to accept who we are. And I'm just really curious what this agenda is about because I see it as we're trying to stop people from being who they are. And some of us talk more than others. Some of us, make a lot of motions. And it's just, we're all part of a quirky family. And so that's why I'm very interested in the agenda because we're all different.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you very much. 2 things I want to add to that, and I'm glad Councilwoman Hurtak said that because people are different. I have my way of doing things. Other people have their way of doing things, and we respect not just the will of the voters, but then one another. I always tell people this, you can't change who you are, but you can tame your excesses. And I always tell people whenever I show my excesses, please help me tame them, because we all have them, don't we? Right? We all have them, but we're all different, and we all look at things differently in terms of our personalities and so forth. You know, one thing I was going to, I will say this, and I don't want a discussion on this, I can't mandate anything, but is that there are elephants in rooms, which is, for example, in 23, we had one of the craziest campaign scenes I've ever seen in municipal government. I followed politics for a long time, and to ignore that in terms of the effect on council and different things like that, I think that's relevant in everything. But I'm glad Councilman Hurtak mentioned that, because again, we all are different, and we all go about things different ways. And I think all 7 of us, number one, we were all elected. And all of us faced a lot of political adversity at one time or another, and we all get a lot of things done, but we all do it differently. And that is something that we have to respect our differences. So I appreciate you saying that.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Motion to receive and file.
We have a motion, we have a second? Second from Councilman Viera, all in favor? Aye.